Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to True Crime Audiobooks. I'm Mario. Some cases were never closed. Some killers were never caught. Some victims were never found. This is a collection of the most chilling unsolved crimes in history. Serial killers who vanish into the shadows, people who disappear without a trace, and murders that still have no explanation. Every case is real. Every detail is documented. And every single one remains unsolved to this day. The question is, can you handle the truth that even the investigators couldn't figure out? Before we dive in, if you love true crime content, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a new audiobook. Now, get comfortable, put your headphones on, and let's begin.
Limit of liability / disclaimer of warranty. Although the author and publisher have made every effort to ensure that the information in this book was correct at press time, the author and publisher do not assume and hereby disclaim any liability to any party for any loss, damage, or disruption caused by errors or omissions, whether such errors or omissions result from negligence, accident, or any other cause. The Zodiac Killer. A control freak puts on a hood. The press loves to put terror in a box and give it an eye-grabbing label. As a result, most serial killers get their monikers from the media. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run? The press. The Night Stalker, reportedly the since-shuttered Los Angeles Herald-Examiner. The Hillside Strangler? Enterprising reporters. The Green River Killer, coined by the press after his first 5 victims were found in the Green River. I never said any of these were particularly clever. Where the nickname game gets really interesting is when the murderers give themselves a new name. While Dennis Rader was strangling women and sometimes their families in the Wichita, Kansas area, he found time to drop notes. The first he left in a public library book that read, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them. BTK." The note found its way to the local newspaper and the media, and Rader in subsequent notes would sign off with BTK. Postal employee David Berkowitz caused hundreds of women in New York City to cut their long brown hair and dye it blonde, out of fear they'd be his next victim. At the scene of one of his crimes, he left a note calling himself Son of Sam. Apparently a demonically possessed dog owned by a guy named Sam put him up to the whole thing. Score 1 for cat people everywhere. The nicknames of these killers are significant. According to one of the founding fathers of criminal profiling, John Douglas, it's part of the overall goal many of these killers strive for, to create their own legend. The ones that create their own names go further. It's an effort to completely control their narrative. They don't trust society to get it right. They don't believe the press will adequately convey their genius and majesty. They want a tight grip on the reins of their legacy and narrative. Control is something the Zodiac could teach a masterclass in. "This is the Zodiac speaking," is the first sentence in a 3-page letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, sent by the notorious killer. It was the second of many letters he would send. Right from the start, the Zodiac was demanding the press and everyone else address him in a certain way. He was demanding their attention and their submission. The Zodiac was a control freak. Betty Hardin didn't cook dinner one night in early August of 1969. In many modern households, this would be the furthest thing from a shock. But while 1969 wasn't exactly Leave It to Beaver times, there were still remnants of these sorts of traditions. And an empty table was a sign of trouble. And there was trouble. Trouble that Betty and her husband were trying to help by solving a puzzle instead of concentrating on dinner. Portions of a 408-character cipher had been sent to 3 newspapers about a week earlier. The cipher portions, sent to the Vallejo Times-Herald, the San Francisco Chronicle, and the San Francisco Examiner, each included a similar letter. The Chronicle's version read, "Dear Editor, this is the murderer of the 2 teenagers last Christmas at Luke Herman and the girl on the 4th of July near the golf course in Vallejo. To prove I killed them, I shall state some facts which only I and the police know. Christmas. 1. Brand name of ammo, Super X. 2. 10 shots were fired. 3. The boy was on his back with his feet on the car. 4. The girl was on her right side, feet to the west. 4th July. 1. Girl was wearing patterned slacks. 2. The boy was also shot in the knee. 3. Brand name of ammo was Western." Here is part of a cipher. The other 2 parts of this cipher are being mailed to the editors of the Vallejo Times and San Francisco Examiner. I want you to print this cipher on the front page of your paper. In this cipher is my identity. If you do not print this cipher by the afternoon of Friday, 1st of August, 69, I will go on a kill rampage Friday night. I will cruise around all weekend, killing lone people in the night, then move on to kill again until I end up with 12 people over the weekend. Every letter ended not with a name, but with a symbol, a circle with a cross running through it like crosshairs. The symbol that has now become synonymous with the name the author would give himself in his next letter. Zodiac. The stories of the murders the Zodiac alludes to in his letters have been told too many times to count, on podcasts, in books, in documentaries, and likely around campfires and during law enforcement trainings alike. So, let's try to think of them in a different way. Let's put the victims first. Let's remember that they were real flesh and blood people who never expected that the nights they died would be their last nights. Let's think of them as people who loved and were loved. Let's keep in mind the absolute terror they must have felt when they died helpless and terrified. The first murder the Zodiac referenced, though many speculate that he's responsible for others before this one, involved a teenage couple out on a date. A very strange supplemental police report by Solano County Sheriff's Department Detective Sergeant Les Lundblad read, "Victim's activity at time offense, interrupted necking." David Faraday was a 17-year-old transplant to Vallejo from San Rafael, California. At the time of his death, he was a senior in high school, a member of school government, and on the wrestling team. He was even a damn Eagle Scout, the highest of Boy Scouts. And in the late 60s, that mattered. Even today, only a small percentage of Scouts make it to that level. You have to get 21 merit badges, including cooking. You also have to put together a big project and hold a leadership post for 6 months. It wasn't like my scout troop, where you showed up to one meeting, sold a few boxes of cookies, and still somehow got enough badges to move on to the next level. David likely had to go into the woods and start a fire with wet matches, or fight a grizzly bear, or something else equally impressive and difficult. Eagle Scout David's girlfriend was Betty Lou Jensen, a 16-year-old and a junior at Hogan High School. She was an honor student and member of an organization called the Sunshine Girls, a lower order of the Pythian Sisters. Their motto is, "Do all the good you can in all the ways you can to all the people you can." It makes sense that when these 2 kids met each other, they clicked. They set out on their first official date together on December 20th, 1968. Betty Lou probably tried on multiple outfits, her bed overtaken with rejected dresses, skirts, and sweaters. She probably tried a couple new shades of lipstick, and talked at length to her friends about the cute smart jock with the full lips and a wide smile who finally asked her out. As for David, he probably went about his school day with an extra lift in his step. The girl with the button nose and cute cheeks from the other side of town that he'd been thinking about said yes, and he had a great night planned. According to friends and family, who later spoke to police, David picked up Betty Lou in his mother's car at around 8:30 p.m. They told Betty Lou's parents they were going to a Christmas concert. They promised to be home by 11 p.m. Then Betty Lou said goodbye to her parents. They never saw her alive again. The couple didn't go to the Christmas concert. They went to see a friend, and then they stopped for a Coke before heading to Lake Herman Road. The area was known as a lover's lane. In the days before young couples would make out and break up in public with abandon, teens would go to secluded areas and park their cars to talk, get to know each other, and, you know. They parked on a gravel strip just off the road, isolated, but near a gas station. David left the car's ignition on, likely to keep the pair warm while they sat together in the chilly night. A mother on her way to Lake Herman Road to pick up her own son found their bodies. Betty Lou was shot 5 times in the back. She tried to run away, the dark unknown safer than what was behind her, but she didn't get far. Betty Lou's body was about 30 feet from the back of the car. When the mother arrived, David was still breathing, on the ground outside the car, lying in a pool of his own blood with the passenger door of the car open. His feet were sprawled toward the rear wheel. Bullet holes were found in the rear window and roof of the car. Law enforcement believed the Zodiac was attempting to herd David and Betty Lou out through the open passenger door in order to keep the terrified kids from scattering. His shots were sure, without a spray of excess bullets. Everything was carefully planned and carried out. He had total control over the situation. We'll see more evidence of this extreme confidence at his next crime scene. After all, he was just getting warmed up. About 6 months after the Zodiac gunned down David and Betty Lou, he struck again. Darlene Ferrin was a vivacious blonde who was so petite she looked like you could pick her up and throw her over your shoulder without breaking a sweat. She liked to flirt and had married a nice man who didn't seem to mind that she would sometimes spend time with other men. She was 22 on the 4th of July in 1969, and she lived in Vallejo with her husband Dean and their baby girl. Darlene wanted to meet up with Mike Mageau that 4th of July night. Mike was a slight guy who would wear multiple layers of clothes to make himself appear larger. It was a practice that initially bewildered the police after the attack, and, frankly, it really tells you a lot about his personality. We all know a guy like this, a little self-conscious, probably gets into scraps when he knows he shouldn't just to prove himself. Mike had previously been arrested for petty theft at a local store the year before. He initially gave police a fake name, but copped to it when his real ID was discovered. But ultimately, he was harmless. For kids of the 90s, in the 2007 David Fincher film Zodiac, Mike was played by Lee Norris, a.k.a. Minkus from Boy Meets World, if that helps you with a visual. There are several versions of what happened between the time when Mike got in the car and the Zodiac approached their vehicle at Blue Rock Springs Park. Some say that they were going to get fireworks, and that the Zodiac's car started following them while they were driving. They tried to lose the car and ended up at the park. But an interview between a groggy, drugged, and likely still terrified Mike and Vallejo police detective Ed Rust painted a different picture. Mike said they originally planned to go to a movie at around 7:30 p.m. that night, but the plans kept getting pushed back until 11:30 p.m., when Darlene finally picked him up. They were hungry and going to get something to eat. But then Darlene said she wanted to talk to Mike about something. So Mike suggested they go to Blue Rock Springs Park, where they were attacked soon after they arrived. When Vallejo police showed up on the scene, the headlights, taillights, and left blinker of Darlene's car were still on. The ignition was turned off, and the transmission was in first gear. The radio was playing. Mike was still alive, lying on his back on the ground. He'd been shot multiple times, had blood all over his face, was bleeding from the mouth, and had another wound visible on his lower left leg. Officers tried to get some information out of Mike, even as he was lying there in the dirt, the pain like nothing he'd ever known. The first few minutes and hours are crucial in an investigation, and they had a suspect on the loose. So an officer kept asking for something, anything, to help them figure out what happened and who did it. Under the red and blue lights of the police car in the dark night, Mike was able to tell them only a few things. It was a white male, young, heavy-set. He was in a brown vehicle. He didn't say anything. He just started shooting and kept shooting. Darlene was still in the car, in the driver's seat with 3 bullet holes, her body slumped, her head resting against the window. Darlene and Mike were taken to the hospital. Mike went to the ICU, where they took off 3 pairs of pants, 1 t-shirt, 3 sweaters, and 1 long-sleeved button-down shirt. Darlene was dead on arrival. Mike would later tell police that the Zodiac had walked away. He fired off 6 shots into a stalled vehicle, the lights from the muzzle flash breaking the nighttime darkness in quick bursts. He fired the gun, believing he had just killed 2 young people, a boy and a girl, and then he just walked to his car and drove away. But he wasn't done for the night. He drove to a payphone and called the police to say, "I want to report a double murder." The caller then said where police could find the kids in a brown car that he had shot. He ended with, "I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye." According to the 911 dispatcher Nancy Slover's report, the caller sounded like he was reading or had practiced what he was going to say. Her report stated, "Spoke in an even, consistent voice, rather soft but forceful." Nancy finished saying, "Subject's voice was mature. The only real change in the voice was when he said goodbye. Suspect's voice deepened and became taunting." I'll bet poor Nancy had nightmares for months on the minimum after that call. He planned every movement, minute, and syllable. He was ready. He was prepared. And after this round of mayhem, he decided to throw a few extra logs on the fire he was stoking throughout California. The Zodiac decided he was ready for prime time. This brings us back to Betty Hardin, her uncooked dinner, and the puzzle on her kitchen table that she was trying to solve. The cipher was in 3 parts. 1 part sent to the San Francisco Chronicle, another to the San Francisco Examiner, and another to the Vallejo Times-Herald. In later retellings of what happened, her husband, Donald, a schoolteacher at North Salinas High School, usually gets first billing and most of the credit for resolving the cipher. The Orlando Sentinel ran a front-page piece on the cipher titled, "Former Orlandoan Cracked Zodiac Code." The singular is an obvious reference to Donald alone, especially given that his picture is in the paper, with the caption, "Donald Hardin, Cracked Zodiac Code." Betty is listed as his wife, and they didn't even spell her name right. But it was Betty, Betty, with the 2 T's and 2 E's, who discovered the crucial clues necessary to decode a cipher that the FBI and other guys who are usually the smartest men in the room couldn't solve. Looking at a puzzle that used symbols from astrology, Asian mythology, Greek letters, and more, she thought of the tools that could be used to make sense of the hodgepodge. Betty's the one who realized a serial killer was bound to use the word kill or killing more times than most other words in his puzzle. Betty also guessed that the letter would begin with I, since he was an obvious egomaniac. Right on both counts, Betty and Donald used those valuable tools, sometimes called cribs, to unlock other letters and words throughout the puzzle. They solved it within a week. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest, because man is the most dangerous animal of all. To kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It is even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. The best part of it is that when I die, I will be reborn in paradise, and them I have killed will become my slaves. I will not give you my name, because you will try to slow down or stop my collecting of slaves for afterlife. This is the only cipher that would ever be considered solved, though the Zodiac would send more. And even this cipher wasn't fully cracked. There was a string of symbols at the very end which, when decoded by Hardens, read EBEORIETEMETHHPITI. These jumbled letters have fascinated and bewildered puzzle lovers for decades. To this day, people post in Facebook groups and online forums that they believe they have cracked the final words of the puzzle, but there has yet to be any definitive answer. Until this point, there had been no apparent connection between David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen's murders and the attack on Mike Mageau and Darlene Ferrin. Without the Zodiac demanding attention and credit, it's possible the link never would have been realized, given the different law enforcement departments. While under normal circumstances, the deaths of 3 people and injury of 1 person wouldn't mean much to a city of thousands, let alone the nation, those letters and that cipher did exactly what the Zodiac wanted, made him a household name, and began to bring entire cities under his thumb. The Zodiac wasn't finished sending letters or murdering people. What might be his most infamous killing of all was next. Cecilia Ann Shepard and Brian Hartnell just wanted to have a picnic. It was Saturday, September 27th, 1969. Cecilia and Brian were old friends. They had dated 2 years before the attack, but ended up going to different colleges. Cecilia was in Brian's neck of the woods visiting friends when they met up at his school cafeteria. They decided to spend the rest of the day together. Initial plans to go to San Francisco fell through because they had to run errands and play chauffeur to other people, and it got too late in the day. Instead, they went to Lake Berryessa, parked by the road, and walked down a peninsula to be by the water. The scene was romantic. 2 people who'd lost touch over the years started to rekindle a flame by the water on a warm evening. They talked about old times. She rested her head on his shoulder. But then Brian heard a rustle of leaves, and Cecilia saw a figure in the distance. The figure stepped behind a tree, and when he came back, Cecilia grabbed Brian's arm. Oh my God, he's got a gun. Everything the figure was wearing was either black or dark blue. Old suit pants, a windbreaker, a shirt underneath, and a hood. Brian described the hood as ingeniously devised. It was black and looked like a paper sack, with 4 corners at the top, and it came down with a panel of fabric covering his chest and a similar panel down his back. The fabric had a circle with a cross in the middle, the sign of the Zodiac. The best account we have of what happened came from Brian. On September 28, 1969, While still heavily sedated and in the Queen of the Valley Hospital, he answered Napa County Sheriff's Department Detective Sergeant John Robertson's questions. He told police that because of his school background in sociology and the fact that he had taken both pre-law and psychology classes, he felt he knew enough about the criminal mind to turn this situation into something that would be an amusing anecdote later on. Maybe he thought he could impress Cecilia with his bravery. But he didn't know he was in front of the Zodiac. He didn't know that the intention was to kill. He thought it was just a robbery. Brian told the man who had come through the trees that he didn't have any money, only 50 cents, but he offered to help in any way he could. The man refused and said he was on the run, just released from prison. The man had Cecilia tie up Brian. At this point, Brian said he thought he could get the gun that was pointed at them, but Cecilia looked too afraid, and Brian said he decided against it. Then the man tied up Cecilia, checked Brian's restraints, and hog-tied both of them, stringing the rope between their wrists and ankles, positioning them with their stomachs on the ground. Brian still thought they would be okay. He was more worried about them freezing if the figure left them tied up. But he didn't leave them to freeze. Instead, he stabbed them both repeatedly in their torsos. Then he left. Brian, convinced there was no way either of them could survive, but still determined to give it his best shot, kissed Cecilia and told her he was going to try to get help. Brian dragged his body up to the road where assistance eventually came. Brian survived, but Cecilia did not. After the attack, Brian told the police of the spot. "There was this one place I used to go out. We used to all the time, you know, and I couldn't find it. And so I figured, forget it, and this looks like as good a place as any." He picked the spot. That's the sort of survivor's guilt that's almost impossible to shake. At the time that Brian was talking to law enforcement, he didn't realize that the Zodiac had attacked him and murdered Cecilia. But the killer made it clear that the scene at Lake Berryessa was his handiwork. He wrote on the door of Brian's white Volkswagen, "Vallejo, 12/20/68, 7/4/69, September 27, 69, 6:30, by knife." Then, just to be sure everyone knew who they were dealing with, the Zodiac called the police. "I want to report a murder. No, a double murder. They are 2 miles north of park headquarters. They were in a white Volkswagen Carmen Ghia." His voice growing distant, the Zodiac ended the call, saying, "I'm the one who did it." Brian's recollection of events led to a now infamous sketch of the Zodiac. A hefty man wearing a black hood with blank holes where eyes should be. As with David Faraday, Betty Lou Jensen, Darlene Farron, and Mike Mageau, the attack on Cecilia Ann Shepard and Brian Hartnell would go without an arrest. The only comforting thing, in retrospect, is that it was almost over. Though there was no way to know it at the time, the final murder that would be tied to the Zodiac was right around the corner. But now, the Zodiac decided to break all of his old patterns. On October 11th, 1969, the Zodiac murdered 29-year-old San Francisco cab driver Paul Stine. It wasn't a couple out canoodling in the park or in a car. There were no elaborate costumes that we know of, no attempts to set a scene. It wasn't the long, drawn-out type of killing with a knife. It was one victim, killed with one shot, while trying to earn his daily living. Around 9:55 p.m. on that Saturday, Stine picked up a passenger at an intersection in San Francisco, not knowing the man was the Zodiac. Stine drove to Washington and Cherry Street, and when he stopped, the Zodiac shot Stine behind his right ear with a 9mm semi-automatic. The Zodiac took his wallet, the keys to the cab, tore off a piece of Stein's shirt, and then he disappeared. The final known murder would not have been attributed to the Zodiac if he hadn't made sure the police knew it was him. It was outside of his usual method of operations, hurried and unsophisticated. No one initially suspected that this was a Zodiac murder. They thought it was just another cab driver killing done for a few bucks in fares. But then, 2 days after the murder, the San Francisco Chronicle got a present in the mail, the torn piece of Stein's bloody shirt, along with a letter that threatened to shoot a bus full of children, saying, "School children make nice targets." It mocked police for not catching him. Some witnesses did see the Zodiac that night without any sort of hood or costume on. They said he wiped down the inside of the cab and then calmly walked away. They described him as a white male, 35 to 45 years old. Witnesses said he was about 5 feet 10 inches, 190 pounds, with reddish blonde hair worn in a crew cut. They said he wore glasses with plastic frames and a navy or black parka-like jacket, possibly the same jacket he wore at the Lake Berryessa murder. The witnesses also said he had a paunchy stomach. From these witnesses' descriptions, a sketch of the Zodiac unmasked was created. And since then, people have used it to claim everyone from their own father to Senator Ted Cruz is the Zodiac. But let's stick with the description for a minute. It makes sense. Paunchy, glasses, wearing baggy clothes. The Zodiac sounds like any background loser in a movie. Maybe that's where his psychosis stemmed from. Maybe this guy had been a reject his entire life. Socially awkward, with no real control over anything happening to him, especially over how people saw him or interacted with him. And while we're engaging in amateur-level psychology, doesn't it make sense that someone with no control over his personal environment and physical presentation would be so controlling over his murders? That someone who craved attention his whole life because he didn't get it in the normal world would then play cat-and-mouse games with police and reporters? He never had control until he started killing. That's when the Zodiac was able to exert the most control in his life, not just over his victims, but also over the public and over the press. Yet there was always one reporter he couldn't quite dominate. Paul Avery was a classic example of a journalist getting too close to his subject, but his work was indisputably impressive. Avery was a longtime crime reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle when the Zodiac sent his first letter to their outlet, demanding its publication. He jumped on the story, wrote more pieces about the killer than anyone else, and eventually became a target himself. A few days before Halloween, 1970, after the known killings had stopped, the Zodiac decided to have some fun with his favorite reporter. He sent Avery a Halloween card. It had a cartoon skeleton on the front, with a pre-printed message that, although not written by the Zodiac, was bizarre and threatening. "I feel it in my bones, you ache to know my name, and so I'll clue you in." On the inside, the message finished with, "But then why spoil the game?" I really want to know who dropped acid and made this card. That wasn't all. The Zodiac decided to show off his art skills by drawing pictures of elaborate staring eyes, and then another message reading, "Peekaboo, you are doomed." He also wrote on the back of the card in columns, "Paradise slaves." Those words intersected into a cross and were circled by the words, "By fire, by gun, by knife, by rope." You can buy a replica of the front of the card in sticker, postcard, or greeting card format on Redbubble for less than $4. I'll let you judge whether that's quirky or in the worst taste possible. The whole thing must have given Avery and everyone in his circle a sense of dread. Investigators at the time said that they believed the card was intended as a death threat for Avery, and a handwriting expert later confirmed that the card came from the Zodiac, not a copycat. The Zodiac had also written the number 14, or numeral 4-teen, in a few places around the card. Investigators believed that either meant that the Zodiac was saying he had killed 14 people, or that Avery would be his 14th victim. However, there were still only 5 victims officially attributed to the Zodiac. For reasons that escape me, Avery told reporters that he refused police protection. "I do think I'll be a little careful for a while," Avery said. "I consider that you are doomed to be a lot of talk." Avery admitted debating the Zodiac in some of his work, but he was confident enough to say, "I'm not frightened, but I think Zodiac is." That's a bold statement if ever there was one. But that was Avery's style. He even went so far as to suggest the Zodiac was too scared after the murder of cab driver Paul Stein. Avery said the Zodiac was almost caught, and since then has not identified anyone he has killed. He just boosts the number. It's an interesting point. Who's to say that after Stein the Zodiac didn't stop killing? Maybe he just wanted to keep playing the game. After the death threats were made public, male reporters wore buttons saying, "I'm not Paul Avery," including Paul Avery himself. At least he had a sense of humor about the whole thing. Not long afterward, the Zodiac stopped killing in the Bay Area, leaving a cold trail of destruction and heartache in his wake. That never stopped the theories about who the Zodiac was from permeating the culture. For some reason, there are an incredible number of people out there convinced that their own relatives are the Zodiac. Some of them might want attention. It's fair to say that a decent number of them have family dynamics that go beyond the term dysfunctional. One example is Gary Stewart, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. In 2014, the cleaning company vice president wrote a book about his biological father, Earl Van Best, Jr., titled The Most Dangerous Animal of All, written with journalist Susan Mustafa, which chronicles an adopted Stewart's journey to find his biological dad and coming up with a killer for a parent. It was a New York Times bestseller, coming out right as the true crime phenomenon was starting to hit its stride. That same year, This American Life's podcast, Serial, was released, completely transforming podcasting and the true crime genre. Early the following year, HBO's The Jinx came out, then Netflix's Making a Murderer. In January of 2016, My Favorite Murder released its first episode, and on the obsession grew. To come out with a staggering claim about a case that was known by even the most amateur true crime follower, right before some of the most popular productions in true crime history would be released, is lightning you can't catch in a bottle twice. Stewart's evidence that his now-deceased father was the Zodiac included some of his own DNA kinda, sorta, but not really matching the DNA of the Zodiac retrieved from a stamp off one of his letters. It also included the unscrambling of a cipher to somehow read E.V. Best, and a fingerprint found at the Stein crime scene that may or may not belong to the Zodiac, and when reverse-engineered vaguely matched a print of Best. None of this is great, and ZodiacKillerFacts.com really went to town debunking Stewart's claims. But don't feel too bad for Stewart. As of April 2019, he was, what else, working on a documentary about his dad as the Zodiac. The man most people believe to have been the Zodiac is Arthur Lee Allen, a former Vallejo schoolteacher, and the only suspect to be served with search warrants by police. Allen was a prime suspect, even after his death in 1992. Vallejo police said they had Allen's DNA in 2001, when they sent white envelopes to a lab for DNA analysis. However, police wouldn't confirm if they were comparing it to the Zodiac or if they had other DNA samples from suspects to test. This well came up dry. But while DNA didn't give answers in 2001, there were still plenty who believed that Allen was the guy, most notably writer Robert Graysmith. His books Zodiac and Zodiac Unmasked were used to make David Fincher's movie Zodiac, which also points the finger right at Allen. While there's a lack of forensic evidence to link Allen to the Zodiac killings, Graysmith stands by his 25 years of research. That included Allen being one of 9 people at Lake Berryessa the day Cecilia and Brian were attacked. Allen is also said to have bragged to a coworker that he was going to kill couples at night, sent letters to the press, and called himself Zodiac. Graysmith points to that coworker, Don Chaney, taking and passing a lie detector test. I'm skeptical that someone as measured and controlled as the Zodiac would be able to go this long without being caught, but would mouth off with specifics to a coworker. Graysmith does admit that it's impossible to know for sure if Allen is the right guy. In a 2007 interview with Rossiter Drake for the San Francisco Examiner, Graysmith said, "The evidence is circumstantial, and you never know in this case. I do think to myself, there were thousands of suspects, but what if there was one more?" The option to test the maybe there's one more theory seemed to reopen in 2018. After police were able to make an arrest in the Golden State Killer case based off of DNA, there was buzz about what major cold case could be next. Of course, speculation was high that it would be the Zodiac. In May of 2018, law enforcement sent out DNA for analysis again. But then it was crickets. When I reached out to Vallejo police for an update, I received an email that said, "Unfortunately, at this time, we do not have any updates to release on this case at this time. I hope you have a wonderful day." I wonder how many times poor Sergeant Jeff Tye has had to email that statement. Joan Didion had a hand in creating the modern Los Angeles, yet another California location of yet another infamous, though solved, murder spree. She said of the murders of Sharon Tate, Abigail Folger, Jay Sebring, Stephen Parent, and Wojciech Frykowski, "Many people I know in Los Angeles believe that the 60s ended abruptly on August 9th, 1969. The murders by the family of Charles Manson represented the end of the swinging 60s. The psychedelic, free love era in many ways did come to a hard stop on that smoldering hot August night. People started carrying handguns. The bright colors and acid trips grew muted. People stayed home. They reined themselves back in. Society became more controlled." 2 months later, the Zodiac, completely outside of his normal methodology, committed the last murder that he would publicly take credit for. Paul Stein, the cab driver. Some antics attributed to the Zodiac after that were very unlike him. It was as though, as society became more measured and cautious, he began to lose control of his senses. On October 22nd, 1969, a man called the Oakland Police Department claiming to be the Zodiac and saying he wanted to talk to an attorney. Melvin Belli would do. Belli was called the King of Torts, and throughout his career he had clients like the swashbuckling actor Errol Flynn and boxer Muhammad Ali. An interview was arranged, and the conversation was broadcast on live television, even though the police believed it was a hoax. The guy on the other end of the line called himself Sam and complained of headaches. At one point, he screamed. It made for riveting TV, but brought police no closer to catching the Zodiac. The call was traced to a mental patient at a hospital, but law enforcement and society had shown the Zodiac that they were still under his complete control. Then, in December of 1969, Belli got a letter. The letter was sad, begging for help to not kill any more people. It ended, Please help me. I cannot remain in control for much longer. There are two possibilities with this letter. One possibility is it's a fake. Though the handwriting was quite similar to previous letters from the Zodiac and included misspelled words, this is very possible. The other possibility is it was the Zodiac. I lean toward this theory. If it was the killer, he was taking the piss out of Belli after the talk show incident. Nothing up until this point says that the Zodiac is anything other than fully capable, conscious, in control, and loving it. The way he slowly savored every moment of his kills, the careful, measured way that he planned them all, says that this was a game for him, a game he treasured, and something he wanted to keep doing. In his book, The Cases That Haunt Us, FBI criminal profiler John Douglas said he thought the Zodiac got scared on the night he killed cab driver Paul Stein. Not only did several witnesses see the Zodiac leave the scene, he potentially spoke to 2 police officers as he was leaving the scene. But because it was dark and they'd initially been told to look for a black man, the officers let him go. According to Douglas, after the Stein murder, the Zodiac saw the writing on the wall. Offenders like this don't go down easy. To lose the high of being the lead story on the news for years, on and off, of having so many people fear you, to surrender all power and control and go to prison, that's when I advise around-the-clock suicide watch. Serial killers stop their work for multiple reasons. Some are arrested on other charges. If arrested, sometimes they're released and kill again, but maybe in a different way, or they die in prison. According to Peter Vronsky's book, Serial Killers, The Method and Madness of Monsters, there actually is such a thing as serial killer burnout. When that happens, perhaps due to lack of attention or interest in killing, some will turn themselves in. Others will commit suicide, and in rare cases, some might just fade into the background and stop killing all on their own. It's impossible to know which, if any, of these situations applied to the Zodiac. What we do know is that he did stop killing, although he kept trying to maintain the spotlight. Intermittently, the Zodiac kept sending letters to newspapers, trying to keep his name in the headlines. He kept upping his alleged kill tally in these letters, but I think it was all a bluff. Police could never confirm any of these kills. The closest anyone has gotten is a reference to the woman and her baby that I gave a rather interesting ride for a couple hours, from a summer of 1970 letter to the San Francisco Chronicle. Many believe this is in reference to 22-year-old Kathleen Jones. On March 20th, 1970, she was driving with her baby daughter on the highway when a vehicle pulled up next to her and tried to get her to pull over. She did, and the driver told Kathleen the back wheel of her car was loose. When he went to fix it, he loosened the wheels for real, and one fell off before she could get anywhere. The driver offered to take Kathleen and her kid to the gas station, and she accepted. The drive got weird quickly for Kathleen. She said he made some vague threats to her and her daughter, so she grabbed her kid and jumped out of the car. Then she promptly got into the car of another person driving by. Luckily, this was an upstanding citizen who took her to a police station, where, when Kathleen saw the Zodiac sketch, she said it was the same man. I think this was the last time the Zodiac attempted anything. He had worked up some courage or felt the need to try something new, and he went for it and failed. After that, he just couldn't risk it again. He'd lost his ability to control every situation, and he wasn't good at improvising. So instead, he wrote letters, tried to take credit for things he likely didn't do, until eventually he faded away. After a couple letters in 1971, nothing was heard from the Zodiac for 3 years. In January of 1974, he sent the San Francisco Chronicle a letter saying that the movie The Exorcist was the best satirical comedy that I have ever seen. Now he claimed to have killed 37 people. He sent a couple more letters, then radio silence until April of 1978. Douglas believes this final communication reads like a suicide note. Dear editor, this is the Zodiac speaking. I am back with you. Tell Herb Cain I am here. I have always been here. That city pig Tosky is good, but I am, crossed out letters, smarter and better. He will get tired, then leave me alone. I am waiting for a good movie about me. Who will play me? I am now in control of all things. Yours truly. Where there would have been a signature, there was a new murder tally. Zodiac, guess. SFPD, 0. The Zodiac was done. Maybe he did, in fact, kill himself, as Douglas suggested, or maybe he was dying from something else. Whatever it was, this shell of a being who had terrorized a hunting ground of his own creation for so long was now too afraid to do anything besides blow smoke, and he knew it. At the end of it all, this control freak was a coward. The Black Dahlia, patron saint of mutilated women. Elizabeth Short has a mugshot. The Santa Barbara Police Department took it when she was 19 years old and arrested for underage drinking. A heavy brow overshadows small, light-colored eyes. Wild hair is pushed back from her face, characterized by sharp features and full lips. The bow on the front of her shirt is crooked, her pearl earrings large. There's something about the way her lips are ever so slightly parted, and she looks straight on at the camera. Her eyes are small, almost half open, but they still pull you in. You could paint anything you wanted on her expression. You could imagine she's a woman in trouble, a woman saddened at an early age by the lies of life, or that she's trying to seduce you. Her photo could arguably be a Rorschach test for how the viewer thinks about women, victims, and crime. In the photo, she's still several years away from her death, several years away from being split in two and having a jackal smile cut into the corners of her mouth. But there's something about her stare, as though even then she always knew she was going to become famous. She just didn't know how. She doesn't look like the same person in the photo used in the police bulletin after her death. In that one, she's polished, eyes wide open but staring up, not at the viewer. Her hair is still a mass of curls, but these are maintained, with one large, fashionable curl coming down just above her left eyebrow. Her lips are dark, outlining white teeth from a small, demure smile. Elizabeth looks like every other Hollywood hopeful. Hundreds of girls had their own versions of this picture, but none of them had that mugshot. Elizabeth Short would morph from daughter and friend and struggling actress into slain woman. People would forget her name, and she would become the Black Dahlia, a nickname alluding to both her beauty and the barbaric thing that was done to her. Elizabeth's true self would eventually be taken over by half-truths and a public fascinated by her vicious murder. Her little life, with her everyday dreams and struggles, would fade into the past as the Black Dahlia became her infamous future. The case started with a trip to the shoe store. Mrs. John Bersinger was walking with her 3-year-old daughter in the Lamert Park neighborhood of Los Angeles. It was late morning, just before 11 a.m. on January 15th, 1947. It wasn't a part of town you would want to take a leisurely stroll through. It was a tighten your grip on your kid's hand and pick up the pace part of town. So when Bersinger came across Elizabeth Short's body and realized what she was seeing, she kept walking. Police would later report that Bersinger told them that she did not think it was important and that she did not want any of the attendant publicity. She didn't think it was important? That tells you a lot about the neighborhood where Short was found. But it also drives home an underlying theme in this story. Elizabeth wasn't a real person. She wasn't someone worth bothering over until her mutilation was discovered to be unique and exciting. She was a grotesque, tragic canvas for people to paint on. Like other beautiful women who die tragically and infamously, she would become a sort of image to which others could apply their own thoughts, ideas, and fantasies. For some reason, police reports tended to bring up that Elizabeth's fingernails were bitten down to the quick when they described her. Maybe because the rest of what happened to her body, not of her own volition, was so gruesome. According to a follow-up police report by the Los Angeles Police Department, Elizabeth's body had been placed in the park early that morning, just after the morning dew set on the grass. The crime scene was free of the gore on the grass that would mean Elizabeth had been murdered at the location. Her body was severed in half and pulled apart. Her lower half, cut around the belly button, was lying about a foot to the south of her upper half. Her top and bottom halves were lying flat. The report noted there were protruding entrails of the lower half lying under the buttocks. Her body showed no signs of rigor mortis, so police at the time estimated that she had been dead less than 10 to 12 hours from when she was found. However, modern understanding of rigor mortis is that it begins 2 to 4 hours after death and tends to go away about 18 to 36 hours after death in the average body. In any case, rigor mortis has never been a great indicator of time of death, no matter how often it gets thrown around in reality and on television police dramas. She had been washed at some point after her murder, because Elizabeth's body didn't have any blood smears or stains. Police also recovered what appeared to be stiff bristles from a brush, especially in her pubic region. She was as clean as she could be, with internal organs snaking out of her body. Despite the wash, the rest of Elizabeth's body was slashed and mutilated in a horrible fashion. She had several cuts on her forehead, consistent with being hit with a blunt instrument, as noted in the police reports. She had lacerations on both of her breasts, with the top of the right one completely removed. She had a crisscross pattern slashed on her pubic area, with some of the hair cut off. The monster had also slashed a tit-tat-toe pattern on her right hip. She had strangulation marks on her neck and marks on her lower legs and arms, from rope or some other type of restraint. Then there was the most famous mutilation of all, the markings that today no Black Dahlia costume is complete without. The corners of Elizabeth's mouth were slashed approximately 3 inches each, from the corner up toward her cheekbones. In case you were wondering, yes, there are a variety of YouTube videos to teach you how to get it just right. Several things were clear at this point. She had only been dead less than 24 hours. Lamert Park was a secondary location, and the police were doing a good job of investigating and making deductions so far. That last part is striking. Officers back then didn't have the advanced technology that we have today, and while they had fingerprint analysis, that was about as sophisticated as things got. All they had were the original primary tools of law enforcement: deduction, logic, and experience. Unlike a lot of other cases that go unsolved because police missed important evidence or let an entire circus traipse through their crime scene, the police, in this case, knew what they were doing and did their best. They just happened to be dealing with a shadowy madman that, even if they did have modern techniques, they might not have been able to find. As soon as the first responding officers found Elizabeth's body, They immediately checked the surrounding park for any cars or people in the area who could have been potential suspects or witnesses. They also notified the homicide unit. After examining the body and collecting what evidence they could, officers took Elizabeth's fingerprints and sent them to the FBI. The feds were able to get her identity from her fingerprints because she had once had a government job, and because of the underage drinking that led to that now infamous mugshot. The police used the fingerprints to track down not only Elizabeth's name, but also her relatives. Unfortunately, a resourceful reporter got to her mother first. Phoebe Short was going about her business when a guy with a notepad and camera showed up and asked her how she felt about her daughter being torn in half and dumped in an empty lot. In a Los Angeles Times article, Phoebe told reporters she will not believe that a girl whose nude and butchered body was found in a Los Angeles lot yesterday belonged to her daughter until she was told so by police. Phoebe thought Elizabeth had been doing extra work and taking small roles in movies until a couple weeks before reporters showed up at her house out of the blue. Phoebe said Elizabeth left Hollywood because of a movie strike that made it difficult to get roles, but that was the last she'd heard of her daughter. The press ate this story up. The tale of a mutilated, dead woman was like candy that they couldn't stop eating. Every minute detail, some true, others reported too early and later debunked, and some altogether made up, was reported from coast to coast. It didn't take long before Elizabeth's legacy transformed into more myth than reality. It's shocking that Hollywood has never been able to make a decent movie about Elizabeth Short. All the elements seem to be there. A wannabe movie star with a dark history and lifestyle, brutally murdered before she can make it in the movie industry, or find her true love. Yet the closest anyone has come to making a biopic on Elizabeth Short is Brian De Palma, with his 2006 film, The Black Dahlia. It is... okay, it's bad, for a lot of reasons. The first is that it's the story of a woman's murder told from the perspective of a male detective, which I understand is a thing that happens a lot, but that doesn't make it any less egregious, especially given the constant male gazing going on throughout the film, with male detectives getting sweaty in the California heat and insisting that they will get justice for this poor dame. ! Fist pound on table. Then there's the fact that the film leans so hard into every salacious, unproven rumor and conspiracy surrounding the case. It uses Elizabeth Short's alleged slutty ways as a weapon against her. It's just not good. But in a lot of ways, this movie and its mistakes might be the most fitting representation, symbolically, of what happened to Elizabeth Short. In the years before her death, Elizabeth lived a nomadic lifestyle. She was born and raised in Medford, Massachusetts. Her father, Cleo Short, faked his own suicide in order to leave his family and wife. Talk about a dramatic exit. When Elizabeth was 18, having learned that her father was actually alive and well and living in Vallejo, California, she decided she would join him. According to Cleo's interview with the police soon after Elizabeth's murder, the two had had an agreement. Elizabeth could stay, but she would cook and keep the house clean and generally be a live-in housekeeper for Cleo. The arrangement only lasted about 3 weeks. Cleo said Elizabeth had a habit of running around, stayed out late, and generally did all the things people in the 1940s associated with bad women. So he sent Elizabeth packing, and at the time of her murder hadn't seen her since. A side note about Elizabeth's father's behavior during his interview with police: the man was drunk, belligerent, and said he didn't care that she'd been murdered. He wouldn't even go to the coroner's office to identify her body. So his statement about Elizabeth's tawdry ways, while the first of many, was perhaps not the most reliable. After she left her father, Elizabeth spent about 7 months working at Camp Cook, California, in the Post Exchange. A Los Angeles Police Department report details Elizabeth's nomadic movements. She went to Florida in 1944 and 1945, and then back home to Medford, Massachusetts. Elizabeth stayed there with her mother until March of 1946, at which point she went to Long Beach, California. This is where law enforcement began to struggle following her numerous address changes. Elizabeth moved around to about a half-dozen different addresses in less than a year, and those were just the ones law enforcement could find. In some cases, she stayed for a few scant weeks before packing up and moving again, mostly in the Hollywood area. Finally, an all-night movie theater employee named Dorothy French let Elizabeth live with her in San Diego, after she found Elizabeth sleeping in the theater. Elizabeth left Dorothy on January 8, 1947, just a week before her murder, with a man called Red, a.k.a. Robert Manley. We'll get to him later. Throughout her time as a wandering wannabe starlet, Elizabeth seemed to fascinate the people whose lives she moved in and out of. Dorothy French knew nothing about Elizabeth, yet she was so taken in by her that she let Elizabeth stay in her home for weeks. Similarly, Anne Toth, another woman who happened upon Elizabeth and took her in, told police she was impressed by her story of not having a place to stay, so she invited Elizabeth to live with her for a time. Elizabeth was someone who fell in with people easily. She could please them and make them feel comfortable with her. It was a skill that was probably a combination of natural charisma and survival instinct. When she decided to live in California, without a job or connections, Elizabeth needed people who were willing to move their own lives around to make space for her. Despite the fact that she was a charmer, there's no hard evidence that Elizabeth was deceitful or a temptress, but the press didn't care. It wanted and needed her to be something of its own creation. Described as lovely, innocent, and shy in 1943 when she first came to California for her health, the black-haired beauty had changed to a man-crazy adventuress during her 3 years of gay living in 4 Southern California cities, wrote one California newspaper. In most articles, the reporter is sure to identify Elizabeth as the attractive victim, or attractive brunette, or pretty Elizabeth Short, among many other variations of the same. The press was fascinated not only with the brutality of the crime, but the fact that this happened to a beautiful young woman. A beautiful young woman who had a darkly glamorous nickname that was just perfect for selling stories. The Black Dahlia. Who gave Elizabeth Short her now infamous nickname? Men, of course. Different newspaper articles and sources give slightly different reasons for the nickname. The Los Angeles Times said it was because of the flower-like arrangement of her jet-black hair and affinity for black garments. Others said it was a play on the movie title The Blue Dahlia, which starred Veronica Lake, and had come out in 1946. Due to Elizabeth's love of black clothing and even undergarments, joking would-be lovers made a play on the movie's name and called her the Black Dahlia. Whatever the exact reason for the nickname, the people who gave Elizabeth the moniker were overwhelmingly said to be men, usually men who were either trying to court her or were already courting her. Instead of focusing on Elizabeth herself, many people focus on these very men, as though there are answers in a laundry list of gentlemen callers. The police investigated every angle they could find, but the press, with headlines like "Black Dahlia's Love Life Traced in Search for Her Fiendish Murderer," was particularly obsessed with all the men she had dated. An ongoing narrative in the aftermath of Elizabeth Short's murder was that she wanted to be a movie star or a military man's wife. Those were her 2 goals, and she did seem to date or be around a lot of military men in the few years leading up to her death. Her arrest from underage drinking took place at the El Paso restaurant while she was in the company of several soldiers. There were letters found in Elizabeth's trunk of personal effects, many of them from soldiers or other men in the military. A summary piece published in the St. Louis Globe-Democrat a couple weeks after her body was found had a subsection titled Pursued Officers. The piece read, "She became one of a host of misguided girls who chased about the country in vain search of a service husband, preferably an officer." The piece referred to Elizabeth's alleged plans to marry an officer, Major Matthew Gordon, who was killed overseas. However, while the author writes about the engagement as fact, no one knows for sure if they were indeed going to get married. People had heard Elizabeth talk about him, and she said they were to be married, and she had a telegram alerting her to his death in her personal effects. Whether or not any planned marriage was set in stone remains just another unsolved piece of Elizabeth Short's life. Fuel was added to the boy-crazy narrative when law enforcement arrested their first suspect, a man initially identified only as Red. Red was the last known person to see Elizabeth alive, which made him a person of interest in the case. His real name was Robert Manley. He was a 25-year-old married salesman with orangish hair, a slender build, and large ears. His hair was cropped at the sides and thick on top, a style that many men still sport today. He also happened to be a former Army musician, so he fit what people claim to be Elizabeth's type. Manley picked up Elizabeth on January 8, 1947, while she was staying with Dorothy French. When Dorothy said goodbye to Elizabeth, she only knew Manley as Red and that he drove a Studebaker. Manley said Elizabeth wanted to go to Los Angeles. They drove for a while, spent the night at a Pacific Beach motel, and he dropped her off the next day at the Biltmore Hotel. A quick word about the Biltmore Hotel. Opened in the 1920s, it was, and still is, a swanky place that someone like Elizabeth simply could not afford, at least not without a major discount. It's possible Manley dropped her off there so Elizabeth could sit in the bar and wait for someone to come along and buy her a drink or dinner. Or maybe she simply wanted to impress Red, so she waited until his car was out of sight before leaving the hotel for a different place to stay. Whatever her reason, people claim her ghost haunts the hotel even to this day. If I were her, I'd probably haunt the person who murdered me and not a hotel. But the place is still tacky enough to, at least as of 2020, have a drink on their bar menu called Black Dahlia. The $13 beverage with citrus vodka, Chambord, and Kahlua is, excuse the pun, in very poor taste. Manley was eventually found by police and brought in for questioning late January 19th, 1947, after he got back to Los Angeles from a trip to San Francisco. There's a photograph of Manley and his wife, Harriet, just before he was booked on suspicion of murder. It's a tender image. They're in profile, staring each other in the eyes, her hands clasping the sides of his face, her wedding ring showing. Her cheekbones are sharp, and her hair is covered with a scarf. His face is hard to read. He looks sad and confused, and apologetic for getting them into this mess all at the same time. Her expression is clearer. She's determined where he's unsure. She's strong where he's weak. She's willing to ride this out because she knows her husband is only guilty of being a cheater, a crime she'd be willing to forgive. Harriet was right. 2 days later, Manley was released. Police never had much to hold him on. They really just wanted to talk to him while in custody. Captain Jack Donahoe admitted as much when Manley was brought in, saying, "Most of the evidence seems to be on Manley's side." That lack of evidence included no bloodstains found in Manley's car, and he had an alibi that Donahoe said does not appear to have been put together. Despite having very little to go on, Donahoe and the Los Angeles Police Department kept Manley for 2 days. On the first day, he reportedly fell asleep while answering questions from an ongoing relay of officers for hours. He also voluntarily took a polygraph test that first day, but the results came back as confused. The Associated Press has a photograph of Manley taking the test, which looks staged. There's a detective and police chemist behind Manley, who is seated in a chair with a coil around his waist and a band on his arm. The police officers are looking at a long paper printout with squiggled lines on it and discussing what it says with each other. Manley looks straight ahead, determined. He looks so young, and he was, just 25, with the baby face of a teenager. This is a case where everyone who wasn't in law enforcement was young. Most of the suspects, the witnesses, and, especially, the victim. It's easy to forget just how young Elizabeth was when she was murdered. 22. We sometimes say that it's tragic when people die in the prime of their lives, but what about the people who never even have the chance to reach their prime? Manley was hardly the only suspect in this horrific saga. At one point, law enforcement considered every person who came in contact with Elizabeth a suspect, and I'm only being mildly hyperbolic. The FBI helped them narrow it down a little bit. They put together something that could be considered a very early partial criminal profile. The manner in which Elizabeth Short's body was dissected has indicated the possibility that the murderer was a person somewhat experienced in medical work. The Los Angeles Police Department has undertaken to develop suspects among the medical and dental schools in the area, as well as among other students who have anything to do with human anatomy. This didn't turn up a lot, but law enforcement was working diligently on the case, trying to use every lead and resource at their disposal. This included dealing with a fair number of people who wanted to come forward and confess to killing Elizabeth. At the end of January, 2 people went to law enforcement separately and claimed they had killed Elizabeth. One was Daniel S. Voorhees, a man that in the years since has never really been taken seriously as a suspect. He signed a one-line confession that read, "I did kill Beth Short." This is interesting because Elizabeth was known as Beth to a lot of her friends. So either he knew her well enough to know that, or he just happened to call her by a common nickname. Either way, he refused to elaborate on his confession and was eventually released. While Voorhees was telling police he killed Beth, Emily E. Williams from Tampa, Florida, was talking to San Diego police claiming that she was in fact the murderer of the Black Dahlia. Williams claimed she shot and mutilated Elizabeth because she caught her with her boyfriend. Williams was also dismissed. After all, Elizabeth had never been shot. Then there was the guy who kept sending postcards and letters to police, claiming to have murdered Elizabeth and wanting to turn himself in. One of these letters claimed he would surrender at 10 a.m. the day after Voorhees and Williams turned themselves in. He changed his mind and instead sent out notes to police and media. He sent 2 messages to the Los Angeles Times the morning he was supposed to surrender. One was a postcard with taped-on paper letters that read, "Changed mind. Find me." The other was a note glued to a piece of white paper that read, 5 tomorrow evening at the Los Angeles Times. Promise. Black Dahlia. BB. That was another date the writer did not keep. He then sent a letter to the Los Angeles Police Department that read, "Have changed my mind. You would not give me a square deal. Dahlia killing was justified." The police must have been somewhere between out of their minds upset and genuinely at a loss. On the one hand, someone had mailed Elizabeth's address book and personal papers to a few newspapers. So a person who was intimate with the victim was communicating with the press on some level. On the other hand, this guy was clearly screwing around and being a general prankster pain in the ass. But what could they do? The police had to take everything seriously, which meant that every wacko with too much time on his or her hands was destined to get some measure of attention from police, warranted or not. Headaches and red herrings didn't end with false confessions and games being played by sickos. The police also had to contend with what they believed to be copycats. By mid-February, there were 4 unusual cases in the 6 weeks since Elizabeth's death, according to an FBI office memorandum to FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover from the Los Angeles special agent in charge. One of those was Jean French. She was a 45-year-old married nurse. Her body was found on a West Los Angeles hilltop. Her mouth had been cut upward at the edges, her body gashed and mutilated. She had been kicked so hard and so many times that her body had heel marks all along it. Her neck and lower right jaw were both broken. A rib pierced her heart, and she'd been found underneath a pile of her clothing. On her torso, the psychopath who murdered her had written BD, along with 2 other obscene words in lipstick. Unlike with Elizabeth Short, however, Jean had been beaten and kicked to death close to where her body was found, about 12 feet away. She was then dragged across the mud and grass. Jean seemed to have lived a very interesting life before her murder. The Los Angeles Times said she was at one time the wife of a Texas oilman, a flyer, a Pioneer Airlines stewardess, a bit player in the movies, and an Army nurse. But all that would be lost to mania and time. People wouldn't know those things about Jean. Instead, she was just another tragic female victim whose story would always come as an aside in the Black Dahlia saga. Police investigated the case as a separate murder, never truly drawing any connection to Elizabeth Short, other than as a potential copycat. However, the murderer of Elizabeth was very likely a serial killer. It seems almost obvious to the modern eye. Brutal murders don't just happen in isolation. You don't chop up a person and then move on with your life, never killing again. And for a killing as intricate as Elizabeth's, it's unlikely that it was the murderer's first time. But in the 1940s, serial killers just weren't a thing. The label hadn't even been created yet. Therefore, it didn't occur to police that these copycat cases might actually have been committed by the same person who killed Elizabeth. The list of suspects in the Elizabeth Short case was, and still is, long. While plenty of arrests were made, nothing ever stuck, and Elizabeth's family never saw any sort of closure for her murder. Lingering suspects include Leslie Dillon, a bellhop and wannabe writer who used to moonlight as a mortician's assistant. He got involved in the case in 1948 when he wrote to a Los Angeles Police Department psychiatrist wanting to learn more about the case. He claimed he was writing a book on sadism and sexual psychopaths. Police extensively interviewed him, but they eventually lost interest in Dillon. Then there's Mark Hansen, a nightclub and theater owner who knew Elizabeth. Hansen was one of the last people to talk to Elizabeth before she died, when she called him from San Diego. Police said Hansen made contradictory statements when interviewed, but they eventually lost interest in him as well when no evidence came up. The list goes on, but the suspect who has risen to prominence in recent years did so because of one person, his son. Former Los Angeles Police Department Detective Steve Hodel adamantly claims that his father, Dr. George H. Hodel, killed Elizabeth. Many people agree with him, and he wasn't just making this up out of nowhere. Some of what he said fit. Shortly after Elizabeth's murder, Dr. Hodel was on the police's radar. Fun fact about Dr. Hodel. He made the papers the same year as Elizabeth's murder, but for a different crime, of which he was the supposed victim. A very brief article in San Bernardino's newspaper, The Sun, says that prowlers stole Dr. Hodel's 1,400-year-old Chinese sacrificial tablet. The tablet was inlaid with precious stones and valued at $25,000. I tell you this, 1, because it's interesting, and 2, because if this is the guy who murdered Elizabeth, It gives you some insight as to the type of person we're dealing with. The man has ancient Chinese artifacts in his home. Eccentric? Absolutely. But it also tells us that if he did murder Elizabeth, he wasn't afraid of getting caught. He reported this in November of 1947, 10 months after her murder. Police were still working on the case. The attention had died down, but no one had forgotten about the murder of the Black Dahlia, and Dr. Hodel opened up his home for an investigation into a piece that, quite frankly, belonged in a museum, not his living room. The ancient Chinese art theft was not what drew police to Dr. Hodel. Rather, it was because of criminal charges in 1949. Dr. Hodel was accused of having improper relations with his 14-year-old daughter. What exactly improper relations meant in those days isn't spelled out in the newspapers, but his daughter testified to an incident, and her testimony was corroborated by others. However, Hodel was acquitted. From February 18, 1950 to March 27, 1950, the Los Angeles Police Department monitored Dr. Hodel and put 2 microphones in his home to see if he would make any incriminating statements. The recordings did turn up a few interesting statements, including, "Supposing I did kill the Black Dahlia. They couldn't prove it now. They can't talk to my secretary anymore because she's dead." The running theory is that Dr. Hodel killed his secretary via an overdose because she knew about his illegal medical practices, like billing patients for unnecessary treatments and tests, and was going to blackmail him. There was never enough evidence against Dr. Hodel for police at the time to arrest him, and he died in 1999. Then, in 2003, his son published Black Dahlia Avenger, A Genius for Murder. Hodel has since published 2 additional books, teasing out more and more evidence that his father killed Elizabeth Short. He also published 2 other books on his father, Most Evil, Volumes 1 and 2, about how his father killed other people and was in fact a serial murderer. He even names his father as the Zodiac Killer, though the ages don't quite match up. Where the murder of Elizabeth Short is concerned, Steve Hodel kicked off his pursuit when he came across a photo album that included 2 pictures of a young woman. Hodel told The Guardian that he thought to himself, "My God, that looks like the Black Dahlia." Hodel was off to the races after that, spending years researching and trying to track down witnesses and recreate conversations. He says the handwriting samples that came from the promise to surrender note sent to the press match his father's handwriting. Hodel theorizes that his father and Elizabeth were lovers, but when Elizabeth tried to end their affair, he murdered her. Not only did he murder her, he drew inspiration from surrealist artist Man Ray and transformed her into a piece of art. Hodel writes in his first Black Dahlia Avenger book, "As Avenger, he would use her body as his canvas, and his surgeon's scalpel as his paintbrush." Some people, including the son himself, claim Dr. Hodel is the man who killed Elizabeth, case closed. Others are far more skeptical, and for good reason. The younger Hodel wasn't able to review all of the evidence in the case, in part because a lot of it has been destroyed or gone missing in the years since. Believe it or not, Hodel wasn't the only one to claim his father killed Elizabeth and publish a book about it. Janice Knowlton's 1995, Daddy Was the Black Dahlia Killer, was largely forgotten by the time Hodel's account came out. Knowlton claimed that while recovering from a hysterectomy, she recalled suppressed memories of her father beating Elizabeth to death with a hammer and then cutting her up with a circular saw. But Knowlton's story is a house of cards based on potential coincidences and unreliable memories. When it comes to the reality of who killed Elizabeth, the FBI on its website has it right. Who killed the Black Dahlia and why? It's a mystery. The murderer has never been found, and given how much time has passed, probably never will be. The legend grows. On January 15, 1947, Elizabeth Short became the patron saint of mutilated women. Mutilated not just by the men who killed her and ripped apart her body, but by the press, the people she thought were her friends who made up stories about her, and by history. Murder had gotten headlines before Elizabeth. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre, anyone who got whacked by Al Capone or babyface Nelson, the 1927 murder that would become the crime novel Double Indemnity. The list goes on. But Elizabeth Short's murder was one of the first cases in a post-World War II era to grab people's attention because of its gruesome nature. It's impossible to say exactly when the phrase, "it bleeds, it leads," started, but there's a strong argument to be made for the Elizabeth Short case. It's a sentiment that still remains in the media and popular culture. There never was a better comment on the phenomenon of media's obsession with violence than in Dan Gilroy's film, Nightcrawler. Television producer Nina Romina, played by Renee Russo, says of her news station's content, "The best and clearest way that I can phrase it for you, to capture the spirit of what we air, is think of our newscast as a screaming woman running down the street with her throat cut. If you think popular culture isn't obsessed with women being murdered, particularly in a gruesome or salacious way, look at any true crime television shows. How many episodes have focused on women being murdered by husbands, boyfriends, strangers, stalkers, friends, etc.? We don't just want gore. We want female-focused gore. It's not just in our reality, it's in our fiction as well. Alice Boland's book, Dead Girls, Essays on Surviving an American Obsession, explores this as a result of America's deep-rooted misogyny. It started long before Elizabeth Short's face was splashed across newspapers for years, but it became culturally acceptable with her death. Her murderer transformed her not just physically, but also in that her true identity was stripped away until she became defined solely by her tragic demise. Even the FBI referred to her as the Black Dahlia. But that wasn't her name. Her name was Elizabeth Short. The disappearance of Natalie Holloway. White girl missing. News at 11. Popular culture loves a missing white girl. Bonus points if she's pretty. If she's blonde, with parents who are financially comfortable, at the minimum, she'll likely lead the 6 o'clock news. It's a sick part of our ingrained DNA. There are multiple theories and books written about this. I guess we could call it a phenomenon, but I think of it more as a perversion. It's a sick fetish to fill hours and hours of Lifetime and Oxygen and Discovery Channel airtimes. I think the best theory for this is in Bill James's fantastic, if at times meandering, book, Popular Crime. James explores what makes a crime pop in the zeitgeist, and he says it is not something that relies on the elements of the crime itself. It's all about the way the media reacts to it, which, in part, is based on what is going to sell, and what society is going to be interested in. Like a weird snake eating its tail or something. When a pretty young girl is murdered, we tend to internalize that as somebody is after our women. Somebody has broken into our camp. Women feel threatened by that, and men challenged. We feel that it is our job to protect the women, and we react viscerally to any sense that we have failed to do this. And man, has the media always loved a PYWG, pretty young white girl, pronounced Piewig, trademark 2020. The reason the societal we is so focused on pretty young white girls, James continues, is because as admittedly racist and archaic as this is, we don't think of Black and Latino and other groups as being a part of our group, our camp. Gross, old-fashioned, but true. In 2005, Natalie Holloway's disappearance shocked the world and caused an international media frenzy. Not to mention, it created a coalition of hundreds of volunteers, Aruban investigators, FBI agents, and Dutch soldiers, all with one goal in mind: to bring Natalie home. For months, it was all anyone could talk about. It's not like 2005 was experiencing a dearth of criminal activity. This was the year Star Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, came out, and as far as I'm concerned, that was a crime against humanity. Sad Darth Vader overacting aside, according to FBI statistics, 3,155 women were murdered in 2005. 61% were white, 43% were black. The total number of murders in 2005 was up 3.4% from 2004. The total clearance rate of murder and non-negligent manslaughter, forcible rape, robbery, and aggravated assault, murder, nationwide was 62.1%. This is important because that's hundreds of unsolved murders that people knew absolutely nothing about then, let alone think about today. Yet in 2005, everyone knew Natalee Holloway's name. We still know her name. You're not supposed to say these things, but Natalee was a victim made for prime time. She was a gorgeous, blonde 18-year-old. In the senior photo that would become the image of Natalee the world would know, she looks timeless. She's wearing an off-the-shoulder black top, a simple string of pearls around her neck, and somehow her mid-aughts makeup doesn't look like she's been blasted with fake tanner and attacked with eyeliner. Her blue eyes are soft, her teeth are straight, and her lips are lined with a light pink gloss. Natalee looks like she could be head cheerleader and captain of the debate team. The type of girl that other girls might try to hate but couldn't. After Natalee's death, her mother, Beth Holloway, wrote a memoir called Loving Natalee, the true story of the Aruba kidnapping and its aftermath. At the beginning of the book, she included a poem Natalee wrote. Life is a hard journey that we all take. Unfortunately, it's not equipped with any brakes. The probability of being perfect is extremely slim. Indeed, we all have our odds and ends. Every now and then you are told a lie. Before you know it, 10 years have gone by. Positive thoughts come in by the day. Negative people take them away. Time multiplies our days to years. Every now and then we shed a tear. In life, love should be the base. We must cherish every face. A lot of thoughtful young women in high school, full of big dreams and an abundance of emotion mixed with a smattering of angst, have written poems like that. Or it was a quick homework assignment meant to seem more meaningful than it actually was. Regardless, in retrospect, the poem feels bigger than it probably did at the time. Knowing it was written by a girl who would soon disappear, lines like, "We must cherish every face," and "Before you know it, 10 years have gone by," take on a haunting, prophetic tone. Accounts after her disappearance matched this description. While I tend to be skeptical of how people are described after a tragedy, I believe them in this case. The Alabama native was the daughter of divorced parents and a hard-working student. She had a full scholarship to study pre-med at the University of Alabama. She'd ride dirt bikes until her jeans were a sogging mess. She'd get dressed up in a handkerchief-hemmed dress for prom with her date who wore a clearly rented, half a size too large tuxedo. She smiled big. She laughed long. But in the end, for the people who can't think of her name, she is remembered as that missing white girl. Natalee disappeared on May 30th, 2005. She was on a class trip with 7 adults and 123 other teenagers. Let me repeat that. 7 adults and 124 teenagers. 7 adults in charge of overseeing 124 high school seniors and all of their hormones, acne, entitlements, feelings of invincibility, and unmatched belief in their own maturity. 7 adults and 124 teenagers in the Caribbean island of Aruba. Who thought that was a good idea? In retrospect, now that we've been overwhelmed with true crime shows and Liam Neeson growling into a phone that he has a very particular set of skills, we know how dangerous it can be to be a young woman traveling. But at the time, this sort of thing didn't happen to good, meaning rich and white, people, which made it so much more salacious and splashy when it did happen. 7 adults and 124 teenagers packed up for a graduation trip for Alabama's Mountain Brook High School, class of 2005. It was a 5-day trip, presumably filled with beaches, bikinis, sun, some light making out, drama that wouldn't matter in a few weeks, and memories that would last a lifetime. I think it was probably something like a commercial for a face wash that purports to get rid of teenage acne. The students appeared to all get along, and in some cases they seemed to be fairly close. They partied, they drank openly with Aruba's lower drinking age, they may have ingested white powders. But when it was time to return home, everyone assumed that they'd all made it back in one piece. Except one was missing. Natalie didn't show up at the airport for their flight. She was last seen getting into a vehicle and leaving a nightclub in Aruba's capital city, Oranjestad, just before the sun came up on the day they were scheduled to leave the island. Almost 15 years later, we still don't know much more about what happened to Natalie than that. She was there, and then she wasn't. Natalie Holloway was last seen leaving a restaurant/bar called Carlos and Charlie's in Oranjestad. Carlos and Charlie's was the type of place where they did things like a tequila attack. That was a ritual at the establishment, where waiters would blast whistles and sirens as the Mexican hat dance played. Then a drunk woman would be crowned with a large sombrero. There were neon signs, an open, beachy feel, and plastic cups. It was a tacky tourist trap with mediocre nachos. The tackiness didn't stop at the decor. According to a writer for Jezebel, who went to Oranjestad's Carlos and Charlie's in 2007, the bar put out a joke newspaper for a menu that included Carlos and Charlie's presents the weather. The clip in their fake newspaper page read, "Many good reasons to round out your day with a meal and couple of drinks at C&C's." And then it lists several reasons, including 4. Your daughter could be here. It's a bad joke, in poor taste, and a shameless attempt to hold on to the infamy Natalie's case had brought the dive. For all its tackiness, Carlos and Charlie's was where a large group of the high school students decided to spend their last night in paradise. They were partying, taking full advantage of the 18-year-old drinking age, and trying to forget that their next steps involved college, moving away from friends, and a whole different world than the one they'd been growing up in. Natalie was out with friends, but she was seen leaving the bar with 3 local guys. One was 17-year-old Joran Vandersloot, who plays a big part in this case later on, and brothers Deepak and Satish Kalpo. They were 21 years old and 18 years old, respectively. Given that Natalie was 18 years old and had graduated high school, the army of people who started looking for her, and in the case of her community back home, praying for her, was lightning quick. There was no, maybe she'll turn up, or perhaps she just wanted to extend her trip for a bit, kids will be kids. Instead, Natalie was immediately deemed missing, and people got to work. To say the search was large would be an understatement. According to the Crime Museum, an online resource of law enforcement, crime history, forensic science, and all other things criminal, the Aruban government gave thousands of civil servants the day off work to help with the search. When was the last time you heard of a government telling people, actually, instead of working at your normal job today, you're going to help look for this foreign teenager? Dozens of Dutch Marines were also sent to the island to check the coast for Natalie. They even used Dutch F-16 aircraft, specially fitted with infrared imaging devices, to scan the land for freshly dug graves. The FBI got involved. The International Friends of Aruba pitched in. That's an organization made up of wives of Americans who worked on the island. They helped the Holloways pass out flyers around the island. It was all hands on deck. And by the time it was all over, Aruba spent over 40% of its police department's operational budget, over $3 million, on the investigation into Natalie's disappearance. Spending millions of dollars on a single investigation makes it sound like the Aruban police were doing everything they could to find Natalie, or to figure out what happened to her. The reality, according to Natalie's mother, Beth, is much more dark and complex than that. By the time Natalie's family moved on from the investigation, they had been in contact with everyone from Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice to Dog the Bounty Hunter trying to get help. Beth maintains that the investigation was foiled early on and stymied by bribery, cover-ups, and corruption. It's a very sad realization that there's really nothing anyone or any amount of money can do for us. One would think that a reward for $1 million for Natalie's safe return, and even $250,000 for her whereabouts, would be enough to obtain information. But it isn't. Why is that? The answer is that the information about what happened to Natalie simply isn't for sale. Most native Aruban citizens have never left the island. If they were to snitch and tell on someone, they would certainly have to leave there. What good is all that money with no island, no home? There is apparently no amount of money in the world that can get us the answer to what happened to Natalie. When I asked an Aruban attorney about this, his response was chilling. The threat is bigger than the money, he says. The threat, that dark influence, the evil that nothing and no one can pierce. That dark influence allegedly stems from one of the people last seen with Natalie, Joran Vandersloot. Vandersloot was a rich kid who was known in the area as being connected. His father, Paul Vandersloot, was a prominent Dutch justice official. At the time of Natalie's disappearance, the father was a judge in training, meaning that for 3 years he heard a limited number of cases before he could officially become a full judge. Vandersloot was 17 when Natalie disappeared, and he became a prime suspect. If you look at pictures of him from around that time, before he shaved his head and the last of his youthful features hardened around the edges, he looks exactly like the type of guy that a white girl from a small town would feel safe around. He had dark eyes and dark brown hair that was well trimmed. He came from a good family. He was Dutch and spoke English. His ears stuck out enough to make up for any threatening qualities he might have. It took me a while to figure it out, but he looked a lot like A.J. Soprano in season 6 of the television show. Just a regular, white, male teenager of the aughts. Even after Natalie's disappearance, Vandersloot was the type of person to relish the notoriety, not hide from it. A writer known as Slut Machine wrote for Jezebel that she went to Aruba about a year after Natalie disappeared. While we were there, we saw Joran Vandersloot several times. He came into the tiny casino of our hotel, acting like he owned the joint. All of the Americans at the resort knew exactly who he was, and everyone was staring at him. But he was eating it up. He seemed to enjoy the attention, like he was a celebrity or something. That cocky attitude that he emitted from the very beginning has done Vandersloot no favors in the cult of public opinion. Granted, his conviction and imprisonment for a separate murder has also done him no favors, but we'll get there. Vandersloot was arrested, but not charged, on June 9th, 2005. He spent his birthday in jail, waiting to see if Aruban officials would charge him with anything. Because Aruba followed Dutch law, authorities could hold a suspect for up to 116 days without actually filing any charges, as long as they got intermittent permission from a judge. So, soon after Natalie's case exploded on the national stage, Law enforcement swooped up the last known people seen with Natalie, Vandersloot and his two friends, the brothers Deepak and Satish Kalpoe. According to an article by reporter Peter Prengeman, the three men initially told police that they took Natalie to a beach on the north side of the island. They said Natalie and Vandersloot made out in the backseat of the car for a bit, and then they dropped Natalie off at her Holiday Inn hotel a little before 2 a.m. on May 30th, 2005. They added that when Natalie went up to the hotel, she interacted with a black security guard in a black jacket. Vandersloot and his pals hung out in jail for about a week before there was a new development. On June 15th, Dutch investigators searched the Vandersloot home for around 4 hours. The investigators from Holland went into the one-story house, located just outside Oranjestad, with suitcases, and they left with those suitcases and 2 white plastic garbage bags full of unknown things. Officials also took a German shepherd around the outside of the property to sniff for anything of interest, and they towed away 2 vehicles, a red Jeep and a blue SUV. At the time, police spokesman Edwin Koeman-Sia told reporters, "We are just looking for evidence at the house, but have nothing yet." The "nothing yet" had been words that Natalie's mother, Beth, had heard numerous times in the weeks since her daughter disappeared. So I get it when, according to Prengeman, she told reporters that unless she heard something new and law enforcement started to make progress on the case, she was going to begin believing that the police were helping Vandersloot due to his father's influence. I get the instinct, but it seemed a little early at that point to be going into conspiracy theory mode. It didn't help her relationship with the investigators, and at that point, they were her best chance of finding out what happened to Natalie. On Thursday, June 23, 2005, Joran Vandersloot's father was also arrested. Police thought he might have collaborated with his son, despite no new leads or evidence in the case. At the time, Beth said, "We feel like this will lead to more information to give us the answers we need for finding Natalie." At this point, according to the Associated Press, Aruban authorities had 5 men in custody: father and son Vandersloot, the Kalpoe brothers, and Steve Kroes, a 26-year-old disc jockey who was on a party boat near the Holiday Inn the last night Natalie was seen. While Beth hoped that the almost half a dozen men in custody would somehow lead to answers about her daughter, it didn't, and one by one the men were released from prison. Let's start with the DJ, Steve Kroes. He has since been taken off the hook for potential involvement in the Natalie Holloway case. Kroes spent a grand total of 10 days in jail after he was arrested in late June. At that point, a judge decided that there wasn't enough evidence to hold him for anything. Lucky for him, stupidity and naivete were not a crime. When he was arrested, Kroes' story backed up the brothers and Vandersloot. He said he saw them all drop off Natalie at the Holiday Inn. At the time he was released, Kroes publicly recanted this statement. As reported by CNN, Kroes said, "I heard this guy talking on the phone at the internet cafe, so my story was like almost exactly as his." Kroes maintained after he was released that he was trying to protect his friend. "So that's why they thought that maybe I was in it," Kroes told CNN. "But everything that I knew, I just hear it from his voice when he was talking on the phone." It's unclear exactly why Kroes would lie for the Kalpoe brothers. Whatever the reason, he doesn't come up as much of a suspect after he's released as the other 3 do. Joran Vandersloot's father, Paul, was also allowed to leave jail the same day as Kroes, though Paul spent less time in the slammer than Kroes. It was around this time that the initial round of stories started to fall apart. Possibly spurred by seeing 2 other suspects released, Satish Kalpoe changed his explanation. Through his lawyer, Satish said that he and his brother left Natalie and Joran at the beach near the Marriott Hotel, not the Holiday Inn where Natalie was staying, and then went home. Joran Vandersloot, then 18 years old, and the brothers were released from jail on September 3, 2005. Police attached minor strings to the freedom. The suspects had to stay in Dutch territory and make themselves available for questioning by police if and when it was necessary. When they said the men had to stay in Dutch territory, it wasn't like a judge in America ordering you to stay in your town or even your state. Instead, it was any Dutch territory, including the Netherlands. Joran was allowed to go to college in Holland without any oversight. That's despite the fact that by this point, his story had changed as well. Joran now told police that, yes, he had been alone with Natalie on a beach, but claimed he just left her by herself on the beach at 2 a.m. Who is buying this story? It's 2005. Natalie is in a foreign country, no cell phone, no way to contact friends, in the early morning hours the day before she's supposed to go home. And Joran says he just left her on a beach. And she was okay with being likely still at least mildly drunk and alone in a foreign place. How is that not so obviously sketchy? But no, sure, let's let this guy just go overseas to college without any supervision. This is the point where Beth can openly start to accuse police of being negligent at best and corrupt at worst. Because now you have a judge telling the son of a judge in training that he can travel to any area under Dutch control, including to Holland, which is about a 9-hour nonstop flight away. Even more intriguing is that it's unclear if these special be a good boy terms applied to all three men or just to Joran. Before the boys were officially released, a defense attorney on the case had said that they wouldn't be allowed to leave Aruba, and court officials refused to release any documents to clear up the matter. It all smells a little funny, but at the same time you have to remember that there was no evidence, aside from the stories that these men were telling. And while the Dutch criminal justice system is different from the American, in both cases, you can't hang an entire conviction or even criminal charge just on the word of a witness or defendant. There has to be some other proof, at minimum, that a crime was even committed in the first place. In this case, there was no body, no evidence of any sort of struggle or assault or theft. There was nothing. Natalie was there, and then she wasn't. And it worked out perfectly for whomever is responsible for her disappearance. After Joran and crew were released from jail, new information on the case became scarce. There comes a point in all missing persons cases when you have to have a long, hard sit-down with yourself and realize the very real and likely possibility that your loved one isn't coming back, that you won't get closure, that you won't be able to shut that chapter in any meaningful way. That should have been where this case was when the authorities released Joran from jail. Except it wasn't. Every few years or so, something new pops up in the case that, after time and hope are given to exploring it, lead nowhere. In January of 2006, about 7 months after Natalie disappeared, more than 50 police officers started searching the sand dunes on the northwest coast of Aruba. They all searched a 1 square mile area that first day, but then the search was suspended the following day because the force couldn't spare that many officers. We can't pull 55 people from the Aruba police force since the island only has about 250 police, Aruba Chief of Police Gerold Dompig told reporters at the time. We do need that many people to do the search. If you're Natalie's parents, this becomes another sign of corrupt or uncooperative law enforcement not doing everything it needs in order to find out what happened to your daughter. But isn't it also possible that they were experiencing the realities of a small foreign police force? The fact that they kept looking for Natalie 7 months after she went missing is remarkable. This wasn't the only crime that happened in Aruba. Natalie wasn't even the only missing persons case open at that point. An entire family had gone missing in 2001 after setting out on a cruise with their new boat and hired local navigator. But that didn't make national headlines or cause authorities to spend 40% of their budget. Yet law enforcement was devoting time and resources like it was for no other case. Natalie's parents didn't take this part of the case lying down. While Joran went off to the Netherlands, they filed a lawsuit. In February of 2006, lawyers for Beth and Dave Holloway filed a wrongful death lawsuit in a Manhattan court. The case was against Joran and his father. Both were served while they were in New York, though at the time the father lived in Aruba, and Joran was living in Arnhem, the Netherlands. The lawsuit called Joran a predator and accused him and accomplices of date-raping at least 3 Aruban young women. The lawsuit didn't last long, however. That August, a judge dismissed what Beth admitted was a long shot of a case. In 2012, Joran was sentenced to 28 years in prison for murder. Just not Natalie's murder. As it turns out, the way Joran was going to prison was at the cost of some other innocent life. Joran pleaded guilty to strangling 21-year-old Stephanie Flores in 2010. Flores was a business student at the time authorities found her dead in a hotel room in Lima, Peru. Joran elbowed her in the face, beat her multiple times, and strangled her to death with his bloodied shirt. Joran's attorney had the gall to argue at sentencing that the panel should go easy on him because at the time of the murder, he was under extreme emotional distress for having been a suspect in the Natalie Holloway disappearance for years. The all-female 3-judge panel was having none of it. They found that Joran was in fact guilty of first-degree murder with aggravating factors of ferocity and great cruelty. Joran's guilty plea was the type of thing that, at least for Natalie's father, Dave, offered a type of peace without closure. He's serving 28 years in a horrible, horrible prison, Dave said in a 2017 documentary. Even though it's not for Natalie's justice, but just knowing the fact that he's behind bars in a very difficult environment gives you some sense of satisfaction. That was part of the healing process for us, just knowing he was locked up. At the time of his sentencing, Joran had already been in prison for 2 years and was 24 years old. If he gets out in time, he'll be around 52 years old, a man who will still have a good chunk of his life in front of him. However, before you become too aggrieved that Joran will live out his twilight years in freedom with his wife, yes, in 2014 Joran married his pregnant Peruvian girlfriend from inside the penitentiary. She wore a white dress and everything. It's still possible that he'll go from one prison to another. Just before Joran was arrested for strangling Stephanie Flores, he was also allegedly trying to make some quick cash. According to a federal indictment, in March of 2010, Joran reached out to Natalie's mother, Beth, through her attorney with a cruel and enticing offer. He said if she wired $250,000 to his bank account, he would tell her where Natalie's remains were. According to NBC News, Joran claimed that he would show the attorney the specific location of Natalie Holloway's remains and provide specific details concerning the manner of her death, how her remains were disposed of initially, and how her remains came to be in the specified location. He said he would do this after a down payment of $25,000 was handed over. The case had long been out of the spotlight. Beth had already published her account of the search for Natalie, and every heartbreaking word points toward a woman who would make a deal with anyone, even the devil himself, just to figure out what happened to her daughter. However, Beth did the sensible thing. She called the FBI. Beth's lawyer, John Kelly, with the supervision of the FBI, told Yoron that, of course, Beth wants to know where her daughter's remains are. They scheduled an exchange of $10,000 cash in person in Aruba for May 10th, while at the same time $15,000 was supposedly being wired to an account for Yoron. Kelly and Yoron then went on a field trip to a site in Aruba while the FBI secretly recorded everything. But there was nothing there, and prosecutors said that after the fact, Yoron admitted in an email that the information he demanded so much money for was worthless. The FBI has a good case if it still goes forward when Yoron gets out of prison, especially if he did, in fact, confess to an Aruban newspaper. According to NBC News, the Telegraph newspaper quoted Yoron as saying, "I wanted to get back at Natalie's family. Her parents have been making my life tough for 5 years." Natalie Holloway's disappearance was a gift from on high for cable news. They couldn't do enough stories on it, and people were watching. All the major networks from Fox News to CNN to MSNBC ran dozens of pieces featuring Natalie, whether they were warranted or not. In many cases, they were not. It was at a time, however, when people were just starting to become more critical of the 24-hour news cycle. The round-the-clock news cycle and its ability to turn crime into must-see TV started, arguably, with the O.J. Simpson case and trial in the mid-1990s. By the time of Natalie's case in 2005, people were finally starting to ask, how is this considered news? The 24-hour news cycle had started to get in over its head with the need to feed two masters, the master of journalism and the master of entertainment. It became difficult to tell if journalists were producing these stories because they were what people actually wanted, or if they assumed people wanted them, so they kept producing them. The missing white women syndrome, a phrase coined by the late PBS anchor Gwen Ifill, was seen over and over again in the years leading up to Natalie's disappearance. Natalie was the apex of the mania for this kind of story, because even then the general public's growing dissatisfaction with these types of stories at the expense of others was growing. I don't get it. For the past 3 months, the biggest story on the cable television news networks has not been the war in Iraq, but the disappearance of Natalie Holloway, wrote Sonoma West Times and News columnist Guy Wilson. If you're thinking, who is Guy Wilson and what is the Sonoma West Times and News? Fair enough. But you might be familiar with Arianna Huffington of the Huffington Post. In 2005, she was just starting the Huffington Post, but she was also a nationally syndicated columnist with hot takes on cable news and the Natalie Holloway case. If you were to get your news only from television, you'd think the top issue facing America is an 18-year-old girl named Natalie who went missing in Aruba. The terror bombings in London managed to de-emphasize, but not obliterate, this story for a while. But don't worry, she'll be back, Huffington wrote in her column in July of 2005. In fact, it was the overindulgence in coverage of stories like Natalie Holloway that led Huffington to create the Huffington Post. In 2005, she told Wired, "The mainstream media have enormous resources and the ability to dispatch reporters all over the world and to launch long-term investigations. Raw resources that the blogosphere can't match. Although as a collective, bloggers can also have far-ranging reach and tirelessly investigate a story. That's why it's a shame when these resources are squandered on the Michael Jackson trial or Natalie Holloway disappearance." It's not to say that Natalie's disappearance isn't important and worthy of news coverage, but she wasn't the only missing person. She wasn't even the only missing young white woman. But she fit a particular narrative and captured the zeitgeist in such a unique way that, for a time, it just seemed as though bringing her home was the only thing that mattered. Like a lot of these cases, there is something of an end to the story of Natalie Holloway. but it's unsatisfying and open-ended and tragic, and leaves you with more questions than answers. In 2012, 7 years after Natalie disappeared, an Alabama judge declared her legally dead. The proceedings were initiated by Natalie's father, Dave Holloway. He told the judge that he believed his daughter was dead. He wanted to stop her medical insurance payments and give her college fund to her younger brother. Natalie Holloway's parents were divorced in 1993, and it's unclear just how on board Beth Holloway was with this move. crimemuseum.org, which has a section devoted to the Natalie Holloway Resource Center, co-founded by Beth, says that she opposed the petition to declare Natalie deceased. However, an article from the Associated Press at the time of the order says, the teen's mother originally objected, but her lawyer, Charlie DeBartolabin, said she subsequently changed her mind once she understood her husband's intentions. Beth Holloway sat in the back row of the courtroom, mostly staring at her hands in her lap during the hearing Thursday afternoon. She declined comment, but her attorney signaled it was a tough moment for her to see a judge sign an order declaring her daughter dead. She's ready to move on from this, DeBartolabin added. Like most complicated things, Beth's feelings were probably somewhere in between. Then, in 2017, Natalie's father, Dave Holloway, and private investigator T.J. Ward announced via an Oxygen documentary that they believed they had found Natalie's remains. The 6-part documentary aired from late August to early September on the channel known for salacious true crime series like Snapped, In Ice Cold Blood, hosted by Ice-T, Buried in the Backyard, Snapped, Killer Couples, and Snapped, She Made Me Do It. Some of the documentary comes across as more Dog the Bounty Hunter than sentimental profile of a man searching for his daughter. But there are shots of Dave throughout, particularly when he's in the desert in an area where they were told to look for his daughter's remains, where his face is a heartbreaking mix of concern, hope, and exhaustion. In episode 5, a man named John Ludwig agreed to cooperate with the FBI about what he claimed to know about Natalie's disappearance. Ludwig was a very close friend of Joran, and in 2017 he agreed to sit down with Ward for the documentary after he'd already done a 2-hour interview with the FBI. Ludwig said he met Joran in 2010 when he was in Aruba from the United States. Ludwig was in Aruba taking care of his aunt's house, and met Joran at a gas station. Ludwig said that one night he and Joran were watching TV, and a movie about Natalie was on. So they watched it, and Joran started giving him the Mystery Science Theater movie experience, telling Ludwig what was true and what wasn't. Then Joran allegedly told Ludwig that his father helped him cover up the murder. According to Ludwig, Joran's dad was instrumental in helping Joran get rid of Natalie's body. In 2010, after Joran supposedly spilled his secrets to Ludwig, Joran started to become paranoid that law enforcement would start a new search for Natalie after reports by scuba divers of seeing a human skull on the ocean floor. Ludwig said that he was hooked on heroin at the time and needed help keeping up his habit. So Joran offered him $1,500 for his assistance with moving Natalie's body. Ludwig said he and Joran went to the hill in a subdivision where Natalie was buried and dug up her remains. They then took the remains to Ludwig's house, where they burned her skull to get rid of the hair fibers and crushed all of her bones to make them unidentifiable. Ludwig was able to show the documentary's investigators where the crushed remains were, but they came up empty. Most of the fragments tested were from animals. The only fragment that was human did not match up with Beth Holloway's DNA sample, and it's still unclear who the bone belonged to. Ludwig was never charged with anything, and he's since faded from the public eye. For the Holloways, The quest to find closure in their daughter's case has been a dramatic series of ups and downs. So many times they've come close to feeling like they were going to make progress on the case, only to find that a confession was recanted, or the remains weren't there. For the media, this has meant that every couple years or so, they have an excuse to drag up old copy, old photographs, and publish a piece they know will get enough clicks to pay the rent. Paul Farhi of The Washington Post argued in 2015 that Holloway was the last of the missing white girls that captured the media and general public's attention in such an overwrought way. Farhi's piece explored whether this low tide in missing girls capturing public attention was here to stay or not. Some argued that it was part of the media's own self-correction, that it went too far into the salacious damsels and death theme with stories of women like Lacey Peterson and Lori Hacking. Others argued that with the internet, the victims' families didn't need the media and its spin to get the word out. They could do it themselves thanks to Twitter and Facebook, and people who were interested in the stories learned where to go online. Sherry Parks, professor of American Studies at the University of Maryland, argued that it was really a matter of audience fatigue. Parks said that audiences are pushing these stories aside in favor of news on political campaigns and terrorism, as well as paying more attention to racially charged crimes. But another source disagreed that the missing white woman syndrome was over. Instead, David Perell, a veteran tabloid editor, argued that, like bell-bottoms, missing white women stories had just gone out of style for a bit, but they would be back. There just hasn't been a story in some time that has all the elements that capture the public imagination, Perell said. Maybe it's a combination of all these things. Maybe the culture is both tired and more woke. Maybe we've learned our lesson. But when another blonde teenager from Pleasantville goes missing, we won't be able to help ourselves. In the meantime, all we can do is stay tuned. The death of JonBenet Ramsey. Big curls, big press. People across America know her, or at least what she looked like, even after all these years. It's been decades, and we still can't seem to get away from that petite face with a wide smile from beneath a mountain of well-placed, aqua-netted blonde curls. She's dead, and we're still fascinated. There's something disturbing about becoming accustomed to seeing the face of a dead girl on a magazine cover, next to batteries and small bags of chips, as you wait in line to pay for your groceries. Yet here we are, more than 2 decades removed from the murder of JonBenet Ramsey, and you can still impulse buy a brand new magazine with her image on the cover, big curls and all. The question becomes, why? How many little boys and girls have experienced horror and tragedy since then? Why don't we see their photographs and broad smiles on magazine covers? There are a lot of ways to completely wreck a crime scene, and during the JonBenet case, the Boulder Police Department committed numerous sins. Though all police work is difficult, stressful, and prone to human error, the JonBenet Ramsey investigation is a whole other ballgame. It started the night after Christmas, 1996. The call came into dispatch as the reported kidnapping of a 6-year-old Boulder, Colorado girl. Her mother had called and told the operator, "We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please." Right away, this strange phrasing could have tipped off those involved that this case would not be one that was cut and dry. The last known place where JonBenet had been seen was her home, which is where police arrived after the 911 call. Since the home was the last reported location of this missing and presumed kidnapped little girl, it was a crime scene. A crime scene. If you're interested in this book, You've probably seen a Law and Order episode here or there, and probably know that there are certain things you need to do in order to secure the integrity of a crime scene. The number one thing is the most obvious. You keep civilians out of the crime scene. You put up that caution tape, and you only let a very small number of police into the scene. Even basic cable TV writers know this routine. Yet for some reason, the Boulder Police Department left their yellow tape at home and had never seen so much as an episode of CSI Miami, Dragnet, or NYPD Blue, or any of the other 1,100 cop shows that have littered our televisions for decades. Not to mention any of the police movies with a gritty cop ready for retirement and the spunky upstart who is about to get a taste of the real world. What I'm saying is, from an outsider's perspective, there was just no excuse for what they did. First, Boulder police officer Rick French arrived at the Ramsey house, a large red brick Tudor home in University Hill. So far, so good. French got a rundown from the parents. Mom, Patsy Ramsey, went to John Benet's second-floor bedroom at around 5:45 a.m. to wake her up. The family was catching a plane to Charlevoix, Michigan, where they had a vacation home. They also had some sort of Disney cruise planned for later. But Patsy found an empty bedroom, and as she walked downstairs, she found what might be the longest ransom note ever written. This was no two-sentence note made up of letters cut out of magazines. Instead, it was 3 sheets of lined, white legal paper. Patsy said she found the pages spread out side by side. She said she found the letter on the staircase. But when Officer French arrived, it was lying on the wooden floor outside the kitchen. Moving and touching things, another big no-no in crime scene behavior, would become a habit of the Ramseys. The letter itself has become infamous as one of the strangest ransom letters to ever arise out of an actual crime. For starters, 3 pages is incredibly long for the type of letter where the gist is usually, "I have a thing you want, give me money." It started with, "Mr. Ramsey, listen carefully," and ended with, "Victory, SBTC." The letter claimed to be from a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction. "We respect your business," spelled BUSSINESS, "but not the country that it serves." It claimed that this group had John Benet in its possession and that they wanted $118,000. They asked for $100,000 in $100 bills and the rest in $20 bills. Everything was so specific and yet so random. Who demands exactly $118,000? Why not round out to an even 200? Oh, and they made sure to remind John Ramsey to bring an adequate size attaché to the bank. So these are people who spell business wrong, but get attaché right. The letter did have some of the typical demands. Don't go off book. Don't try to outsmart the kidnappers. Don't involve police. But several odd comments were peppered throughout the more commonplace instructions. Like, if the Ramseys talked to anyone, John Benet would be beheaded. Or addressing John, "The delivery will be exhausting, so I advise you to be rested." The letter also said, "Any deviation of my instructions will result in the immediate execution of your daughter. You will be denied her remains for a proper burial." Again, that's specific in a way that no ransom letter needs to be. The letter is polite and formal, yet jarringly cruel at some points. It's just not normal, and that's one of the reasons people would later use it to point the finger at John and Patsy Ramsey for their daughter's death. Officer French must have realized he wasn't dealing with a typical missing child case, given the bizarre novella-like ransom note. But Officer French was not a detective, and had walked into a situation that may have been above his pay grade. Patrol Supervisor Sergeant Paul Reichenbach showed up next. Then it all went downhill. Apparently, Patsy had been frantically calling her friends, an instinct that makes sense. Maybe she wanted to know if they'd heard anything, or if they'd seen something strange. Regardless, she was scared and confused, and probably just needed to share those overwhelming feelings with someone. Fair enough. But then, these people started showing up. Two sets of the Ramseys' friends, Fleet and Priscilla White and John and Barbara Fernie, appeared at the house and were let in, even though these four should never have been allowed closer than the sidewalk. Then Sergeant Reichenbach started making calls of his own. He summoned a crime scene evidence team and someone from the department's victim witness office. Both of those requests for reinforcements are fine, though, let's be honest, the only potential suspects you have at this point are the parents. So maybe you want to talk to them first and get their statements tied down before you have them sitting with other personnel from your department. While all these people filed into the house, Sergeant Reichenbach called the telephone company to have them put a trap and trace on the Ramseys' phone. He also contacted the detective supervisor on call, Sergeant Robert Whitson. It wasn't until after he'd finished letting people in and making phone calls that he did an initial quick skim of the house and determined there was no forced entry. Things did not improve in the JonBenet investigation from there. But even if they had, it's possible that it would not have made a difference. Officer French lost control of his scene, if he ever even had control of it in the first place. Once you've lost control of your crime scene, it has a major ripple effect on the rest of the investigation and any potential prosecution. Here's what, best case scenario, should have happened. Officer French shows up to the scene, knowing that there's a potential kidnapping. He goes to the home, confirms this with the Ramseys, and then gets them the hell out of the house. Officer French immediately calls for backup, again keeping everyone out of the house. When more police arrive, Officer French then stations one officer at every point of entry to the home to make sure no one goes back in and contaminates the scene. Once officers are outside the house, Officer French then performs a search of the structure to make sure that no one else is inside, and to make sure the home is secure, touching and moving as few things as humanly possible. Next, and here we're going to get into some legal weeds, but they're interesting, so bear with me. Officer French should have gone to get a warrant. You know, a search warrant. It's featured in TV shows or movies when a suited-up detective waves it in the face of some middle-aged woman in her bathrobe when she yells, "You better have a warrant." Usually, we think of warrants as being necessary when someone refuses to let law enforcement see what's inside their cars, homes, etc. In the case of the Ramseys, they were, by all accounts, pretty cooperative with law enforcement at this point. However, the reason for a warrant is to prevent the Ramseys from turning cheek and refusing to cooperate with the search. When he got to the scene, Officer French didn't know if the parents were suspects or not, which means he should have treated them like suspects, if not to their face, then behind their backs. So even if the Ramseys said, "Okay, search my house, no big deal," a warrant would have made sure that later they didn't say that they were too confused to agree to a search. It's a CYA, cover your ass type thing. And frankly, it wouldn't have been that hard to get a warrant. But Officer French didn't do any of these, and Sergeant Reichenbach was no better. Which leads us to the unsettling truth. Even if they had been able to find out who killed JonBenet Ramsey, they might not have been able to make it stick in court. The thing about a crime scene is that any evidence is sensitive. And anything, or anyone, going in or out of a crime scene has the high chance of altering the scene and the evidence in some way. especially when you don't have a handle yet on what happened and what could be evidence. Even if you do find something, it's going to be difficult to say exactly when that piece of evidence got there and how. For example, let's say they had found a pristine fingerprint of their suspect on the Ramseys' back doorknob. Amazing piece of evidence, no? It would be great. Except it's all but useless now because so many undocumented people came in and out of the house. Nobody was keeping track of what entrances and exits were used. So who's to say when and how that print got there? Someone could have planted it. If law enforcement had gotten enough evidence to charge someone, and if the case went to trial, prosecutors would be in a migraine-inducing uphill battle to admit any evidence worth a damn that came from that house. This messes with the chain of custody. The chain of custody is essentially the trail of people that have had, or could have had, their hands on a given piece of evidence. You want it to be as limited as possible. Ideally, the police would have been able to say that everything they took was from a secure house, collected by an officer, and transported directly to a police department. But because they had an open-door policy, they couldn't do that. The chain of custody is so far gone that any defense attorney worth his or her retainer is going to harp on the fact that you had more people running around that home than 7-year-olds in a bouncy house until no jury is going to trust that any of that evidence is sound. Those initial minutes and hours at the scene are so crucial, yet in the JonBenet case, so many people were allowed to just go traipsing around. And we haven't even gotten to the part where John Ramsey found his daughter. An unknown officer at the scene of JonBenet's kidnapping is credited with referring to the Ramseys as credible millionaires. It's true the Ramseys were well off. They lived in University Hill, a fancy neighborhood in Boulder, Colorado, that consisted of many older, stately houses. They were close to the University of Colorado, a campus that hosts plenty of its own historic and beautiful buildings amid a serene mountain backdrop. The Ramseys had a landscaper, the friendly type, who became fond of JonBenet in a sweet, non-threatening way. Their life seemed pristine. John Ramsey was a successful businessman who married Miss West Virginia 1977, Patricia. JonBenet was born in Atlanta, Georgia, on August 6, 1990, and had several older half-siblings who didn't live with the Ramseys at the time of her murder. Burke was JonBenet's only full sibling, and he was 9 years old that fateful year. The family moved to Boulder in 1991. They had a vacation house in Michigan and a boat. They seemed like your average, private, rich people. The most public thing about them was that their daughter was in beauty pageants. A lot of beauty pageants. Little Miss Colorado, America's Royal Miss, Colorado State All-Star Kids Cover Girl, National Tiny Miss Beauty, and those are just some of the ones that she won. JonBenet was on the circuit, and she was a winner. The Ramseys were an influential family, which, according to Lawrence Schiller's book, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town, was a major reason why the crime scene and the Ramseys were treated as they were. Boulder detective Jane Harmer had attended an FBI seminar on child abduction and would have been at the scene if she hadn't been on vacation at the time. Officers who responded didn't know where Harmer kept her training manual, and the department had never adopted the FBI's kidnapping protocol. So there was a skeleton crew, people being called in from their Christmas morning traditions, and to top it off, police had been ordered by Commander John Eller to treat John and Patsy and their son Burke as victims. Instead of separating the parties, interviewing them individually, and securing the house, officers just let everyone trample all over the crime scene and let John and Patsy do as they liked. At 8:10 a.m., on December 26, 1996, Detective Linda Arndt got to the Ramseys' house, ducking and weaving through the crowd that had formed inside. Patsy was in rough shape at this point. She was yelling and crying that she wanted to trade places with her daughter, and repeating, "Please let her be safe. Oh, please let her be safe." The place was a mess. At 10 a.m., John Ramsey wandered downstairs to the basement. He went to the room where Burke's train set was and found a broken open window. He closed it. Then he went back upstairs. Two weird things about this. One, the basement had previously been searched by Officer French, who missed the window, despite it being open in December in Colorado. And two, John didn't tell anyone about it. At around 1 p.m., Arndt asked two of the friends hanging around at the Ramsey home, Fleet White and John Fernie, to tour the house, top to bottom, along with John Ramsey. Her reasoning was twofold. One, she wanted to keep the increasingly withdrawn and desolate John busy, but she also wanted him to see if anything was missing. Though she had her reasons, allowing a prime suspect to wander around the house unattended with two other potential suspects is just simply bad police work. The trio decided to start in the basement, and John descended the stairs with Fleet White. At this point, John decided to explain the broken window, not to law enforcement, but to his buddy. He said he'd gotten locked out of the house a few months prior and broke the window, unlatched it, and climbed through. Then John led White to the boiler room. At the back was a door to a windowless, brick-walled room that the Ramseys used as a wine cellar. This is where John found his little girl. With White behind him and unable to get a good view, he heard John cry out, "Oh my God, oh my God." John Benet's body was under a blanket. Her hands were over her head and tied together. She had also been strangled with a garrote made from a broken paintbrush out of Patsy's art supplies. John, in a panicked state, ripped the tape off John Benet's mouth and started to untie her hands. Behind him, Fleet White wedged into the crime scene and touched John Benet's foot. It was ice cold. The rest of her body was rigid from rigor mortis. John picked up John Benet's body and ran up the stairs, yelling that he found her, while Fleet White followed behind, telling people to call an ambulance. This is one of the worst things to happen to this crime scene. Any evidence on John Benet's body, a place where you can often find quite a bit of evidence in a murder, was contaminated. The scene where her body was found, another good spot for finding evidence in a murder case, was also contaminated. Why were they allowed to go off on their own? And how was it that nobody had checked that room beforehand? As to the second question, it later turned out that the first responder, Officer Rick French, did go up to that door, but he didn't open it. It's almost symbolic of this whole case in a way. A small thing, a routine thing like opening a door, wasn't done, and in the end, a murder was never solved, and a killer was never brought to justice. When Patsy saw her daughter's dead body, she flung herself on it, effectively destroying any evidence not destroyed by her husband. That never should have happened. None of it. The revolving door of people in and out of the house, the failure to interview the Ramseys immediately and separately, should have happened. If you want a short answer about why the John Benet Ramsey case was never solved, you can find it right there in the first 24 hours. John Benet Ramsey will always be remembered as a child beauty pageant queen who was tragically murdered. It's the first descriptor of her Wikipedia page. American child beauty queen who was killed in her family's home. In news articles about her, John Benet is described as slain Colorado child beauty queen, and 6-year-old beauty contestant was discovered dead. Her death and status as a child who did beauty pageants is forever linked. Like Elizabeth Short before her and Natalie Holloway after her, the legacy is one of beauty and tragedy mixed together to form a perverse fascination. Anyone who has seen an episode of Toddlers and Tiaras knows that there is something off about watching prepubescent spray-tanned girls, made up to look like they're graduating high school, gyrate in sequin two-piecers while moms audibly gasp when their daughters don't give the come-hither pout exactly when the angels sing, "My boyfriend's back and you're going to be in trouble." To each their own, but I say, yikes. It's a problem that people are more aware of, in part thanks to shows like Dance Moms, Here Comes Honey Boo Boo, and Little Miss Perfect. However, though some viewers sense something off about the subject matter, these shows aren't aimed at making us think deeply about the hypersexualization of children. It's TLC, for God's sake. The shows are meant for judgmental people to watch, critique, and then flip over to the Real Housewives with a feeling of satisfaction because at least I've never forced my daughter to get fit for false teeth. 10 points in the mom column for me. The media's reaction to JonBenét's murder was swift and aggressive. By New Year's Day, the New York Times had seized on the story. The outlet started with, "Strangling of a little girl who had everything stuns Boulder." Classic parachuting journalism with the cliché angle of, how could this have happened in such a quaint small town? 2 weeks later, without a hint of irony, the New York Times printed, "Media circus eclipses story of Colorado girls slaying." The critique of the media explained that reporters had flown in from all over the world, including Australia and France, and were constantly following and harassing members of the Ramsey family. Overall, the bruising tactics of big city journalism have been a shock to this affluent university town, a self-absorbed place that locals sometimes lampoon as Planet Boulder, 20 square miles surrounded by reality, the article sighed. This combination of innocence lost via JonBenet, but also a bit of schadenfreude where the less affluent people of the world wanted to shake their heads at this town, would follow the press coverage for decades. See, the cultural appetite for this story said, you credible millionaires aren't exempt from the horrors of the world. Patsy Ramsey was inconsolable and possibly a little delirious in the days after her daughter's murder. On December 27th, friend Pam Griffin and Patsy's sister Polly sat watch over Patsy when they realized she'd been taking too much Valium as a way to keep herself sedated. Pam was a registered nurse and got Patsy to drink some water when she realized Patsy was dehydrated. Patsy wouldn't lie down. She wouldn't stop getting up to greet the stream of people that kept coming into the house that afternoon. She was in a daze, and as each person arrived to console Patsy, her tears and pain were brought back up to the surface in a vicious cycle. Pam finally got Patsy to lie down and try to rest. When the two of them were alone, Patsy looked at Pam and said something to the effect of, "We didn't mean for this to happen." A vast majority of the people who followed the JonBenet Ramsey case suspected that either John or Patsy or both of them were somehow connected to their daughter's death. A part of it was that their daughter was found dead in their home, and in a murder, your best suspects are the people closest to the victim. But that wasn't the only reason the general public seized on Patsy and John as prime suspects. Simply put, they didn't come across as normal or likable to most people. The Ramseys initially declined to be interviewed by law enforcement for 4 months. 4 months. Most suspects don't get 4 days, let alone 4 months. This was a huge red flag for most people. Why did the Ramseys get to avoid talking to police? Then they hired a publicist to handle all the media inquiries. This also seemed strange. They hired their own handwriting experts and private investigators. one of whom was John Douglas, the former head of the Behavioral Science Unit in the FBI that this book has referenced so many times. The first time the Ramseys give a long and public interview about their daughter's murder and the investigation was for the producers of a British documentary in July of 1998. With all of these odd decisions and avoidant behaviors, it was no wonder that most people were thinking, what are the Ramseys trying to hide? The police didn't help the public perception of Patsy and John. While it's not their job to correct the press, there were several widely publicized inaccuracies that they could have clarified. These inaccuracies made the Ramseys look increasingly guilty, like the reporting that there were no signs of forced entry. While this was true, law enforcement told Newsweek in 1998 that police knew the Ramseys had left several windows and doors unlocked the night John Benet was murdered. It was just that kind of neighborhood. The fact that the police knew this means that lack of forced entry wasn't as surprising as it would be if the Ramseys went to bed with the house fully secured. The relationship between the Ramseys and the police was tenuous at best and hostile at worst. John and Patsy blamed police for other false reports in the media, like that there was pornography found in the house, and that John's son from his prior marriage, John Andrew, was a suspect. In June of 1998, the Ramseys sat down for an interview with prosecutors. It was the first time they spoke with any investigators that weren't their own people since April 30th, 1997. It was an odd move in a long line of odd moves. Contrary to what you often see on TV, prosecutors rarely have any involvement in the investigation part of a case. They don't interview suspects, because then that makes the prosecutor a witness if and when the case goes to trial. That not only takes that individual prosecutor off the case, but it makes the office look biased and off-kilter when it comes to a trial. Do prosecutors ever talk to witnesses? Yes, so they can go over testimony ahead of hearings, trials, etc. They also talk to victims, which the Ramseys could credibly be seen as, but they also hadn't been ruled out as suspects. This is why prosecutors stay out of a case until after charges are filed. But they didn't in this case. Why? Because John and Patsy told law enforcement they would submit to an interview, but on one condition: no cops. So, John and Patsy, major suspects in the murder of their own daughter, spent 3 days speaking with Boulder County District Attorney Alex Hunter. This interview, might I remind you, only happened because the Ramseys made it so. This begs the question, who was really running the investigation? As that summer wound down, former friends of John and Patsy made a public call for a special prosecutor. A special prosecutor is different from a regular district attorney or other prosecutor when it comes to investigations. A special prosecutor is brought in to investigate a case for various reasons. Maybe there's a conflict of interest with the investigating agency. Maybe something has gone awry in the investigation, etc. In this case, according to 3 ex-best friends of the Ramseys, it was because District Attorney Hunter was dragging his feet. Given everything we've discussed so far, I can't say that they were wrong. The case had stalled out almost a year prior. There were no new leads, no new suspects, and the most promising suspects were being given the opportunity to decide when, where, and if they would even speak to law enforcement. The initial call for a special prosecutor was from Fleet and Priscilla White. Remember them? While they haven't been outspoken about what happened to make them go from besties to ex-friends of the Ramseys, it seems likely it was a combination of stress by the Whites for being initially seen as suspects and their suspicions that the Ramseys weren't being completely transparent. They sent out a 15-page public letter that claimed, among other things, that Hunter had given the Ramseys' defense attorney access to evidence, but wouldn't let other witnesses see their own transcripts of interviews, and had thoroughly alienated police detectives and key witnesses. It was addressed to the people of Colorado and asserted the prosecutors were too chummy with the Ramseys and that Hunter had no plans to get an indictment from a grand jury at all. These weren't the only public calls for anyone besides Hunter to take over the decision of whether the case was ready for a grand jury. A former police detective involved in the investigation had made a similar request, along with 2 local newspapers. But soon after the demand started to surface, Colorado Governor Roy Romer's spokesman declared that the case would go to a grand jury. And it did. But don't get too excited. Remember the book you're listening to. In October of 1999, roughly 3 years after JonBenet's murder, Hunter finished his work with a grand jury and reported that there wasn't enough evidence to charge anyone, including the Ramseys. Keep in mind that the burden of proof, the level at which a prosecutor has to convince a jury of the defendant's guilt in order to get a conviction, at the grand jury stage is much lower than the level of proof a prosecutor needs to show at trial. Even so, there were still around 30,000 items of evidence. Reporter Stephen K. Paulson, a writer for the Associated Press, pointed out a handful of those items in a widely circulated article on the grand jury's refusal to charge anyone. None of it looked good for the Ramseys. For example, John Ramsey had the book Mindhunter by FBI profiler John Douglas in his bedroom, which, big deal, so do I. Except the article also pointed out that there was a case in the book that included a similar use of duct tape, ligatures, and wording used in the ransom note. There's also the fact that John called his pilot to get his private plane ready within hours of finding JonBenet's body, which logically points to a plan to flee the state. But then why would John call the police if he was planning to cut and run? That's the problem with a lot of the evidence in the case, especially where the Ramseys are concerned. Applying logic just doesn't seem to work. Nothing adds up. Then, in a turn of events in October of 2013, the public learned that it was Hunter who claimed there wasn't enough evidence to charge John and Patsy Ramsey for child abuse causing death, not the grand jury. Hunter had been careful with his word choice, and everyone assumed at the time that when he said, "We do not have sufficient evidence to warrant the filing of charges," after the grand jury was finished, he was telling the public the grand jury's decision. No one asked Hunter to clarify, and the proceedings of a grand jury are entirely secret. As it turned out, the grand jury did in fact think that there was enough evidence to go forward against John and Patsy. However, this came out well after the Ramseys were publicly exonerated by the new Boulder district attorney in 2008. The grand jury's opinion also came out 7 years after Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer. The JonBenet case has so many twists and turns, especially when it comes to the parents, that despite the public exoneration, people still vehemently believe that John and Patsy are guilty. But John and Patsy aren't the only prime suspects. JonBenet's brother, Burke, has also been accused of playing some role. One theory alleges that he accidentally killed JonBenet, and then his parents tried to cover it up. In a poorly thought-out move by CBS, the channel aired The Case of JonBenet Ramsey in 2016. It was a 2-day documentary special that included interviews with friends of the Ramseys by investigators, and it decided at the end that Burke did it. Burke sued CBS Corp and others. The case was settled in January of 2019 for an undisclosed amount. There's also a man named John Mark Carr, who sort of came out of the woodwork just to freak everyone out. Carr was living in Bangkok, Thailand, when he began anonymously emailing Professor Michael Tracy in 2002. The police records are not clear about why Carr suddenly began emailing this professor, but the two appeared to share an interest in the JonBenet Ramsey case, and Tracy was working on a book about the case. In any event, they kept emailing back and forth until things began to get weird. Carr started to tell Tracy about his fascination with young girls in general, and all but admitted to being a pedophile who was actively teaching young girls. Then the bombshell. Carr said that he had had sex with JonBenét, accidentally killing her via choking while he was molesting her. To him, all these things were fine, except the part where JonBenét died. This whole narrative understandably disturbed Tracy, who contacted law enforcement. Police were able to figure out who Carr was, and they dragged him back from Thailand to investigate his claims. His story, it turned out, was all so bogus and out of left field that it's hard to know why he said any of it in the first place, except the part where he was sexually attracted to young girls. That was possibly true, given that he was later charged with child pornography. As far as the Ramsey case goes, Carr's DNA did not match any of the DNA found at the scene. His family provided strong circumstantial support that he was in Georgia, not Colorado, at the time of JonBenét's murder, and there was no evidence that he was anywhere near the Ramsey house on the night of the murder. It doesn't even look like Carr ever met JonBenét. Just that he was an incredibly sick human being who wanted attention. Then there are just really out-of-control theories, like that JonBenét never died and is in fact pop star Katy Perry. That conspiracy surfaced in 2014, thanks to a since-deleted YouTube video that showed just how similar the two looked. That has never been taken very seriously, but trashy outlets posted it as clickbait. Unfortunately, that's what this case has become. Without any new leads and new people of interest, there hasn't been much to write about in decades. Yet, JonBenét's face still pops up in the checkout aisle from time to time. On the cover of some less than reputable magazine, there she is with her big, bouncing blonde curls, face permanently frozen in time. You can draw a direct line connecting the media's reaction to cases like the Black Dahlia and JonBenét Ramsey. The Black Dahlia revealed an obsession with macabre stories of women butchered. But not just any women, beautiful white women. That obsession, we learned with JonBenét Ramsey, transfers to beautiful, white, female children, but in a different way. Where the Black Dahlia was poor and potentially promiscuous, JonBenét Ramsey was rich and innocent. Maybe it's because they come from different times, or maybe it's because, when it comes to children, we want to freeze them in time. Maybe her innocence, and the pictures of a big smile framed by blonde curls, is what keeps people fascinated. The Freeway Phantom. Choose your own victim. Buckle up. This is going to get rough. Twitter had a mild shockwave on July 3, 2019, when word got out that a family court judge in New Jersey wanted to treat a 16-year-old teenage boy as a child for criminal charges stemming from multiple sexual assault allegations. Prosecutors say the teen, known as GMC, was at a party with a girl the same age that the court calls Mary. Both got drunk, and then GMC and Mary walked into a darkened, closed-off part of the basement where the party was taking place. The appellate court described what allegedly happened next. GMC was still in the "what court does this go in" phase, so there's been no conviction or acquittal at this point. GMC filmed himself penetrating Mary from behind on his cell phone, displaying her bare torso and her head hanging down. He forwarded the clip to several friends. Only one said it showed Mary's head hitting repeatedly against the wall. In the days following the incident, GMC sent the following text to his friends. "When your first time having sex was rape." That wasn't even the part that got people up in arms. No, that information had been sussed out in the family court months before. What caused the New York Times to write a feature and then other major outlets like CNN and the Washington Post to pick up the story soon afterward, was what the family court judge said when he decided that GMC should be tried as a juvenile. Judge James Troiano said there was a distinction between rape and sexual assault, with rape being where there were generally two or more, generally males, involved, either at gunpoint or weapon. Again, while this sounds like the ramblings of an archaic man from bygone times, it still wasn't quite the thing that took his judgment to another level. It was when Troiano started to discuss what a quality young man GMC seemed to be. This young man comes from a good family who put him into an excellent school where he was doing extremely well. He is clearly a candidate for not just college, but probably for a good college. His scores for college entry were very high. The line from the appellate court decision that the judge expressed concern that the prosecutor did not indicate in the memorandum that she had explained to Mary and her mother the devastating effect a waiver would have on GMC's life was something of the final straw that broke social media's back. Headlines like, "Judge under fire for citing good family in teen rape case," and "Who is James Troiano? Judge in rape case criticized for showing leniency because of teenagers' good family," were scattered across media outlets within hours of the New York Times initial story. It's not the first time people have lit torches over a judge wanting to show an alleged or accused rapist leniency due to his family ties, or potential to be a great non-raping human someday. Remember Stanford University swimmer Brock Turner? None of this is new. Instead, it's a sort of evolution of a disgusting, dirty little secret that's been spread throughout our culture since we knew what crime was. Some victims matter more than others. Unlike the cases of Brock Turner and GMC, there was no media storm in the 1970s when 6 young girls were murdered in the D.C. area. Sure, it did get publicity. It was in the newspapers. The murderer got a nickname, the Freeway Phantom. There was at one time a reward for information leading to an arrest. But the $9,000 isn't as much as some might think for so many murders of young children over the span of about 17 months. But what's even more puzzling about the case is that, unlike a lot of similarly situated serial killers of the 1970s, sometimes called the golden era of serial killers, including Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, and so forth, the Freeway Phantom has left little lasting notoriety outside of Washington, D.C. Most people, even some ardent true crime enthusiasts, are unfamiliar with the case. How does that happen? How does someone murder 6 young girls and get forgotten? There are several arguments, one being that it just wasn't clear at the time if law enforcement was dealing with a serial killer or not. But the most obvious one, particularly with today's hindsight, and the one that was felt most deeply by the family members left behind, is that it's because the victims were Black. The murders began in April of 1971 with 7th grader Carol Denise Spinks. She was a small girl with medium-length dark hair and eyes that looked like they'd grow wise someday. But in her class picture, her eyes are just kind and waiting for fun. She was 13 years old and experiencing those "I'm a teenager now" feelings that most kids get. Carol wanted more freedom. So when her older sister sent her to the 7-Eleven a half-mile away for TV dinners and some other items, she was happy to go. It was around 7 p.m., but the sun wasn't down yet. It seemed like she had plenty of time to go and come back before it got dark. Carol passed her mother on the way to the store. Her mom told her she wasn't supposed to be out by herself, but she let her continue on to the store. Her mom told her to come straight home, but she never did. Instead, Carol went missing for a week before an 11-year-old boy found her body on May 1st. Carol's body was discovered near the Suitland Parkway by Interstate 295. She'd been strangled and sexually assaulted. Her shoes were missing. She'd been dead 2 or 3 days, but no one knew what had happened or where she was in the days between when she went missing and her death. The next horrific murder of a young girl in the D.C. area had all the markings of the slayer that would become known as the Freeway Phantom. For months, police and the media included Angela Denise Barnes on the list of the Phantom's victims, but she wasn't. Angela, like Carol, had Denise in her name, and by the time people started to pay attention to the case, there were 2 other girls with Denise in their names. Some of the news outlets that reprinted that Associated Press article jumped on this, but police were never able to make heads or tails over whether it really mattered or not. Angela was 14 years old. She was found shot in the head, 2 days after Carol's body was found. She'd attempted to walk home from a friend's house just before midnight on July 12, 1971, but never made it. Angela's body was also found along a highway, less than an hour's drive from Carol's body. Angela was discovered along the Maryland State Highway 228, which forks off of Highway 295, 25 miles south of Washington, D.C. Despite some glaring differences in the 2 cases, method of murder being the big one, Angela was assumed to be one of the Freeway Phantom's victims. However, her case has actually been solved. In 1974, 2 men who were once District Patrol Division police officers were charged with Angela's death. Edward L. Selman was 30 years old and a salesman at the time of his arrest. Tommy B. Simmons was 26 and worked at the Thrift Loan Company. Neither had been in law enforcement long enough to complete their 1-year probation period. Simmons was on the force for a little less than a year. Selman for just 8 months. Both were convicted of Angela's murder, and prosecutors maintained that there was nothing to link the 2 to any of the other deaths. Once that potential connection to the Freeway Phantom was gone, the media stopped caring about Angela's case, and the coverage dried up. While police were investigating Angela's case, another victim had already gone missing before Angela ever left her home. Darlenia Denise Johnson left home in the morning around 10 a.m. on July 8th to go to her job at the Oxon Hill Recreation Center. Darlenia was 16 years old with arched eyebrows and a sly grin. She lived only a few blocks away from Carol. They even walked some of the same streets. Darlenia left home that morning wearing a green sweater with a blue blouse and a red, white, and blue striped miniskirt. When she didn't make it to work and didn't come home that night, her mother filed a missing persons report. Her mother waited for 11 days before Darlenia was found. An employee of the then-called D.C. Department of Highways and Traffic found Darlenia. He called police to tell them that he found a dead body. He wasn't the first person to call in about Darlenia's decomposing form in a grassy area near Suitland Parkway, off the northbound lane of I-295. Police sent officers, who after a little while radioed in to say they hadn't found anything. But they didn't really look. They just drove by. They didn't get out. For reasons that escape me, they thought just driving by an area when a young, dead girl is supposed to be somewhere in the grass was sufficient enough policing for the day. What was wrong with these guys? A week later, the same employee called police again because Darlenia's body was still there. It was now July 19th in Washington, D.C. She was practically melting in the sun and heat, ruining any evidence police could hope to get from her body. That is, if they bothered to show up and do their jobs. This time, the man made sure Darlenia's remains were taken care of. He told his boss, who told his friend, a D.C. police sergeant who, despite being off duty that day, drove out to the site to recover the dead girl. Darlenia was only about 15 feet away from where Carol's body was found. Like Carol, Darlenia was strangled, but her body was so badly decomposed that the autopsy could not determine if she had been sexually assaulted. They also couldn't even figure out who she was until they cut off her fingers to get her fingerprints. Also, like Carol, Darlenia's shoes were missing. The fourth victim was Brenda Faye Crockett, the first girl in the string of murders not to have Denise in her name. Brenda was 10 years old. She was so young. In the picture of her on the Metropolitan Police Department's reward poster, she's wearing a light-colored coat. It's a black and white photograph, and a matching big bow in her hair. Her head is tilted as she smiles for the camera. She looks like she's posing on Easter Sunday. You can't see her eyes or her features very well, but she was a popular girl at her school. She liked going to church. On July 27th, Brenda's mom, Retha Mae Crockett, had her go to the Safeway market to get some bread and dog food. Retha thought Brenda was going to take a friend with her. It was 8 p.m., and other kids in the neighborhood were getting ready for a movie night on the street. Brenda left home without shoes on and with foam rollers in her hair. She wasn't going far, only 5 blocks. But there's an argument that if police had made a bigger deal of the cases, if they were being publicized, if people knew that 3 other girls had been found dead in that area, maybe Retha never would have let her go at all. Unfortunately, Brenda did go to the store. Like Carol before her, she didn't come home. When Brenda didn't return, her mom and family members started looking for her and told police she was missing. Brenda's body was found at around 5 a.m. the next day by a hitchhiker. She had been strangled and sexually assaulted in the grassy shoulder of the freeway. One of the few in-depth articles on this case in the last decade is the Washington Post's 6 black girls were brutally murdered in the early 70s. Why was this case never solved? By Cheryl Thompson. That piece explains one of the startling elements of Brenda Crockett's case. She called home. Brenda's sister, Bertha, had stayed home with her mother's boyfriend, while her mom and others were out looking for the girl. While they were gone, the phone rang and Bertha answered, only to hear her sister on the other end crying. Brenda told her sister she had been snatched by a white man, and she thought she was somewhere in Virginia. She said he was going to send her home in a taxi. Then she hung up. Brenda called back again about a half hour later. This time she talked to Retha's boyfriend. The boyfriend tried to figure out where Brenda was in Virginia. He told her to put the man who took her on the phone. According to Thompson, the boyfriend told her to put the man on the phone. "Well, I'll see you," she whispered before the line went dead. Her body was found less than 8 hours later. Her bare feet were pristine, like someone had washed them. Police now had the bodies of 4 young black girls, all found along a stretch of highway. 2 with incredible similarities, and they didn't bother to raise any alarm. No one admitted that there was something rotten going on in town. The police didn't have much to help them in each individual case, and it's unclear if they were even putting it together that someone was hunting these girls. There were 2 more victims before the police decided to become more proactive about what was happening in the nation's capital. 12-year-old Nino Moshia Yates was next. Are these starting to feel like a laundry list yet? I wouldn't blame you if they are. One name of a young black girl after another, thrown away like someone's garbage. But the problem is, that was all the information out there, even in the months afterward. Just names, a few details, some black and white pictures, some slightly out of focus. They were never given histories or backstories or real identities. They were just names and faces. Nino Moshia's face was long and thin, but with cheeks that turned into little apples when she smiled. She had just a hint of a gap between her front teeth and short hair. Her family called her Nino. She loved to listen to records and was a good student who sometimes had to be told to stop studying and go to bed. She never met her baby sister, LaShawn, who was just born when Nino Moshia was murdered. Nino Moshia, like Carol and Brenda, was going to the store. She'd been sent by her father on Friday, October 1st, 1971, at 7 p.m. The Safeway market was a block away from their apartment. The family needed a few staples: sugar, paper plates, etc. Witnesses saw her in the store, and they saw her leave with her items, but no one saw Nino Moshia after she left the store until a hitchhiker came across her body in a grassy spot by the freeway a few hours later. She was still warm. Nino Moshia had been raped and strangled, but police said there weren't any signs of a struggle, except for a small scratch on her forehead. Unlike Carol and Darlenia, Nino Moshia still had her shoes on. But like two of the other cases, Carol and Brenda, officers also found green synthetic fibers on Nino Moshia's clothes. This is when law enforcement started to see connections and express them to the media. In an article for the Evening Star, Washington, D.C.'s main newspaper, Detective John Rossi told reporters, "There is some reason to believe that there is some connection to some similar deaths that had occurred in the last few months." Rossi told reporters that specifically they were looking at similarities between Nino Moshia's case and Brenda Crockett's case. The article continued, Rossi indicated that since several children have been found so close to the district line, there is the possibility of a conscious attempt to take the bodies across the district line into Maryland, thereby attempting to cause interjurisdictional difficulties. But Rossi wouldn't say if he thought Nino Moshia's death was part of this intricate plot. District police also said that they had beefed up the 8-man team initially assigned to work around the clock to find Carol's killer. Prince George police, who were investigating Nino Moshia's death, said they were working closely with district police due to the similarities in the cases. Things were starting to come together, just not fast enough. At this point, even if law enforcement hadn't been completely open about their suspicions of a serial killer with the media, the community was aware that there was a problem. They had held several community meetings about the girls. The growing consensus was that the police weren't doing enough to protect their children. Nino Moshia's murder came the same day as two others. The Metropolitan Police Department Homicide Squad canceled their days off in order to try and solve the deaths of Richie H. Reed, a 30-year-old government economist, Linda Amadown, a 47-year-old Arlington woman. Turned out it was her husband who shot her in the head but then tried to make it look like a robbery, and Nino Moshia Yates. An Evening Star front-page article explained that the 3 homicides in quick succession resulted in 33 homicide officers coming in for an all-hands-on-deck situation, but with little to go on. A Star staff writer spoke to Nino Moshia's friends in the days after her abduction and murder. They told the writer that, surprisingly, aside from shock that their friend was dead, it wasn't going to change their impression of strangers. This was one of the first pieces to use the name Freeway Phantom. They fear strangers no more and no less than they did the day before. The strangulation of 12-year-old Nino Moshia seems to have made no great impression on them, even though they talk about the Freeway Phantom and know she is the 5th girl to die in a similar manner in the last 5 months. The disbelief and refusal to change their view of strangers seems to come more from self-preservation than anything else. It didn't seem real to them. The area was quiet for about a month and a half. Police started to think they might have leads. By October 18, 1971, they told reporters that there was a list of several suspects into Nino Moshia's murder. They were even trying to get a warrant to search a vehicle that was near where she was abducted. A friend, Jimmy, said he saw Nino Moshia get into a blue car. Because everyone said that Nino Moshia wouldn't even speak to strangers, he assumed she knew the owner of the vehicle and thought nothing of it. So there was some movement, at least on Nino Moshia's case. But police weren't saying if they'd made progress on Nino Moshia's case in connection to the other murders, or if they were working on them separately. In fairness to police, it wasn't like these murders were the only ones they had to solve. District police told reporters that in the city of Washington, D.C., there had been 226 murders as of mid-October 1971. There were 13 during the week of October 10th through 16th alone. When you consider that the entire homicide unit is made up of 33 detectives, That's a lot of cases to spread around. Still, it was hard for the community to not feel as though these cases were being treated differently. Brenda Denise Woodard, the oldest of all the girls, murdered at 18, disappeared on November 15th. Her parents later described her as a quiet, nice girl who wanted to be an elementary school teacher because she liked to work with kids. Though she dropped out of Spingarn High School the previous spring, she was going to Cardoza High School at night to work on her typing and shorthand skills. The night she disappeared, Brenda W. went to a Ben's Chili Bowl with a friend from the high school. Brenda W. and her friend took the bus to their respective homes. Brenda W. got off at a stop to transfer to another bus, while her friend continued riding. He was the last person to see her alive. The next morning, around 5 a.m., a Cheverly police officer found Brenda W.'s body near Prince George's Hospital, near Route 202. She too had been raped and strangled, but she had also been stabbed multiple times. She was a fighter. It's possible her assailant hadn't expected her to fight so much more than the much smaller, younger girls that he had overcome before. Defensive wounds on Brenda W.'s hands showed she wasn't going down easy. Like with Nino Moshia, Brenda W.'s parents and friends said she would never get in a car with someone she didn't know unless she was forced. Officers also found a note in Brenda W.'s pocket. Written in pencil, it said, "This is tantamount to my insensitivity to people, especially women. I will admit the others when you catch me, if you can." The letter was signed, Freeway Phantom. Police later said that the note was written by Brenda W. before she was murdered, and there were other wounds on her body that indicated she had been tortured into writing it. Two things happened after Brenda W.'s murder. The media outside of D.C. started to take an interest in the case, and the police got more proactive and vocal. A search for Carol Spinks on newspapers.com, a website that has archived almost 15,000 newspapers from the 1700s to the 2000s, did not have a single news article that mentioned this Carol Spinks until a version of an Associated Press article came up. The mid-November article was reprinted in newspapers across the nation, from Washington State to Tennessee to North Carolina. 7 months after Spinks was murdered was likely the first time people outside her neighborhood ever heard about what happened to her. Carol Denise Spinks set out in the twilight of April 25th to the neighborhood grocery on an errand for her mother and never returned. She was the first known victim of the freeway killer. Angela Denise Barnes was second, Darlenia Denise Johnson third, then Brenda Faye Crockett and Nina Moshia Yates. Finally, Brenda Denise Woodward's body was found Tuesday morning beside the highway that was their common link to death. It's also possible that the Associated Press article was published because the Evening Star stopped being any form of subtle. The day before, on November 17th, it published a piece by Ronald Sorrow called "The Murders. Is One Man Responsible?" That's a tough headline to beat or ignore, despite it being published at the very bottom, below the fold, on the front page of the newspaper. Young people in the near northeast and the near southeast neighborhoods talk of a single, fiendish killer rapist when they talk about the slayings of 6 young black girls in the past 6 months. Sorrow started his piece. At the time, police were quietly speculating that the homicides might be linked, but there were still enough differences between the 5 murders, 6 if you include Angela Denise Barnes, whose case at the time still wasn't solved. Publicly, police still didn't want to come out and say, "We have a serial killer on the loose," and for good reason. Number 1, being it would incite panic and publicity that the city really didn't need. Number 2, the big reason, there were still a lot of differences among the cases, to the point where it's unclear if maybe some are related and others are closer to copycats. In some cases, there were similarities among a few of the girls, like how several had Denise in their name. A few were found without their shoes. and Brenda W. and Darlenia had both worked as counselors the previous summer at a local playground. There were also the green fibers found on some of the girls, but again, not all. This kept happening. Most of the girls were strangled, but Brenda W. was also stabbed repeatedly. In mid-November, police were moving forward on the theory that it was best to keep an open mind, that some of the cases appeared to be definitely related, but they really couldn't be too sure of anything. They didn't know if the killer was black or white, but when it came to any information they did have, police tended to use the "I don't know, but if I did know, I wouldn't tell you" attitude with the media. Brenda W.'s murder is when the FBI got involved, and police started to ask for the public's help. Police held a press conference, and a main takeaway was that they were probably looking for one person for multiple deaths. Deputy Chief Malin Pitts was head of the Criminal Investigation Division at the time. He told reporters, "We feel that because the girls are over in this area, that somewhere in the community there are individuals, or an individual, who has a clue to help us in these cases." Police set up multiple tip lines at police headquarters, and they pleaded with the public to come forward with any information. They also put together a task force of 6 D.C. detectives, Prince George's County and Maryland State detectives, and FBI agents dedicated to solving the murders. Still, police kept a lot of details of the cases close, in order to weed out any crackpots. They told people to report to law enforcement if they saw the girls around the time of their abduction, if they saw the girls being forced into a vehicle, or if they saw any suspicious activity around the time and in the areas where the girls were taken. Pitts told reporters at the end of the day of the press conference they'd already received hundreds of calls. Within 3 days, police would say they'd received nearly 5,000 calls on their special phone numbers. A Capture Phantom Reward Fund was opened, starting with a $50 donation by the National Fraternal Order of Police Detectives and Special Police Association. According to a police spokesman, "We have literally saturated the case with manpower." But in the end, it didn't matter. The case went quiet for almost a year. The holidays approached, with people apprehensive, waiting for another young body to be found along the freeway. According to the Evening Star, a little girl got on Santa's lap, surrounded by last-minute downtown Christmas shoppers, and asked, "Are you the freeway phantom?" Yet Christmas came and went without another dead girl on the side of the freeway. People started to feel comfortable letting their kids walk alone. By April of 1972, the tip line had just about dried up, with calls whittled down to maybe once a week, sometimes 2 in a day. Police started to vocally question whether all the cases were really linked. According to an Evening Star article, in conversations last week, homicide detectives in the district and Prince George County acknowledged for the first time that little credence was ever given to speculation that a single killer was responsible for all 6 deaths. The question of how many killers they might be looking for ranged from 1 to 4. According to what the authorities were willing to share, they had 3 hairs, some semen specimens, and the note that was written by Brenda W. The law enforcement was especially skeptical of Brenda W.'s case being connected to the others. "We're pretty much convinced that the nut who did this is some clown who read about the others and got an idea," Lieutenant Albert Kula told the Evening Star. Officers also speculated about why the Phantom hadn't struck again in months. They said he was likely scared off or had been imprisoned on another charge. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and he'd strike one more time. On September 5th, 1972, just as kids were starting to go back to school, Diane Williams went missing. Diane was 17 years old and about to be a junior at Ballou Senior High School. She wanted to be a model, with her soft features, wide dark eyes, and large afro. A bus driver, one of the last people to see her alive, would later tell police that he remembered Diane getting on the bus because she was so pretty. She lived in a 2-story house on a tree-lined street. and on that night she left to visit her boyfriend. It was a walk and short bus ride that she had made many times before over the summer. Like so many of the other girls before her, Diane's mother insisted that she just wasn't the type to get in a car with anyone she didn't know. Despite Diane's firm no strangers policy, a trucker found her body in a grassy area near Interstate 295 in Prince George's County in Maryland, close to the D.C. border, about 2 miles from her house. Diane was still wearing her yellow blouse, jeans, and white tennis shoes. She had been strangled, but there was no evidence that she had been sexually assaulted. Aside from some bruises and scratches on her neck and scratches on her left hand, Diane looked the same as when she left home. While the 6 cases remained linked under the umbrella of the freeway phantom in the few chapters, articles, and books that have been written about the case, it's impossible to say for certain if they are all linked. Not all the girls were strangled. Some were deliberately missing shoes, others weren't. The ages were different, although many reported that the older girls looked young for their age. Most, but not all, were sexually assaulted. What does still stand out, however, is what made them similar. Young black girls, in less than 2 years, murdered and left by the side of the freeway. Carol Spinks, Darlenia Johnson, Brenda Faye Crockett, Nina Moshia Yates, Brenda Woodard, and Diane Williams are the victims that time forgot. Or maybe it never really remembered them to begin with. There were some leads and hopeful suspects in the case, but none of them led to anything helpful. In December of 1973, police thought the Rochester rape slayer might be the freeway phantom. The Rochester cases did have some similarities, including that all the victims were young girls who had been raped and strangled. They were also found on outlying roads. However, there was a major difference. The Rochester girls were all white. Eventually, the case was rebranded as the Alphabet Killer because the first and last initial of all 3 children murdered were the same: Carmen Colon, Wanda Walkowicz, and Michelle Manza. There wasn't a connection, but the Alphabet Killer case was turned into a major motion picture, an exploitative, poorly written movie that took a lot of liberties and made less than $1 million gross in the U.S., but still. It got a movie, and the freeway phantom, with twice as many victims at the same time period, hasn't even gotten a halfway decent documentary film. These are considered to be the first serial murder investigations in the District of Columbia. Yet aside from the family members who still mourned their losses, and the detectives who worked the files or periodically looked through the cold case files, their names, faces, and stories are largely forgotten. A 2018 editorial in the Washington Post, following an amazing in-depth piece on why the cases haven't been cleared, asks the question, if the victims weren't black, would the case have been solved? If those girls had been white, they would have put more manpower on it, there's no doubt about it, said Tommy Musgrove, who joined D.C. Police in 1972 and later headed homicide. He contrasted the case with that of the Lyon sisters, Montgomery County girls who went missing from the Wheaton Plaza Mall in 1975 amid massive publicity, and whose murders were eventually solved in 2017 with the guilty plea of an imprisoned sex offender. It's hard to argue with officers who were on the case. In the original Cheryl Thompson article, retired D.C. police detective Romaine Jenkins recalls how she and another officer were initially sent out to help canvass the area when Carol Spinks's body was found, but a supervisor told them instead to patrol the streets and work on prison control due to the influx of war protesters. There's also the fact that Darlenia Johnson's body was left to rot in the hot summer sun because officers couldn't be bothered to get out of their car to look in the area where they were told a dead girl was lying. In 1974, another task force was created that included federal agents, Prince George's County officers, the Maryland State Police, and others. According to Jenkins, they ran down every lead and came up with hundreds of suspects. But they never got enough evidence on anyone to tie their suspects to the death of any of the girls, let alone all 6. When Jenkins was assigned to the U.S. Attorney's Office in 1987, she was allowed to reopen the case and investigate using notebooks and files from the FBI and former investigators. Jenkins later learned that the few things they could have possibly used to get DNA hadn't been properly preserved and couldn't be tested. Jenkins said mishandling of case files by D.C. police wasn't limited to cases where race was a factor. They would throw case files all over the place and lose evidence when a new administration took over. They just weren't equipped and organized enough for a serial murderer. While Jenkins won't say that the cases have gone unsolved because of race, she did say that they have never gotten the attention they deserved. "What happens when people like me and the families are gone?" Jenkins asked Thompson. "This will be forgotten." Carol Spinks, Darlenia Johnson, Brenda Faye Crockett, Nina Moshia Yates, Brenda Woodard, and Diane Williams. Let's never forget their names. Let's prove Jenkins wrong. The Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum Heist. Where exactly do you hide stolen art? $500 million worth of art stolen. It's the biggest crime you've never heard of. It's a heist that came and went in 1990, covered by the press in the Boston area, where the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum is located, but largely forgotten by national news. It's a crime filled with twists and turns and head-scratchers that remains unsolved. There's a $10 million reward at stake, and yet, unless you've got the Pak the Ka at Harvard Yard accent, you've probably never heard of it. Isabella Stewart Gardner might have appreciated her namesake museum being the subject of a spectacular heist if 13 pieces of art weren't still missing without a trace. She was a secretive woman who, when she sat for portraits, only ever wanted to be painted in shadow or haze. As a result, legends about her were plentiful. One even claimed that she walked lions down Boston's Beacon Street. As the newspapers and tabloids of the late 1800s printed outlandish myths about her, Gardner never corrected them. She appreciated a good story, especially one about herself. Her future chief art advisor, Bernard Berenson, said of Isabella, "She lives at a rate and intensity with a reality that makes other lives seem pale, thin, and shadowy." This sounds like something that could be said of many successful women today. But Gardner was a woman in the 1880s, not the early 21st century. Granted, she came from crazy, stupid money. Her father left her what amounts to $45 million today. But still, she loved art, and she made her privilege work for her. In 1896, Gardner decided it was time to put all the art she'd been steadily collecting into a museum. She found a plot of land with few other buildings around it and got to work telling men what to do. When the museum was finished in late 1901, Gardner, whose husband had died before construction began, moved into the 4th floor of the museum and personally arranged the art into galleries on the first 3 floors. She had artists come and work at the museum, and she kept purchasing new art for the museum until she died. After her death in 1924, she left an endowment to keep the museum open, but stipulated that nothing in the galleries would be changed, and none of the art would be sold from the collection. Gardner was, after all, a woman who liked things to be just so. About 65 years later, 2 guys dressed like police officers strode into the museum and left 81 minutes later with 13 works of art, created by artists like Rembrandt, Degas, and Vermeer. 81 minutes is an eternity. It's almost as long as a feature-length film. It only takes about 50 minutes to drive from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum to the Salem Witch Museum, depending on traffic and bathroom breaks. When was the last time you worked on a single thing for 81 minutes continuously? I stress this because 81 minutes is a long time for most activities, but it is an absolute lifetime when committing a crime. When you think of heists, you most likely think of getting in and out as quickly as possible. But for the Gardner Museum heist, this wasn't what happened at all. So why is this case, with all the trappings of a brilliant piece of entertainment, barely on the radar of even the most seasoned true crime enthusiasts? I have two theories, and the answer is probably a combination of both. The first is more primitive. People, especially the lovers of true crime, are more drawn to violence and brutality. Think of the number of true crime documentaries, podcasts, and television shows about violent murders compared with the number about any crime that isn't murder. This case doesn't have that. Everyone survived. The museum guards were roughed up a bit, but nobody even had to be hospitalized. It doesn't fuel that aggressive need for the macabre. The second is that for many people, art that comes from museums is thought of with a capital A. It's highbrow. It's for fancy people. Simply put, the kind of art in the Gardner Museum was, in the minds of many, for snobs. March 18th, 1990, 1:24 a.m. It was just after St. Patrick's Day, and the city was still trying to sleep off that electric, drunken feeling of the holiday. Two men dressed as Boston police officers rang the buzzer of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Millions of dollars worth of art was in that building, and this duo knew it was theirs for the taking if they could just get past the guards. As it turned out, when the guards are young and untrained, it's not that difficult to trick them into letting you in. The men in police uniforms claimed they needed to get into the museum immediately. They said they were responding to a disturbance. Guard Richard Abath, a wannabe musician who was barely out of his teens, broke protocol and let them in. The thieves, claiming that they had a warrant for Abath's arrest, got him to come out from behind his desk, where the only panic button to contact the real police was located. Once Abath stepped away from that button, it was all over. There were no alarms or anything else between the two men and the paintings they wanted. The thieves grabbed Abath and handcuffed him. When Abath's partner on duty arrived, he got the same treatment. Both men were taken to the basement. The photograph on the Gardner Museum's website of Abath just before police freed him is pitiful. He has long brown hair in tight curls that go past his shoulders. His hands are handcuffed behind his back, and duct tape is wrapped around his head, including his mouth and most of his face. Both guards had their entire heads duct taped with only a small air hole. After successfully putting together a humiliating scene for the maintenance people to find the next morning, the thieves went back upstairs. It was go time, and the thieves started out by taking a painting made by one of the most famous artists displayed in the building. Rembrandt is the target. He's the prime target, said Anthony Amore, current director of security for the museum, in an interview with Boston public radio station WBUR in September of 2018. And he's a target in every major city with a major museum. Amore used the motion sensor data from that night to map out the entire caper. The thieves got in at 1:24 a.m. Tying up the security guards should have only taken about 5 to 6 minutes max, Amore wagered. But the next motion sensor data point wasn't for 24 minutes. Amore said that because no motion sensors went off on the first floor, this was most likely when the thieves went into the Blue Room. The Blue Room was home to Manet's Chez Tortoni. In the event you aren't an art scholar, let me explain what exactly Manet's Chez Tortoni is. It's of a dude in a hat. Specifically, it's a dapper-looking gentleman in a black coat with white undershirt and black top hat. He's sitting at a table in some sort of cafe, writing, with a glass of beer to the right of him. He has a blonde mustache and is looking straight at the viewer as if to say, "You need something?" It's painted with noticeable strokes and swipes at the canvas. Manet painted it when he was in his 40s, and considering he died at 51, that was his prime. It's not sexy like a lot of his other paintings, but it is considered an excellent example of how well he was able to portray the late 19th century social scene that dominated cafes of the time. The thing about Chez Tortoni is that it's possible it was not a part of the heist. It could have been taken at a different time than the rest of the paintings. The fact that no motion sensors went off while the thieves were in the building means either the sensors malfunctioned for the entire night or that the thieves never went into the Blue Room. In a 2018 interview with WBUR, Amore said he just doesn't know what the deal was with the first floor in the Blue Room. When a painting is stolen, it's not a mystery. Knowing that a thief went into a room is not a great clue, right? I mean, the empty frame is the better clue. They didn't do it anywhere else in the museum. They set off the motion sensors hundreds of times on the second floor. With reckless abandonment, why would they care about the Blue Room? I don't believe that they tried to defeat that alarm, and the alarm didn't go off, and I just cannot account for it. The motion sensors did, however, pick up movement in the Blue Room shortly before the robbers entered the building. In 2016, Amore told news and lifestyle website Dig Boston that movement is consistent with a guard making his rounds, but this has led to further speculation that maybe this guard was up to no good. In August of 2016, then newly released security footage showed that just before 1 a.m., a vehicle pulled up to the entrance of the museum. Abath buzzed in the man that got out of the car, but aside from the fellow from the car standing at the security desk with Abath, we don't know anything else about his time at the museum. Some speculate that Abath was doing some sort of dry run just before the real thieves came into the building. But it seems odd to have a dry run so close to when the actual crime took place, and there's no actual evidence to show that the man Abath buzzed in took anything. As Amore told Dig Boston, "We don't know what we don't know. We have nothing to point at to say that he was involved." Abath has always been open about his history with the museum and adamantly denies being involved with the heist in any way. One last thing about Chez Tortoni before we get back to one of the biggest art heists in history. The thieves only took the art itself, not the frames. The Dig Boston article explains that after taking the paintings out, they left the ornate frames on the gallery floor, except for the Chez Tortoni. That frame was left on the security director's chair. Now let's refocus on the Gardner Museum that fateful night. The sensors picked back up at 1:48 a.m. The thieves had been in the building for 24 minutes. They next went straight for the room where they would do the most damage, the Dutch room on the second floor. First, they took the two big Rembrandts. They cut Christ in the Storm on the Sea of Galilee and A Lady and Gentleman in Black from their frames in order to avoid triggering an alarm. Christ in the Storm is Rembrandt's only painted seascape. He created it in 1633 while he was trying to establish himself in Amsterdam. It depicts what it sounds like, a bunch of Jesus' disciples in a rinky-dink boat with high waves and panic on the faces of almost everyone in the painting. The boat is tipping over. One guy is vomiting over the side. A few other guys are trying to hold on to whatever they can. One guy looks like he's trying helplessly to steer the ship. At one end of the boat, surrounded by men clasping on to him, is Jesus, very calm, with a face that says, "Everyone be cool. I got this." According to the Gardner Museum's explanation of the art, The painting showcases the young Rembrandt's ability not only to represent a sacred history, but also to seize our attention and immerse us in an unfolding pictorial drama. For greatest immediacy, he depicted the event as if it were a contemporary scene of a fishing boat menaced by a storm. The spectacle of darkness and light formed by the churning seas and blackening sky immediately attracts our attention. The other Rembrandt taken, A Lady and Gentleman in Black, again, depicts the title exactly. Two stuffy-looking people wearing black. One a man, the other a woman. Both have oversized and very Dutch white collars. He has a curly mustache and is standing, facing the viewer. She has an ornament in her hair and is seated in profile, staring off into the distance. This was also painted while Rembrandt was in his mid to late 20s. It was large as far as paintings go, over 4 feet tall and around 3.5 feet wide. Those were the 2 star pieces taken from the Dutch room, but they weren't the only items stolen. They also took Vermeer's The Concert and Govert Flink's Landscape with an Obelisk. Flink was a student of Rembrandt, and his landscape looks a little bit like something you would see in a sci-fi movie, with big mountain shapes in blues and reds and a tall light tower off to the side that seems like it could be a skyscraper if you didn't know what period it was painted in. The thieves also took an ancient Chinese bronze goo from a table. It's unclear why Chinese art was in the Dutch room. It sort of looks like an odd vase. It's a cylinder with a smaller base that then curves outward like a trumpet at the top. Finally, they took a small self-portrait etching by Rembrandt. 2 minutes after both thieves initially entered the Dutch room, motion detectors picked up one of the thieves in another room down the hall, the short gallery. While Thief 1 was getting the Rembrandts out of their frames, Thief 2 was getting 5 Degas drawings out of theirs. Thief 2 also retrieved a bronze eagle finial, which is basically an ornamental sculpture that looks like something you would see on the hood of a car. The two spent a lot of time in both galleries and occasionally walked back and forth between them. At 2:10 a.m., both thieves were in the Dutch room, and then movement stopped at 2:12 a.m. They were no longer setting off any motion detectors in the museum. Current security director Amore said he doesn't know what happened then. All I do know is that the alarms were working, and no alarms went off on the first floor between the time the thieves entered and the time they exited, Amore told WBUR. That's indisputable. At 2:23 a.m., the motion detectors picked up the thieves once again in the second-floor hall, and then they went back to the Dutch room. The last time the motion detector sensors within the galleries went off was at 2:28 a.m., when the thieves left the galleries. At 2:45 a.m., 81 minutes after the thieves had entered the museum, they left with the footage from the few security cameras that captured who they were, as well as $500 million worth of art that hasn't been seen since. Deborah Schwartz kept a hardcover copy of the Isabella Gardner Museum's catalog in her backpack. On March 18, 1990, hours after the museum's heist, the Princeton University graduate student looked with sorrow at a hand-painted sign on the black iron grates of the museum. It was closed for the day. She loved the museum, and during that particular trip to Boston, she'd convinced some friends to go with her to the museum, only to learn that in the dead of night, someone had violated one of her favorite destinations in the city. Then Schwartz learned that Vermeer's The Concert was among the stolen works of art. "It's one of the most beautiful paintings I have ever seen in my life," Schwartz told the Boston Globe. "I feel like someone has kicked me in the gut." Almost immediately, security at the Gardner Museum was criticized, and rightly so. A member of the nearby Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, John Kelly, hypothesized to the Boston Globe, someone took advantage of a situation where no one thought something like this would ever happen. Other local museums announced that they would ramp up security. Peter Sutton, the MFA curator of European art in 1990, told the Boston Globe, "Our level of vigilance is usually high, but we'll crank it up again because of this." Still, a cocky guard in the same article, who declined to give his name, said that what happened at the Gardner would never happen at his museum because, after a certain hour, we don't open the door. We wouldn't care if they said they were from the CIA. That boast was actually true. At least, it was tested. On January 15th, 1990, just a few months before the Gardner Museum heist, 2 men dressed as Boston police officers rang the buzzer at the MFA in the early morning hours. The police officers demanded to be let in, saying that they were looking for someone. The guard who answered the buzzer could clearly see through their security cameras that the men looked like police, but he refused to let them in without permission from his supervisor. When the guard returned with his supervisor, the men were gone. For the thieves, everything seemed to have gone off without a hitch. It appeared perfectly orchestrated, too perfect to be conducted by anyone who hadn't been studying the museum and its habits for months. This precision would lend itself to a theory that the thieves had conducted dry runs of the heist. 3 people caused a ruckus outside the museum in the early morning hours, 2 weeks before the heist. One man pounded on the door of the Gardner Museum and demanded to be let in, saying that the other 2 men were attacking him. The guard on duty refused to let the man in. The distressed man eventually gave up and left in a car with the men who he said were attacking him. There was no follow-up done by Gardner officials or law enforcement. For all they knew at the time, it was some sort of a prank. But with hindsight being 20/20, the incident was more than likely a dry run to see what type of story would get them into the building. Both the Gardner Museum heist and the MFA attempts reveal something very telling about museum security. It all comes down to the guards. The technology worked. There were alarms that should have been triggered if the thieves had tried to force their way in. There were also alarms that the guards could have set off, but if the guards abandoned their posts, those buttons are no longer within reach. Plus, due to the nature of artwork, thieves need time to get the pieces out of the building without ruining the art and diminishing its value before police arrive. When police can respond in minutes, it's important that museum thieves are able to get in and out without triggering those alarms. Yet at the time of the Gardner Museum heist, your average museum security guard simply didn't have the training to deal with such capers. As soon as word of the Gardner theft landed on the street, there was talk of more thievery to hit museums. People saw an example of how easy it could be to steal millions of dollars worth of art, so of course more people were going to try their own hand at an art heist. The major thing that needed to change in order to prevent another incident was the skill of the security guards, who were largely inexperienced and underpaid. Overseas, many security guards in the 1990s were professionals who made a good living. The security consultant who oversaw the Art Institute in Chicago after a 1979 theft, Stephen Keller, told the Boston Globe that the opposite was true in the United States. Security guards here are hired at the entry level and leave their jobs to work at McDonald's or become janitors, Keller said. In the case of the Gardner Museum, the security guards on duty had only been there a year. They were paid roughly $7 or $8 an hour, with more for working night shifts, which was a good deal more than $3.75, the minimum wage in Massachusetts at the time. Still, these were not professional security guards. They were just guys looking to make a decent living, and in a lot of cases, they were art students. Many of the guards were in their late teens to early 20s, intended to not stick around at the museum for too long. Basically, these were a bunch of kids trying to earn a few bucks in what was supposed to be an easy gig. To top it off, these were kids who expected that the most confrontation they'd see would be telling people to step back from a painting when their noses got too close. FBI agent Robert Spiel blamed a laid-back attitude toward art and its security. You're seeing a mentality where people assume that because an artwork is either too obscure or too famous, no one will steal it, Spiel told the Associated Press. That leads to a low level of security. Keller said the American Society of Industrial Security was working on more than 100 guidelines on how to improve museum security. He said despite the protocol not being mandatory, he believed insurance companies might pressure museums to adopt the guidelines, which is another thing people were suddenly talking about after the heist: art insurance. The art stolen from the Gardner Museum was uninsured, and at the time it was valued at around $200 million. A spokesperson for the museum at that point said that insurance alone would likely have been more than the museum's $2.8 million operating budget. Speculation ran through the streets of Boston that the thieves' plan all along was to steal the art and then ransom it, because the burglars believed the art was insured. The reason behind this steal-insured art theory is twofold. One, it was a natural assumption that the museum would be insured. They had irreplaceable works of art behind lightly locked doors guarded by people who were barely more than teenagers. Of course they had to have insurance. Two, what else do you do with art if not ransom it? It's common knowledge that selling stolen art is almost impossible, especially if it's a famous piece snatched during a newsworthy heist. Think of it this way. If someone bought the Mona Lisa after it had been stolen, what could they do with it? It's not like they could show it off to people. Even if they only showed it to their criminal friends, word would eventually get out that some guy has the Mona Lisa in his basement. In March of 1990, Tony Rogers of the Associated Press wrote an article about how the underground art market was so hot it was second only to the drug trade. That article was published in newspapers in Arizona, Louisiana, New Jersey, and beyond. Keep in mind, however, that we're talking about demand and the amount of money that can be made, not the actual quantity of available products. The article explained that while there is a large underground market for stolen art, one that was growing because legally obtained art pieces were going up, the market still featured mostly less expensive and lesser-known works. It's incredibly stupid to steal a Vermeer or a Rembrandt. Stephen Keller, the security consultant who was doing a lot of interviews around this time, told Rogers. He, the Gardner thief, has got some things that are too hot to handle. Again, we come back to the question of what do you do if you buy the stolen Mona Lisa? Even if you hang it in your house and show no one, it still needs to be in a temperature and light-controlled environment and so on. Inevitably, it's going to end up locked away. So why buy it? This requires a rare combination of extreme wealth and criminality that doesn't exist in reality. Dr. Evil is just a character, as are the members of the Ocean's 11 gang. So the Gardner Museum staff and people who loved the museum waited for a ransom instead of the art to appear on the black market. The ransom requests never came. The works never showed up on the black market, and a year later the museum had pulled itself together like an aging dowager who suffered a momentary loss of dignity in a mugging. There was $1 million reward that was eventually upped to $5 million and then doubled to $10 million indefinitely. The theft was featured on America's Most Wanted twice within that first year. A year after the theft, Sheila Gillenwater, who was with a Washington-based private investigative agency that specialized in missing art, told the Boston Globe that it would likely be decades before there was any trace of the artworks. It really is not time to panic, Gillenwater told the Boston Globe. A year is really nothing in this type of art heist with such well-known works. Still, experts say that 90% of stolen artwork is never retrieved, and it has officially been decades since the Gardner heist, with no sign of any of the pieces. Anthony Amore, current director of security for the Gardner Museum, started 15 years after the heist. He's a soft-spoken man who, in his spare time, writes books. He has 2 out and another coming in 2020, and acts as an expert for various news outlets on security and terrorism. He's the man in charge of the ongoing attempts by the museum to get the art back and solve the case. It's a job he takes seriously. It might be fair to call it an obsession. This case is like the perfect storm for someone like me for it to, ruin your life, Amore told WBUR for the podcast Last Seen. To have 13 albatrosses around your neck forever, because I know that if I go to my grave unsuccessful, I'll go to my grave an unhappy person. Unfortunately for Amore, all signs point to him dying an unhappy man. There are plenty of theories about who or what was behind the art theft. Some argue Vatican operatives, others say it was members of the Irish Republican Army, trying to raise money or to get some of their key players out of prison in an exchange. Those theories would make for great television, but they are far-flung and hold very little weight. The most likely answer, however, is equally exciting. Mobsters. Mobsters make sense. Men out for personal gain, looking to make a big score with minimal effort. Men who are more comfortable with selling contraband on the black market. It's clear they weren't working on behalf of some evil collector who commissioned a couple of cat burglars. The thieves were too rough with the paintings. One of the Rembrandts still had shreds of the painting clinging to the frame. These were not seasoned art thieves who spent their time delicately freeing the art from the museum. Most of what they did was tactical. They left behind the frames because they were too heavy to carry outside without multiple trips. They knew the art was what they needed, so they simply pulled it out of the frames. And when that didn't work, they cut them loose. The brutal way they treated the artwork in stealing it belies that this was a score commissioned by a Dr. No or a Mr. Big who couldn't live without a Manet, Rembrandt, or Vermeer, said Master Thieves author Stephen Kirkjian. In 2013, even the FBI confirmed that, with a high degree of confidence, it was organized crime. To even try to sort out what went down that night at the museum, let's start out about 9 years before the heist. That's when museum officials were first made aware of defects in the security system that protected the art housed behind stone walls of the wannabe Venetian palace. Boston Globe investigative journalist Kirkjian's premier book on the heist, Master Thieves, explains that FBI Special Agent Edward Clark told the museum's deputy director on September 23, 1981, that some exceptional burglars had found flaws in the building's security system, and the museum was going to be robbed. He told them the intended burglars were serious people, and you've got to take them seriously. Clark gave the security director some potential ways the would-be robbers might attack. A smoke bomb to create chaos during a Tuesday night concert, late at night while dressed as police officers, disguised as women in trouble, etc. Clark got his information from Louis Royce, a man who had spent his youth sleeping inside the Gardner Museum to stay warm at night. He ran with the Rossetti gang and returned to the museum now as a burgeoning criminal who specialized in thievery. The FBI happened to have an undercover agent in good with the Rossettis, and he heard about the plan while trying to get the Rossettis to sell him stolen art prints from a different, lower-profile heist. 9 years is a long time to sit with information. And to be fair to the museum board, FBI agent Clark wasn't super forceful with how imperative it was for the museum to update its security. But still, it's unfortunate that they didn't try to make at least a few changes. While Royce takes credit for having the idea, he has repeatedly said that he doesn't know who actually pulled off the caper. We can only speculate how his idea spread from member to member until it found the 2 thieves who actually committed the heist. One of the ongoing theories is that the infamous mob boss James Whitey Bulger held the answers to where the stolen art is, and who took it. Unfortunately, those answers would have died with Bulger in 2018, when fellow prison inmates beat him to death. He was serving time in a West Virginia prison for 11 murders and various other crimes. A refresher on Bulger. He was the guy who allegedly served as an FBI informant for more than a decade in exchange for the Bureau letting him get away with his own nefarious deeds. Eventually, the FBI decided to rescind Bulger's sweet deal, and away to prison he went. But at the time of the heist, he was living it up as both crime boss and federal government snitch. If anyone knew who was behind the heist, it was Bulger. Like with all the suspects in this case, there is hardly any concrete evidence against Bulger. What's more likely is that Bulger didn't know about the theft, but he did ask around so that he could get his cut on a crime that happened on his turf and to appease the FBI. Another theory points to the involvement of a different gangster. In 2019, 82-year-old Robert Gentile was released from prison. He was in on a firearms charge for about 4.5 years and came onto law enforcement's radar for the Gardner heist in 2010. Basically, the widow of fellow gangster Robert Guarenti told the feds that about 10 years or so earlier, she saw her husband and Gentile with 2 of the stolen paintings. From there, evidence against Gentile started to come to light. Mob associates turned on him. He failed a polygraph test about his involvement in the theft, and, cue dramatic music, in 2012, authorities searched his house and found police hats, badges, lots of cash, and a list of black market price points for stolen works. In 2013, the FBI claimed that they knew who the actual thieves were, but they wouldn't release names and said the men were no longer alive. The ongoing theory was that Gentile also knew who the men were, and long ago he had his henchmen take the works from the initial thieves. Imagine being a thief who gets robbed. Talk about karma. Gentile always maintained he knew nothing about the whereabouts of the Gardner Museum art. His lawyer once argued that despite recordings of Gentile trying to set up the sale of some pieces, he was, in fact, innocent. Gentile's lawyer, A. Ryan McGuigan, claimed Gentile was a braggadocio and all his talk was part of a scam in hopes of getting some quick cash. Despite the potential leads, investigators still don't know the location of the stolen art. The sad truth is that even if the paintings did emerge, they wouldn't be in good condition. Former Gardner Museum director Ann Hawley told Smithsonian Magazine in 2005 that the paintings needed to be cared for, kept in a specific type of environment, and, for the love of God, kept unrolled. The works should be kept at a steady humidity of 50%, not more or less, and a steady temperature of around 70 degrees Fahrenheit. They need a stable environment, she said. They should be kept away from light, and they should be wrapped in acid-free paper. The paintings were taken by people who weren't even art-savvy enough to include the most valuable piece in the museum, Titian's The Rape of Europa. These were not sophisticated art lovers, and they weren't sophisticated black market art dealers either. There have been many false sightings. There was even one instance where a Boston Herald reporter was driving to a warehouse to see what was supposedly Christ in the Storm on the Sea of Galilee. He got to see just glimpses of the painting by flashlight and then was given a vial of paint chips that were later determined not to be from the Rembrandt piece. It was still missing, just like the rest of the stolen pieces. The last great hope for the art appears to be a Dutchman named Arthur Brand. He's an art detective known as the Indiana Jones of the art world. Brand says he's made contact with members of the IRA and that some of the pieces are stashed in Ireland. Brand believes that the art was stowed away on a vessel that was used to run guns from Boston to Ireland in the 1990s. The FBI disagrees with Brand's theory, but Brand is still optimistic. He told the Boston Herald in 2019, Those who are hiding the Gardner paintings and are still distrustful of American law enforcement can contact me, and I would be more than happy to return this World Heritage to Boston. As the years pass, the paintings will slip further and further away from the public consciousness. Despite being a story that includes thieves in disguise, an Indiana Jones-like character, a $10 million reward, and more, this isn't a case that has grabbed long-lasting public attention like so many others. It might not be a fair comparison, but let's look at it in podcast numbers. Boston Public Radio station WBUR released the series Last Seen in September of 2018. Since then, the series' iTunes page has garnered a little over 3,000 ratings. Compare that with series like This American Life's Serial, 54,500. This American Life's S-Town, 34,600. Wondery's Dirty John, 35,400. And iHeartRadio's Atlanta Monster, more than 18,000. Despite the true crime boom, there are still some stories to which people don't immediately gravitate, and it's still clear that cases with murder get top billing. People may hear art and can only think of don't-touch-it valuables that hang on walls and are supposed to evoke an incomprehensible meaning. For many, art has little to no meaning, so its disappearance has little to no meaning either. But murder is different. Home invasions are different. Rape is different. In those, there's a real human victim to empathize with. In the case of the Gardner Museum, all that's left to empathize with are empty frames and the aging legacy of their long-dead owner. D.B. Cooper's Big Jump. Airplane Outlaw. From the 1990s to present day, popular culture has been experiencing an increase in the quality of television. It has gone from an idiot box that people talk about with derision to a place where real art is created. Some call it the new golden age, others call it peak TV. Whatever you name it, the start of television's big makeover is thanks, in large part, to the anti-hero. From Tony Soprano to Walter White to Don Draper to Nucky Thompson to Vic Mackey to Dexter Morgan and beyond, television has been littered with complex and dangerous men that you just can't help but find yourself drawn to. People have asked why the male anti-hero has been so popular for so long. We just can't seem to stop creating shows around them. The answer is actually really simple. America loves an outlaw. It always has. Say what you will about the advancements in modern technology, we've come a long way from the 70s. Back then, it was easy to get away with many things we'd never be able to get away with now. On November 24th, 1971, it was incredibly easy to hijack an airplane. You could buy your ticket in cash hours before your flight using a made-up name and take your bag with you through the airport and up to your gate without a single soul saying, "Hey buddy, I gotta check this thing for dangerous goods." Then you could get onto said plane without someone checking your driver's license or any other form of identification. Once on the plane, you could sit down with your dynamite stored safely and securely under the seat in front of you. We know all this was possible because a guy did it. It was the day before Thanksgiving. A man calling himself Dan Cooper boarded Northwest Airlines Flight 305 in Portland, Oregon, bound for Seattle, Washington. The plane started taxiing toward the runway, and Cooper turned to the stewardess sitting on the right side of the plane and handed her an envelope. The stewardess didn't open it for several minutes, apparently not curious about what was in the envelope from the odd guy sitting next to her. Or maybe she was just too creeped out to look inside and was hoping she could just throw it away later. Either way, Cooper kept looking at her, waiting for her to open it. Finally, she opened the envelope. "Miss, I have a bomb here, and I would like you to sit by me." There is a world in which this turned into a very odd romantic comedy. But instead of taking her hostage and the two of them becoming jet-setting fugitives, the stewardess handed the note off, the pilot was notified, and the flight attendant calmly sat back down next to Cooper. Trying to demonstrate just how serious and maybe suave he was, Cooper opened his black attaché case and showed it to the stewardess. Inside was a battery and a bundle of red sticks that looked like dynamite, attached to a wire Cooper was holding. He told her it was a bomb, and who was she to doubt him? It was now time for his demands. Cooper dictated a message for the stewardess. I want $200,000 by 5 p.m. in cash. Put it in a knapsack. I want 2 back parachutes and 2 front parachutes. When we land, I want a fuel truck ready to refuel. No funny stuff, or I'll do the job. Why have the extra parachute if you're not going to take the cute stewardess hostage and fall in love while running from the feds? I have no clue. But soon Cooper would make it very clear that this was to be a solo excursion. There were 36 passengers and crew members on the plane. They were up in the air in a tin can, and Cooper had a very credible-looking bomb. Although these days there's likely a very clear plan in place in the event of a bomb on a plane, in 1971, it appears as though the best they could do was knuckle under. The plane landed at 5:45 p.m., and waiting for Cooper at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport were 4 parachutes and a canvas bank bag containing $200,000 in $20 bills. Cooper, no dummy, had a stewardess go get the money. He inspected the money, deemed everything in order, and then let the passengers and 2 stewardesses leave the plane. All that was left on the plane at this point was Cooper, 3 male members of the flight crew, and 1 stewardess. Cooper told the captain he wanted to go to Mexico City. They took off at 7:36 p.m., and the minutes started to tick down until parachute o'clock. Almost immediately, Cooper had the stewardess show him how to open a back hatch and get out of the plane while it's in the air. Then he had the stewardess join the rest of the crew that was still on board at the front of the plane, leaving Cooper alone and out of the sight of everyone else on the aircraft. About a half hour later, the plane began to oscillate, meaning it bumped around a bit as though it was experiencing turbulence. In reality, it was Cooper opening the back hatch and jumping out. When the plane landed in Reno, Nevada, to refuel, Cooper and the case of money were gone. Law enforcement immediately kicked into high gear. They swept the plane for any fingerprints or leads left behind. They started interviewing witnesses and going through the flight manifest. It was all hands on deck, but the most the FBI found is what Cooper looked like. In an FBI bulletin, complete with a sketch of Cooper both with and without sunglasses, he's described as a white male in his mid-40s, between 5'10" and 6 feet tall, with an average to decent build. He was described as having a Latin appearance, with olive skin and dark hair. He might have been from the Midwest based on his voice and lack of discernible accent. He spoke intelligently. Other parts of the FBI file indicate that Cooper spoke intelligently and smoked a lot of Raleigh filter-tip cigarettes. Classic 70s, letting people smoke in airplanes. He also had sideburns to low ear level, and he was described as cool and calculating. That was what they had to go on at first. And really, our understanding of who Cooper was has not changed much since then. For a case as wild as the Ballad of D.B. Cooper, the aftermath needs to have its own craziness, too. In many ways, it was what happened after his mid-flight jump that turned an incident into a legend. The initial search of the southwestern part of Washington state, where law enforcement believed Cooper likely jumped, came up empty. Soon after the hijacking, J. Edgar Hoover approved the distribution of a ransom list of known serial numbers on bills that were given to Cooper. That list went out to FBI field offices and police departments across the United States and various banks and other assorted financial institutions. The trail had gone cold almost immediately. The thinking was that if they couldn't find Cooper, maybe they could find some of his money and at least get some sort of last known location that would maybe start up a trail. It was a good thought, and really the only thing they could do. But in the end, it never got them closer to Cooper. It did, however, result in plenty of instances where grifters with good forgery skills used the serial numbers to make a quick buck from media outlets anxious to publish anything related to Cooper. But we'll get to that in a bit. We're hoping that anyone who sees a large quantity of $20 bills, for instance, with someone opening a large bank account with the bills, will call us, said Special Agent in charge of the San Diego Division of the FBI, Robert W. Evans, to the San Diego Union. I'm not sure why Special Agent Evans thought that Cooper, or anyone connected to Cooper, would actually open a bank account and just happen to deposit the $200,000, but they were trying. While law enforcement was attempting to track down the real deal, Cooper mania was turning into a legitimate thing across the country. Within a year, folksy songs were being played on underground radio stations. T-shirts saying, "D.B. Cooper, where are you?" appeared in gift shops along the West Coast and were allegedly going to make their way to Texas, Arkansas, and Nevada, according to one shirt creator, Dick Kaiser. The press tried to cash in on this public fascination. Every newspaper and magazine in the country was itching for something on Cooper. He sold copy, and there were only so many articles they could run that essentially said, "The search continues, but FBI still coming up with bupkis." It got to the point where it seemed like the media would pay any white guy of a certain age who claimed to be Cooper for an interview. The Seattle Flag paid $1,000 for a taped interview with a man who said he was Cooper. They didn't even meet the guy. They paid $1,000 for a recording of an interview done by some random man that they were told, but couldn't prove, was D.B. Cooper. What? It's true that standards in journalism have evolved over time, but even for the 70s, that's insane. The newspaper had no real verification, unless you count the photograph of a $20 bill that had the same serial numbers as one on the FBI's ransom list. But who knows where that actually came from, if it was even legit and not doctored in some pre-Photoshop way. That's right, the news outlet didn't even ask to see a physical bill. Just the picture was enough for them. Not to mention that they were essentially paying for sources, which journalists really shouldn't do. Oh, and then, as part of their deal with the guy, they agreed to his confidentiality and to destroy the tape after it was transcribed. How convenient. By destroying the recording, they eliminated any possibility of a witness confirming that the guy on the tape even remotely sounded like Cooper. I'm sure the Flag totally got its money's worth. Then there was the journalist who almost ruined his career over his misguided faith that he'd found the real Cooper and gotten an in-person interview. Carl Fleming was a former Newsweek correspondent with a solid reputation during the Civil Rights era. Fleming had made his way up to Los Angeles bureau chief for Newsweek and was a national correspondent before he decided to pack it all in for his alternative weekly, L.A. It was then that Fleming quickly took a nosedive into the shallow end of his career. Fleming apparently developed quite an obsession with that rascal Cooper. He put ads in local papers across the West asking for Cooper to reach out to him and tell his story. Of course, someone did. A man calling himself Seth Thomas came forward and claimed to be D.B. Cooper's agent. Best of all for Fleming, Thomas said Cooper would love to tell his story for $30,000. There were even written contracts that said, among other things, Carl Fleming do hereby, on February 20th, 1972, convey to Seth Thomas, who purports to be agent for D.B. Cooper, $30,000 to be held in trust for use as a legal defense fund for Cooper when or if he is apprehended or surrenders. This contract is a mess and was one of several red flags waving in front of Fleming's face, which he chose to ignore. The whole setup felt ripped out of a dime store novel or some bad Lifetime movie. The Cooper in Fleming's 3-part series of articles had been married for 25 years and lived in a ranch-style home in a Seattle suburb. He'd been an engineer for Boeing for 15 years. As Cooper drove to the airport, he listened to the radio and reviewed his plans. He'd made half a dozen practice runs on the Portland-Seattle flight. Fleming said Cooper did it because he was mad about being fired from Boeing, and he wanted to prove he wasn't over the hill. The proof for all this? The man had showed Fleming 3 Xeroxed copies of $20 bills with serial numbers that matched the list the FBI sent out. If you're going to stake your reputation, pay $30,000, and spend weeks of your life on a story, at least demand to see the real bills. Fleming said at the time that he did his homework, explaining his methodology. There was a possibility, of course, that the whole story was a fraud, a la Clifford Irving. Cooper had readily and thoroughly answered every question I asked him, and I asked him some pretty tough ones over 3 days of intense interviewing. Questions I didn't believe anyone, say a con man, could have predicted. The details he spun on the performance of the crisis and his motives for doing it were endless. Hubris will get you every time. That's basically what it boiled down to. Fleming thought his questions were so brilliant and expertly crafted that no one, especially not some twerpy guy in a funny hat and sunglasses, could fool him. He was wrong. Apparently Fleming didn't realize the Xerox copies of $20 bills, his other form of hard proof, could be faked pretty easily, even back then. The thing about the Fleming hoax is it showed how anyone can be conned by the allure of a good story. Fleming wasn't some young, naive reporter. He also wasn't just a caricature of ineptitude you'd find in a rundown, illegitimate operation. The man had a New York Times obituary when he died in August of 2012, for crying out loud. The obituary doesn't have so much as a whisper of the Cooper scandal. Instead, it focuses on his storied career as a civil rights reporter, with the opening line, "Carl Fleming, a former Newsweek reporter who dodged bullets and choked on tear gas while covering some of the most momentous events of the civil rights era, died on Saturday at his home in Los Angeles. We should all be so lucky to have our gravest mistakes forgotten in death." The man who claimed to be the agent of D.B. Cooper and the fake Cooper were eventually indicted on charges of conspiracy to defraud the United States and transportation of money obtained by fraud. William John Lewis, a.k.a. Jack Lewis, played the role of the agent. Donald Sylvester Murphy played the role of fake Cooper, decked out in a wig and sunglasses. And those tricky questions Fleming was so sure of? The two later admitted to getting all of their answers just by reading everything they could find on the subject from their local public library. Remember that the next time you question another millage to keep your local library open. It could have all the information you need in the event you turn to a life of crime. But members of the press weren't the only ones struggling with this mysterious case. In the early months after the D.B. Cooper heist, things must have been rough for the FBI. The highest-ranking national investigative unit in the United States couldn't find any trace of a guy who jumped out of an airplane after being given $200,000 in a parachute. Yes, the main concern was for the safety of the passengers, but the nation wasn't thinking in those terms, and the FBI could not have been happy with how the collective understanding of Cooper was shaping up. They called him Robin Hood. The media, people thinking Cooper were giving pilots a bad rap, his fans, his haters, they all kept coming back to the idea of Robin Hood. Whether this was a good moniker for Cooper, and what it meant if it was, depended on whom you talked to. Tucked in the thousands of pages of the FBI's now public files on D.B. Cooper is a scan of an article. The piece comes from Airline Pilot, a magazine from the Airline Pilots Association International, an organization that has been advancing aviation safety and security since 1931 and is still in existence. This particular article that drew the FBI's attention is titled The Robin Hood Syndrome. The piece started with "Once upon a time" and called the fictional character once portrayed by an animated fox Mr. Hood, so already you know this article has an agenda. It then called Mr. Hood a thief and said he and his fellow gangsters and their greedy motivations have been sanitized for young minds. I'll bet the author of this piece had a long history of sitting 5-year-olds down and telling them Santa Claus doesn't exist. In any event, the article went on to give a brief sociological perspective on why people might have similar feelings for D.B. Cooper as they do for Robin Hood, before then dismissing a major scientific branch and saying that Cooper committed a serious crime and is no less a criminal because social scientists can explain why he committed it. Basically, a criminal is a criminal is a criminal, and they get no slack. This article isn't the only one to opine that Cooper is being romanticized and turned into a beloved Robin Hood figure. Multiple newspapers ran an opinion piece after yet another person tried to emulate D.B. Cooper's skyjacking move in 1972 and was captured. American author Don Oakley wrote an editorial in 1972 that was printed in newspapers from California to Texas to South Carolina. He was not amused by D.B. Cooper or his admirers, and wrote, "Strip away the drama and romanticism, however, and what you have is a man who threatened to blow up an airplane and everyone in it if he didn't get his way." Fair point. Even more fair is what the article points out at the end. Suppose his bluff had been called. He would either have had to go through with it and commit mass murder and suicide, had he really carried a bomb, or else sit down in a corner like a chastised schoolboy and wait to be taken into custody, as did the frustrated hijacker in Chicago. In either case, some hero. Ouch. But it does raise a fair question. What would have happened to our Robin Hood had the authorities put him to the test? Arguably, the answer to that question is what our present culture has come to expect from our main characters, in both fiction and reality. We've shown that we want them to fight, and sometimes kill, for our admiration and entertainment. This was a cultural trend that was actually just starting to find its legs around the time Cooper jumped. Law enforcement working on the D.B. Cooper case should have seen the anti-hero worship coming a mile away. All they had to do was turn to what was playing at their nearby movie theater. In September of 1970, 5 Easy Pieces, starring Jack Nicholson, was drawing crowds. The tale followed protagonist Bob Dupia as he worked on oil rigs, got drunk, and told a waitress to hold the chicken between your knees. This was the same year that Patton came out, the story of war-loving General George S. Patton, who turned boys into men the hard way. In 1971 came The French Connection, where our hero was a cop who would go to any lengths to stop a drug smuggling ring. Dirty Harry told bad guys, "Make my day." He was soon followed by Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver, asking, "You talking to me?" The 70s were the original decade of the anti-hero. The films were gritty and violent and influenced by directors and actors who had survived or vicariously witnessed Vietnam and couldn't tell a father-knows-best type of story if their lives depended on it. Cooper parachuted out of a plane at the tail end of unrest over the Vietnam War, at a time when the establishment was suspect, and anyone who gave the middle finger to G-men was worth celebrating. We'd see it again and again throughout the decade. The Godfather, Mean Streets, Dog Day Afternoon, even Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were far from Boy Scouts. The 80s started to focus back on the traditional working man's hero, but the anti-hero never really went away. And by the late 90s, troubled men committing crimes were all over what has become film's rival, television. Taking a cue from the 1970s quintessential piece on anti-heroes, The Godfather, The Sopranos imagined a world in which the last of the good fellas were in prison or dead, and a new generation was trying to feel their way through the family business during a new era. Tony Soprano was the first anti-hero for a new era, but he certainly wasn't the last. This is what the American hero has become, at least as far as the entertainment we long for. Men like Tony Soprano and Omar Little and Vic Mackey, and women like Carrie Bradshaw and Nurse Jackie Payton do some really messed up, horrible things. Remember when Walter White let Jesse's girlfriend Jane choke on her own vomit and die maybe because he wanted Jesse off drugs, but also mainly because he wanted complete control over Jesse? The spirit of D.B. Cooper loomed over these anti-heroes, in some cases literally. In 2005's Prison Break, a character named Charles Westmoreland is an airplane hijacker who went by, what else? D.B. Cooper. We are still riveted by these characters because they are complex. Because Tony is in therapy and only cried over animals like horses and ducks, and not over the death of his best friend or mother. Because Carrie Bradshaw is both fascinating to listen to, but also a cheater and a narcissist. Because Nucky Thompson is a hard gangster, but also brought a poor single mom under his wing, and then didn't murder her after finding out she was having an affair with one of his crew. Our love of the outlaw may not be anything new, but the stories we want our outlaws to inhabit have continued to evolve with the times. Yet whatever you call them, outlaws, Robin Hoods, anti-heroes, they're still cut from the same cloth. They're still criminals, or people with darker edges than most, which lead them to do bad things. In some ways, our bloodlust has regressed. Where we once bellowed from the stone seats of the Colosseum for the gladiators to finish their opponents with death, we now yell at our televisions for Omar, a character actually loosely based on the Robin Hood model, to steal all the drugs and kill anyone in his way. If HBO turned the D.B. Cooper saga into a television series today, he'd be played by Pedro Pascal, come dangerously close to blowing up the plane, maybe even kill a hostage or two, with moments sprinkled throughout that show off his humanity and tortured past. Maybe he, like Tony Soprano before him, has cold cuts-induced panic attacks. And yes, HBO, if you're listening to this, I can absolutely throw together a spec script on this show. Though, in a way, another cable station already did the story of Cooper to some extent. Fans speculated for years that charming anti-hero Don Draper on AMC's Mad Men was in fact supposed to be D.B. Cooper. In the reality of the show, he was just another guy with a drinking problem, fake identity, and penchant for infidelity. We don't want clean. We beg for complicated. The FBI was inundated with potential suspects after the sketches were released. The drawings apparently looked like every guy who ever even considered jumping out of an airplane. Some people reported that the sketches looked like a sports parachutist in the Los Angeles area, registered with the United States Parachute Association. Unfortunately, the names were redacted from FBI documents. Another report was of a white male with brown hair and brown eyes who was a skydiver and served time at the Washington State Penitentiary. One woman ratted on a guy who frequently visited her house, had lots and lots of money, and told her he got his money after jumping out of an airplane. The FBI was even fielding calls from folks who saw random people on the street that kind of looked like the artist's sketch. The FBI ran down these leads, in some cases thoroughly, and in others they barely registered the tip. One of the telephone tips described a subject who was a white male, 5'8", 150 to 175 pounds, approximately 50 to 60 years old. In the margins of the brief report, an agent handwrote, "Description not even close, will not be interviewed." I'm betting they, like me, saw in the summary of the tip that the accuser said the accused was loud and liked to brag a lot. It wasn't the FBI's job to investigate every neighborhood beef, but regardless, some people seized on the opportunity to complain. Honestly, who hasn't been ready to call the FBI on a loud neighbor who refuses to pick up after their dog? How useful police sketches are is debatable. It's a dying art in some cities thanks to the prevalence of surveillance videos, cell phones, and eroding police department budgets. But it has been known to catch suspects. Since the hijacking, Cooper's side-by-side sketches, one with glasses on and one with glasses off, have become almost iconic. But they still never amounted to much more than a backed-up telephone line. And on top of the countless tips, fake interviews, and dead ends, there were the cases of copycats who thought it would be easier to catch lightning in a bottle a second time rather than get creative with ideas of their own. About 2 months after Cooper's hijacking, Richard Charles LaPointe gave it a whirl. He took over a Hughes Airways DC-9 jetliner at an airport in Las Vegas. He told the attendant he had a bomb in his bag and demanded $50,000 cash, parachutes, and a helmet. He got his money and parachutes, but the parachutes had special locator beacons, and the plane didn't take off until the Air Force had jet fighters in place ready to tail LaPointe after he jumped over northeastern Colorado. It didn't take long for law enforcement to find LaPointe, only about an hour. His massive orange and white parachute had been left opened and lying on the ground, like a giant "thief was here" sign. With the help of some local pilots, the FBI was able to track LaPointe and arrest him, retrieving their ransom money in the process. It was probably just as well for LaPointe, who had jumped with no coat despite the January chill. On top of it all, he also busted his ankle during the landing. On April 7, 1972, Richard Floyd McCoy Jr. boarded United Airlines Flight 855, a Boeing 727 headed from New Jersey to California, with what appeared to be a hand grenade. Apparently, security measures hadn't improved much since the Cooper incident at their airport. McCoy's story contains all the vague outlines of Cooper's. He had printed hijacker instructions. He wanted $500,000 in cash and 4 parachutes. He put on a wig and mustache while in the bathroom before the plane took off. And the crew of the airplane, for the most part, kept all the passengers calm and, in some cases, unaware. Like Cooper, when the plane landed for fueling and for him to get his money, McCoy let passengers off and kept a handful of crew members. Then, once the plane was where he wanted it, he jumped. Unlike Cooper, McCoy was a chatty guy, never a good trait for a criminal. On day 1 in law school, my professor offered this sage advice for getting away with a crime: wear gloves and don't tell anyone. McCoy failed to follow either of these rules. He apparently told a buddy that he had a foolproof way to hijack a plane, and he made the mistake of touching a magazine on the plane without gloves. The FBI was able to pull a latent print off Mainliner magazine and matched it with McCoy's records from his time in the military. McCoy was eventually found guilty and sentenced to 45 years in prison. McCoy didn't serve the whole thing. Instead, he escaped from prison in a garbage truck and died after a shootout with police. Another guy's attempt was the stuff that the facepalm was invented for. He waited on the plane on the Chicago O'Hare Airport tarmac for his $300,000 ransom, and then just let all his hostages get away. Then he gave up. I mean, you would think that if you're going to try to hijack, be willing to put just a little bit of effort into it. After a while, the copycats slowed down and all but disappeared. That was thanks in large part to beefed up security at airports across the United States. In December of 1972, The FAA issued emergency rules for airports that required all passengers and their carry-on baggage to get screened. X-rays, metal detectors, employment standards, and more soon followed. With no new information, the name D.B. Cooper started to slip out of newspapers and the public consciousness. Until 1980. Picture this. You're 8 years old at the turn of a new decade. You're camping in Washington State with your family, so you have a taste for adventure and exploring. On one of your jaunts along the banks of the Columbia River, you find 3 rotting bundles. Those bundles turn out to be $20 bills. Your family realizes that they were camping nearby where a famous hijacker might have jumped out of an airplane with a lot of cash. Turns out those rotting bills match the serial numbers of the ransom money of one D.B. Cooper. This happened to Brian Ingram. The amount turned out to be around $5,800, and the insurance company split the haul with Ingram. He told the New York Times that he planned to sell the money to collectors to pay for his college education. It was the only, and last, significant piece of hard evidence to come out of the case. It was after the money was found that many people started to come to an agreement about Cooper, that he never survived the jump. Eventually, law enforcement all but gave up on D.B. Cooper's case. The hundreds of suspects had turned up nothing, and the number of copycats dwindled. Then, in 2008, the FBI decided to hand the case over to an agent who was 4 years old when Cooper took his dive out of an airplane. Federal agent Larry Carr deemed himself the only investigator left, and he hoped a combination of modern techniques and good old public input would help solve the case. Carr's solution was to make all the information the feds had on Cooper available to the public. Even when the new investigation was announced, investigators had to know it was a long shot, with little chance of clearing the fence. But what did they have to lose? Carr told the New York Times when he reopened the case, "Maybe one day I'll be sitting at my desk and I'll get a call from an old man who says, 'You're not going to believe this story.'" The FBI officially ended its investigation into the case in 2016, but the hunt went on outside of the Bureau. The skeleton hasn't been found, but a documentary film crew claimed in 2018 to have the final answer to the D.B. Cooper mystery. Thomas Colbert, a filmmaker and author, spent 7 years investigating Cooper along with a team that included former FBI investigators. They claim that the answer to Cooper's identity has been in front of the FBI's faces all along, including in an "I'm no modern-day Robin Hood" letter. Colbert and his team say D.B. Cooper could only be Robert Rackstraw. Rackstraw had been a prime suspect in the 1970s, but he was eventually taken off the suspect list by the FBI. According to Colbert, Rackstraw's history in the military, the type of military involved with the CIA and other secret units, is the reason the FBI let him off the hook. They also claimed that the money found on the Columbia River beach by the 8-year-old boy was put there on purpose, to make people think Cooper was dead. In the end, Rick Sherwood, a member of Colbert's team who spent most of his career working on decoding messages, said the smattering of letters Cooper/Rackstraw sent out to newspapers revealed his true identity. Sherwood said that weird, repetitive phrases could be decoded. In one case, Sherwood said a part of a letter was decoded to read, "I am First Lieutenant Robert Rackstraw. D.B. Cooper is not my real name." I'm skeptical. Not that the letter might indeed say that, but that the letters themselves actually came from Cooper. Who's to say that Rackstraw wrote the letters, but never made the jump? There's also the fact that Rackstraw wouldn't talk to Colbert and his team. According to the Seattle PI, Colbert approached Rackstraw in 2013. Colbert made him an offer, part of which included a movie deal if he admitted to the crime. When the Seattle PI approached him in 2018, Rackstraw told them to verify Colbert's facts. Other reporters tried to get a straight answer out of Rackstraw, but with no luck. In 2017, a reporter for the Mercury News tracked him down. The then 73-year-old homeless veteran told reporters, "They say that I'm him. If you want to believe it, believe it." Rackstraw never actually admitted to being D.B. Cooper, though the paper made some leaps of speculation, pointing out comments like, "I think he, D.B. Cooper, is dead, but I don't think he died in the jump. We were trained to jump into the forest through trees and stuff." They also latched on to Rackstraw's quote, "What they, the investigators, have is granules of truth," and then a Hollywood elaboration. None of this is in any way a confession by Rackstraw to being D.B. Cooper, but we've all continued to think that we want to know the answer, and someone like Rackstraw, a down-on-his-luck veteran who likely presented as a fairly imposing figure, probably seemed like he'd been plucked from central casting. We'll likely never know for sure if Colbert was right about Rackstraw. He died in the summer of 2019, taking all his potential secrets with him. Not long after Cooper jumped, several newspapers, including the New York Times and Washington Post, each received a copy of the same letter. The FBI asked for the letters to be turned over, and the newspapers obliged rather than publish them. The author of the letter claimed to be D.B. Cooper. "Sirs, I knew from the start that I wouldn't be caught. I didn't rob Northwest Orient because I thought it would be romantic, heroic, or any of the other euphemisms that seem to attach themselves to situations of high risk. I'm no modern-day Robin Hood. Unfortunately, I do have only 14 months to live. My life has been one of hate, turmoil, hunger, and more hate. This seemed to be the fastest and most profitable way to gain a few fast grains of peace of mind. I don't blame people for hating me for what I've done, nor do I blame anybody for wanting me to be caught and punished, though this can never happen. Here are some, not all, of the things working against the authorities. I'm not a boasting man. I left no fingerprints. I wore a toupee. I wore putty makeup. They could add or subtract from the composite 100 times and not come up with an accurate description, and we both know it. I've come and gone on several airline flights already, and am not holed up in some obscure backwoods town. Neither am I a psychopathic killer. As a matter of fact, I've never even received a speeding ticket. Thank you for your attention. D.B. Cooper." It's a sad note, really. The man sought no fame or fortune. He's just a guy who wanted to do something drastic, before what he saw as his inevitable demise. Maybe he wanted to pay off old debts. Maybe he wanted to leave something to the important people or person in his life. Maybe he'd spent his best years rotting away in a cubicle, lit with fluorescent fixtures, ham and mayo sandwiches for lunch, and barely a pension to show for it all. Whatever the reason, if this letter did in fact come from D.B. Cooper, it's clear that Cooper didn't see himself as an anti-hero. He had no altruistic or dashing motivations. He just did the thing. You want to take away the mysticism of an exploit? You want to ruin a legend? Provide people with the actual motivation. Because in real life, often enough, the reasons behind the acts are as benign as the people doing the deeds. Most people aren't aware of the "I'm no modern-day Robin Hood" letter. It wasn't widely publicized at the time, and the collective memory of Cooper has turned into this story that most people know the vague outlines of. We know there was a guy called D.B. Cooper. We know he jumped out of an airplane with a lot of stolen money. We know he was never caught. And that's pretty much it. If we look at everything logically, given where Cooper jumped, the parachutes he was provided with, The seemingly utter lack of anything to protect himself, save for the cash and clothes on his back, Cooper likely didn't survive the jump. In a 1972 New York Times article, Max Schaefer, the chief of security for the Seattle region of the Federal Aviation Administration, said, "I feel that one of these days some hunter in Oregon or Washington is going to find the skeleton of this man." There's no way to know for sure. Some cold cases could one day be solved through modern technology. The story of D.B. Cooper probably isn't one of them. While the FBI says that it has a sample of Cooper's DNA lifted from a black JCPenney tie that he took off before jumping, they've also stopped allocating resources to the case. Basically, they're leaving this one to myth writers. Maybe it's for the best. As long as we don't know who he is, the legend will never die. The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. Dead at the sink. The one that got away. It's the old cliche in law enforcement that actually holds up for a lot of officers. Not in the romantic, Katy Perry blasting on the radio sort of way. It's the tragic, wake up in a cold sweat, abandon everything when you think you have a new idea that turns out to be an angle you've tried 4 times before sort of way. There are many officers who have that one case they just couldn't solve. A case they went their whole careers trying to get justice for, and they couldn't quite get there. Maybe they came close. Maybe they got so close that when they retired, they knew, really knew in the deepest recesses of their cop gut who did it. Maybe they only ever had the faintest of grips on who it might have been before it slipped away again. It's the classic tale that dozens of police procedurals and movies have been built around. Because, like most cliches, it's constructed around a hard truth that is much more difficult to swallow than the simple symbol it's become. For some cops, the one that got away can haunt them, can ruin a carefully built reputation, can drive them to drink, can drive them to suicide. Or it can drive them to spend their retirement feeling like they've lived a life unfulfilled. It's impossible to think of Eliot Ness at this point and not think of Kevin Costner in 1987's The Untouchables. It's a peak mob movie. Directed by Brian De Palma, it has a murderer's row of talent. Costner, Sean Connery, Robert De Niro at his screen-chewing best, Andy Garcia before people would think of him as the star of the bad Godfather movie. They're wearing suits and fedoras, holding shotguns and smoking cigars. It's how Ness would have wanted to be remembered, as the guy who assembled a small A-team and helped bring down one of the greatest crime bosses of all time, Al Capone. That may be how Ness will be remembered by most, thanks to De Palma's directing and, of course, Costner and his young, angled jawline. It's like if you had a really great day at work, and then that was how you were forever remembered. History forgot about the time you blew up the copy machine or parked in the Employee of the Month spot when you definitely were not Employee of the Month. But The Untouchables wasn't how Ness remembered himself. And at the time of his death, the thought of a hot movie star playing him in a film that flattered his life and made him a hero was quite laughable. Ness's downfall starts in Cleveland, Ohio, with a major career move that soon landed him waist deep in body parts, and I'm only being partly hyperbolic. The final body count is unknown. Part of the reason is that body parts just kept popping up, and in some cases the entire body wasn't discovered. So the question became something like, was this foot a part of the torso murders, or did someone just think it would be a great idea to hop instead of walk through life? Either way, the Encyclopedia of Cleveland History says 7 women and 5 men, so we're going to go with that. The bodies, or rather, the torsos and dismembered parts, started showing up in the mid-1930s. The city was still a ways from being called the Land, or even the Mistake by the Lake. That year, Cleveland's most celebrated athlete, Jesse Owens, broke 5 world records and equaled a 6th in a single day at Ohio State University. He'd be in the Olympics the following year in Germany. While Owens was showing the Nazis who was boss, his hometown was going through a crisis. Though because this crisis wasn't on Millionaire's Row, it took people a while to realize something was rotten in Cleveland. The murders were happening in a shanty town to a city that had already been pegged as being pretty rotten at enforcing the law. Kingsbury Run was to Cleveland in the 1930s what Cabrini Green was to Chicago in the 80s and 90s. Hard, dangerous living, experienced by the city's poorest residents. It was a disgusting trash heap, the kind that would give you a staph infection just thinking about it, with a hobo jungle making up a majority of the living quarters in the area. To the east was the Roaring Third, and it was every bit as devious and trashy as it sounds. The spot to go for sex, booze, and gambling. It was here in this charming part of town that the murders started, in September of 1934, with the Lady of the Lake. She's largely considered to be the butcher's first victim, but at the time, no one knew anything serial was going on. Parts of the woman's body washed up on the shores of Lake Erie, east of Braunau. A young man found the lower half of her torso down to her knees. The rest of her had been severed as well. She was a woman in her mid-30s, and the coroner found a chemical preservative on her skin, making it red and leathery. A search of the area turned up a few other body parts, but never the head. Though alarming, the reports didn't create any particular panic. The case of a madman on the loose in the city wouldn't officially begin for another year. The Lady of the Lake wouldn't become canon to the Mad Butcher saga until 2 years later. The first case where people actually started to think, hey now, this goes beyond the usual debauchery of Cleveland's most notorious part of town, occurred in September of 1935. The body parts were found at the base of the tastefully named Jackass Hill. 2 teen boys were apparently wandering around Jackass Hill when they came upon the body of a decapitated man. At the time, they probably thought it was a great story to tell their friends at school the next day. In reality, the discovery likely haunted them for the rest of their lives, the poor kids. He was a white man, naked except for a pair of socks on his feet, his genitals removed. Like the Lady of the Lake, the man who would be identified as Edward Andrassy had a reddish-black discoloration on his skin. However, investigators initially thought the killer had tried to burn the body and made no connection to the Lady of the Lake. Andrassy was 29 years old and a former psych ward orderly. But he wasn't the only body found on that day. Another man was discovered later on, older and a little bigger. He would become one of the many unknown victims, his identity never discovered. As with Andrassy, the man's head was missing, he had been emasculated, and he had that reddish-black discoloration. Officers would later find both men's heads and genitals nearby. You would think that 2 horrifically brutalized bodies turning up would lead someone to think that there was a huge problem here, that someone would gather that this probably wasn't going to end with these 2 men. But this was before we had thousands of documentaries, books, podcasts, Facebook groups, and fan clubs devoted to serial killers. This was before the days when people who watched even just a single episode of Criminal Minds could sniff out a serial killer. In the 1930s, law enforcement barely grasped the concept of serial killers. Murder was thought of as a one-and-done business, no matter how unique and specific the circumstances were. In fairness to Cleveland law enforcement of the 30s, Andrassy seemed to be a clear-cut case of mafia butchery, not freelance psycho butchery. His dad said Edward was worried and afraid to go out because he was a part-time marijuana dealer, and he'd recently gotten into a bar fight with some members of the Mayfield Road Mob, a top-shelf city gang. He was rumored to be gay at a time when people would use that as an excuse for a beating, or worse. So police thought the odd manner of death and mutilation was the mob trying to send a message. The other guy, well, they didn't know who he was, so it was easy to also write him off as being an unlucky soul who angered the Mayfield Road Mob. It's unfortunate that these two bodies weren't connected with the earlier witness testimony of two men who told police that they saw an older man acting strangely in the area where both bodies were later found. They said they also saw this man on the same day Andrassi's body was discovered. The witnesses found the man in the weeds' behavior so bizarre that they asked a woman who lived nearby to call the police. But she declined because the relationship between the citizens of Kingsbury Run and Cleveland's finest was far from good. This is what life was like in Kingsbury Run when Elliot Ness, the youngest safety director in Cleveland's history at that point, took office just 2 months after the discovery of Andrassi and the other man. He was young, attractive, very fond of hair product, and he came with a reputation of having taken down the infamous gangster Al Capone. There had been quite a lot of campaigning done on Ness's behalf, in part by the press. Cleveland had an institutionalized crime problem that Mayor Harold Burton needed to crack down on. So the appointment of Ness was both pragmatic and symbolic. The 32-year-old was brought in to stop corruption in the police department, decrease mob influences, increase the morale of the firefighters, and to give Cleveland a new air of respectability. Basically, stuff that would later feel like a cakewalk in comparison to what would actually end up consuming so much of his time. The next victim appeared in January of 1936. This one was different. Instead of the body parts washing ashore or lying on the ground at the foot of Jackass Hill, the parts were tidily wrapped in newspaper and packed in 2 half-bushel baskets. The 2 baskets were left on the ground behind the Hart manufacturing plant. It's unclear exactly when they showed up, as the night watchman was too busy trying to keep his own limbs from freezing off as he patrolled during a particularly icy cold spell. Around 11 a.m., a woman came upon the baskets and looked under the burlap sack that covered them. She thought it was a basket of hams. She told the nearby butcher about her find. He thought he'd been ripped off, so he went to the basket and knew immediately that those definitely were not hams. When police arrived, they found 2 thighs, an arm, a hand, and the lower part of a woman's torso. Everything was covered in coal dust, which meant the basket was likely in a different hiding place before it was moved to the factory. A search of the area turned up another newspaper bundle with 2 pairs of women's underwear inside. Thanks to fingerprints, the police were able to identify the remains as belonging to Florence Palillo, a woman who also went by Florence Soddy and Clara Dunn. She was a barmaid in the area who moonlighted as a sex worker and lived on the edge of the Roaring Third. Eventually, the police would be able to find all of her body except for her head. An autopsy revealed that, and brace yourself because this detail is horrific, she had been alive when her assassin started to cut off her head. The press now started to pay attention and had a field day with this macabre scene. They treated it like camp entertainment, with headlines like, "Woman Slain, Head Sought in Coal Bins." They offered only small glimpses into Florence, the person. One paper took the almost thoughtful step to interview Florence's landlady. She never gave us any trouble, and the only bad habit I noticed was that she would go out occasionally and get a quart of liquor. Bad liquor, too, and drink it all by her lonesome in her room. the woman reportedly told the Cleveland Press. She was a woman just trying to make it through each day in the worst part of town. She didn't deserve to be cut up and shoved in baskets, and she definitely didn't deserve to have her gruesome death treated as entertainment. But that's where we were then as a society, and in a lot of ways where we are now. Florence's death was the one that really started to make people realize that maybe these recent murders in Cleveland were connected. The Cleveland News had a sharp reporter who pointed out that there could be a connection between Florence and the still unknown woman discovered in Lake Erie 2 years before. People also started to think back to the headless men discovered at Jackass Hill in September of 1935. The Andrassy case, because they had been able to identify him and thought there was a mob connection, had been worked on by law enforcement, but except for a swanky green car seen in the area before the murder, hadn't turned up much. Now, if I'm in law enforcement and someone tells me that a woman's body parts were discovered in a couple of baskets, I'd be really intrigued. Ness, not so much. He assumed it was a one-off psychopath. Besides, the odd minutiae of his job, like the science of traffic safety, had already distracted him. You heard that correctly. 4 people had been horrifically murdered, dismembered, and their body parts scattered around town, and Ness was focusing on traffic safety. To be fair, at the time, Cleveland was a dangerous city for motorists because vehicles were still relatively new, but still. He also wanted to improve the conditions of the city's firehouses and police stations. They had a problem with pests and outdated equipment. Also an admirable pursuit, but again, heads were literally missing in the city. Because the other top brass were busy chasing after Ness and his crazy desire to create the city's first police training school, they too soon forgot about the body parts and the death of Florence, and the others went unsolved while the killer remained at large. The 5th victim, discovered in June of 1936, became a turning point in the case for law enforcement. Like the man found the same day as Edward Andrassy, the tattooed man would also never be identified, despite, as his name suggests, the number of unique tattoos on his body and a fresh set of fingerprints. The tattooed man's murder was similar to Florence's, but instead of being wrapped up in newspaper and put in baskets, his head was found first, wrapped in a pair of trousers by 2 young boys. The head, like the others, was cleanly severed. The coroner said it happened while the man was still alive. The body of the 20-something-year-old man was discovered the day after the kids found his head, almost literally dumped in the lap of law enforcement. The body had been left in front of the Nickel Plate Railroad police building, clean and drained of blood like many of the others. Finally, police officers were starting to reckon with the fact that these were not just random, unrelated killings. Cleveland had a disturbing, grotesque multiple murder. However, the citizens of Cleveland were not so concerned about the murders. Instead, they were lining up to see the tattooed man's head. The first time people got to see the tattooed man's head was actually an attempt by law enforcement to figure out the man's identity. The Great Lakes Exposition was in town, and someone had the bright idea to display a lifelike mask of the man's head to the masses, in the hopes that someone walking along would be able to put a name to a head. Instead, what they got were a lot of people who wanted the then-modern equivalent of a haunted house. They wanted to be shocked and grossed out and entertained. People also lined up to see his actual head outside the freezer room of the local morgue. The line stretched for blocks. Before you judge them too harshly, think of all the dead bodies you've seen. Maybe not in person, but in the safety of your home, blasted on a screen as a voiceover gives you the details of the victim's untimely demise. In all, thousands of people gazed upon the head of the rendered likeness of the tattooed man's head. Since the death mask is now on display at the Cleveland Police Museum, it's possible that millions of people have seen his face. Still, no one knows who he is. The bodies, or body parts, just kept on adding up after the tattooed man. July 1936, 17-year-old Marie Barkley found a 40-year-old white male, sans head, in the woods on the near west side. This was in Brooklyn, a part of town considered a respectable area at the edge of Kingsbury Run. The body's head and a pile of bloody clothing were nearby. The autopsy concluded that he had been dead about 2 months, and police believed he was killed where he was found. September 1936, a transient, or hobo, if you will, tried to get on a train at East 37th Street in Kingsbury Run. While doing so, he tripped on part of a dead man's torso. People were now literally tripping over body parts in Kingsbury Run. The victim was in his late 20s and also died, like most of the others, via decapitation. His head was cut off in one clean stroke, a sign of a confident killer familiar with human anatomy. While police had been without leads in many of the other killings, in this case, one man came forward and claimed he saw the killer. Detective Sergeant James Hogan's informant said that he was washing his shirt near where the hobo tripped over half a torso and saw a man approaching him. He had a long, murderous knife in his hand, the informant said. The witness also described the knife-wielding man as being about 35 or 40 years old, around 5'6", and with a stocky build and thick, short neck. Alas, nothing ever came of this description. The search of a nearby sewer found more body parts. The other, bottom half of the torso, and parts of both of the man's legs. An estimated 600 people came out to watch the diver recover the body parts. This was victim number 7. 7 murders in 1 year. 7 incredibly gruesome, horrific murders, connected by undeniable similarities and confined to one small area of town. To top it all off, up until this point, the higher-ups in law enforcement were basically the living embodiment of that "this is fine" meme. Something had to change. It was after the 7th victim that the biggest police investigation in Cleveland history really started to kick off. According to James J. Badal's piece on the Cleveland Police website, the Kingsbury Run murders, aka the Torso murders, detectives Peter Murillo and Martin Zaleski were put on the case full-time. They started with wandering around Kingsbury Run and the Roaring Third talking to people. The folks in this part of town weren't fond of police, so Zaleski and Murillo grubbed it up by dressing in their worst clothes, growing out their facial hair, and transitioning to an irregular showering routine. They were looking for any sort of lead that would point them in any direction because, so far, all the police had were body parts. While Ness's torso clinic, as the press called his group of investigators, was trying to come up with something, the body parts kept stacking up, most of them unidentifiable. In February of 1937, the upper half of a woman's torso washed up on the shore east of Bracknell. The lower half of her body turned up 3 months later. Then came a bloody summer. In June of 1937, a human skull was found under the Lorraine Carnegie Bridge, along with a burlap bag containing parts of a skeleton. Thanks to her unique dental work, Rose Wallace, a 40-year-old black woman and occasional sex worker, was the last victim that law enforcement was able to identify. Then, in July, a guardsman near the West 3rd Street Bridge saw a piece of a body as a tugboat passed by. The rest of the body's remains turned up in the Cuyahoga River. A quick recap is in order, because at this point even newspapers were including charts to help readers keep track of the victims, including one called A Murder Table, Record of the Cleveland Killer, by the Associated Press. By the end of July, there were 10 bodies in all, including the lady in the lake. Half of the victims were found in the infamous Kingsbury Run area, but then others, particularly the more recent ones, were turning up farther away, on the southeastern rim of Cleveland. 6 men and 4 women were beheaded at minimum, and most had other body parts, like arms and legs, removed as well. All the cuts were clean and sure. Hundreds of suspects had been questioned at this point, including anyone who ever owned a meat cleaver or big knife for a long period of time. Hundreds, if not more, of pieces of evidence had been examined, including scraps of blood-stained clothing. As the case went on and the bodies stacked up, the press became more and more of a thorn in law enforcement's side. Early on, the local papers, like the Cleveland News and Cleveland Press, were constantly publishing articles on the killings, even when no new information or developments arose in the cases. But as more and more victims were discovered, the press outside of Cleveland, beginning with the wider Ohio area and then across the United States, began to notice that there was something sinister going on in Kingsbury Run. Their accounts of the case are written like dime store novels, taking an almost cartoonish glee in painting the scene of a city under the thumb of a tyrant. Mention the name Kingsbury Run to the children of Cleveland, and they shudder with helpless terror, for even the smallest know of the mysterious Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, who started his grisly work in September 1934, has since murdered, beheaded, and dissected 6 men and 4 women, callously distributing the mutilated remains over different parts of the city like so many calling cards. I picture the writer of that article, Peter Bellamy from the Des Moines Register, wearing one of those fedoras with a press card in the brim, a cloud of smoke around his head as he types out those words on an old Remington typewriter. While law enforcement tried to work the case, the press interviewed supposed experts to weigh in. In some instances, what they reported reads like early criminal profiling. One Associated Press article published close to an entire piece on the theories of Dr. Samuel R. Gerber, a coroner who followed the investigation. Gerber hypothesized that the killer was a cool, shrewd sadist who has acquired knowledge of anatomy either as a doctor, hunter, male nurse, or butcher. Gerber claimed if found, the killer would be someone well acquainted with the city and a likable guy who can easily befriend and gain the confidence of his targets. The bodies continued to pile up after the 10th victim was found, media attention only growing, along with the frustrations of the city and law enforcement. A body in April of 1938 was initially mistaken for a fish, when in reality it was the lower half of a woman's leg. There would be a few more bodies after this one, but in the meantime, law enforcement found themselves a prime suspect, and he turned out to be a lot like the guy Dr. Gerber hypothesized the madman would be. It started with a dog running out of the woods near Sandusky. On this March day in 1938, the pooch had an actual human leg in its mouth. Not only were the people of Ohio tripping over body parts, their animals were using them as chew toys. The owner called the sheriff, and the local coroner determined not only that the leg once belonged to a woman, but that the cut was very precise and clean, a lot like the amputations of so many other bodies discovered in nearby Kingsbury Run. Cleveland Police Department Superintendent of Criminal Identification, David Cowles, got wind of the limb. Cowles was exactly the right person to learn about this. He'd been put in charge of Ness's department's butcher investigation, and Cowles was a fan of running down leads and scientific policing. That combination would be crucial. Cowles got a tip about a Dr. Francis Sweeney. Word was that Sweeney was a disgraced physician who would sometimes go to a veterans hospital located near the prison work farm in Sandusky. This was odd behavior that caused Cowles to turn Ness's under-the-radar torso investigation group in Sweeney's direction. First, investigators did their homework. They found that Sweeney suffered from mental illness, likely caused by inhaling gas during World War I. The doctor medicated himself with booze, and his wife tried twice to have him committed to a mental institution before packing up the kids and leaving. While most people had forgotten about Sweeney or ignored him, Sweeney wasn't ignoring the people of Kingsbury Run. Investigators found that an old psychiatric evaluation of Sweeney said he had a frustrated desire to operate. Everyone in the Ness group probably heard alarm bells at that point. A mentally unstable ex-doctor who is a drunk and looking to operate? Could this guy be any more perfect? Not only did he fit Dr. Gerber's description, he also somewhat matched the description given by the man who was washing his shirt by the river and claimed to see the killer walking with a knife. Sweeney was a little old for the witness's description. In 1936, when the informant claimed to have seen the butcher, Sweeney was about 42. The informant said he was between 35 and 40. But the build was similar, particularly the thick, short neck. There was one problem. Sweeney was a slippery sucker who turned out to be smarter than investigators originally thought. There was also the slight issue of Sweeney being the cousin of a congressman who had already been openly critical of Ness's handling of the torso murders. Ness was soon convinced that the disgraced Dr. Sweeney was his man, and in an attempt to bring in Sweeney, he utilized some methods that could politely be called unorthodox, but in all honesty bordered on the insane, and in the end were ineffective. Everything started normally. The police had their suspect, so they began to watch him. However, Sweeney had the habit of doing nothing of any interest when the police had eyes on him, and then dropping off the radar. Some officers quickly grew bored of tracking what they saw as a weird but harmless recluse. But then, the April 1938 body parts were discovered, and Ness decided it was time to bring in Sweeney. Just not to the police station. Instead, Ness booked his team a suite at the Hotel Cleveland, which has since been rebranded as the Renaissance Cleveland Hotel, though the hotel website doesn't mention its notorious place in history, which is a missed opportunity. When Ness's team picked Sweeney up off the street, they took him to Ness's suite and began the interrogation. Cowles later said that officers grilled Sweeney for 8 hours a day, day after day. They likely used some coercive tactics that would have been frowned upon back then and would get your case thrown out today. Sweeney had a ball with all this. He spoke in riddles and gibberish, unfazed by the threatening situation he was in. Finally, Ness took a crack at him. According to Douglas Perry's book, Eliot Ness, The Rise and Fall of an American Hero, Ness wasn't the brute force type of policeman like many of his peers. Instead, he liked rhythmic questioning until they got tangled up in their own lies and began to see the truth as the only way to make it to the finish line. This had worked in the past, but not this time. Ness got a lot of non-answers, without commitments or denials. So he went to Plan B. The lie detector test was, at the time, still very new and untrusted. The man behind the early model that Ness would use on Sweeney was 27-year-old Leonard Keeler. Keeler called the machine a respondograph. It's unclear exactly how reliable the early polygraph was. They are still inadmissible in court today, in part because the science hasn't yet reached reliability high enough to put in front of a jury. But a respondograph was exactly the type of thing Ness was interested in because it was scientific. In any event, Sweeney was hooked up to the machine without incident, answered all the questions, and in the end, Keeler and another expert brought in from Detroit agreed. This guy was the butcher. This is where we get to one of the most frustrating parts of the job for people in law enforcement. They have their guy. They know it in their bones. Months of hard work and cups of bad coffee have gone into reaching this point. And yet, they can't do anything about it. Ness and his team know they have their guy, but they have no hard evidence. The polygraph isn't admissible. Sweeney never confesses to anything. They have no witnesses, murder weapons, fingerprints, footprints, nothing. Nada. Zip. The only thing they have is that absolute, unwavering certainty that Sweeney has been terrorizing the city by chopping people up and leaving their body parts scattered. When they let him go, the frustration and pain must have been soul-crushing. To make matters worse for Ness, when he went home after a week in a hotel room trying to get a psychopath to confess, his wife told him the time was right for the divorce they'd long been mulling over. It's really no wonder Ness ended up burning down the worst areas of Kingsbury Run. That August, after Sweeney had been let go, a woman's torso was found wrapped in a man's double-breasted blazer, and then wrapped again in an old quilt. Her legs and arms were found in a box, wrapped in brown butcher paper. Her head was also wrapped in brown butcher paper. Another body was found not too far away from the first. The location of both the bodies could be seen from Ness's office window. Talk about a slap in the face. Ness had had enough. He'd tried to play good cop. He tried to do all the right things. They hadn't stopped watching Sweeney. They'd been tailing him since they released him. But he was playing games with police, constantly letting them follow him and then escaping their view. And somehow he'd also managed to kill more people. Then, to top it all off, he left their body parts in plain view of Ness's window. It was the most disgusting, terrifying way of saying nah, 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 nah that a person could think of. 2 nights later, Ness rounded up a horde of police and went along the stretch of Kingsbury Run's hobo jungle and completely destroyed the miserable tents, huts, and makeshift homes. All the homeless and their pets were removed from the encampments. Some were taken to the police station. Others were left to stand and watch as the fire department came in next and doused their homes with oil. Then Ness ordered the butcher's favorite hunting ground burned to ashes. Ness died at the kitchen sink. He'd turned into that annoying drunk guy at the bar that will keep trying to talk to you despite your full body turns in the other direction and curt uh-huhs. Any woman who has ever been to a bar more than once knows exactly who this guy is. He'd moved to Coudersport, Pennsylvania, a remote town in the mountains. His hobbies now included getting drunk with his third wife, Elizabeth, and trying to convince fellow bar patrons that he had helped, nay, led the charge, in bringing down the notorious Al Capone. True, he had been the guy behind the Untouchables. He had assembled a crack A-team of incorruptible investigators, and they got the big man on tax evasion and liquor charges. But the old saying that the bigger they are, the harder they fall applies as much to reputations and social stations as it does to physical stature. And in the end, Ness was brought down by a psychopath who loved to hack up bodies. Soon after Kingsbury Run went up in flames, Ness went from beloved hero to criticized pariah. The press wasn't too fond of the Pennsylvania move, and they judged him harshly in print. They wouldn't talk about the fact that the murders had stopped after the fire. Sweeney checked himself into a mental institution in Sandusky, and as far as we know, didn't murder anyone else after that. Ness's reputation somewhat bounced back eventually. He received acclaim for other cases, but a new mayor didn't give him the support he'd previously received, and the city council drastically cut his budget. No matter how he tried, Ness couldn't find any sort of consistent stability after the Butcher saga ended. Soon after his first divorce, Ness got himself into another marriage that didn't work out. The new Mrs. Ness, Eveline, was an artist who eventually taught at Parsons School of Design. Late one night, after quite a bit of drinking, Ness got into a car crash with his wife in the vehicle. The other passenger went to the hospital and filled out an incident report with police. Ness decided it was best to try to cover it up by roping in the traffic commissioner to file an incomplete report. You would think someone as smart as Ness would remember that the cover-up is almost always worse than the crime. A resourceful reporter got hold of the incident and ran a hit piece on Ness's drinking, driving, and cover-up. The press really took a hard turn against Ness. Now he was accused of not cracking down on prostitution, a crime he was never particularly interested in. The bad press kept coming, and Ness couldn't look away. He sank into a deep depression. He pulled out of it a bit during the war, went on a run for mayor, but when that made him into a laughingstock yet again, he gave up the political life. Nobody wanted to bring Ness into their department, and eventually he gave up on law enforcement altogether. He also divorced wife number 2 and moved on to wife number 3. The waves of Ness's depression and drinking were not helped by the strange letters he kept getting, even after he gave up law enforcement in the 1950s. Letters and postcards addressed to Elliot Esophagotic Ness and Elliot Ambiguous Ness found their way to Ness's mailbox. Many believe they came from Sweeney, who continued to while away the hours in the nut house. Eventually, Ness became president of Guarantee Paper Corporation and Fidelity Check Corporation in Pennsylvania. His focus was on watermarking paper, and he invested his own money in the corporation. Unfortunately for Ness, watermarked checks never became the fad he had hoped, and the company went belly up. In the end, the man who brought down Al Capone and cleaned up Cleveland died of a heart attack, $8,000 in debt. In his mind, he was a drunk and a failure. But luckily for him, his legacy would be different. This shift started with a book, The Untouchables, by Eliot Ness and sports writer Oscar Fraley. Though Ness hated the book and signed away his rights, that book would eventually become a television show and start the rehabilitation of his character. The online Cleveland Police Museum points to Ness's achievements in its section about him. Eliot Ness is remembered for the impact he had on Cleveland. Ness restored a sense of hope and pride to a city that had been beaten down for a long time. It can easily be said that Eliot Ness' integrity was sincere and his sense of justice was inflexible. His life was never easy, but he didn't allow fear to guide him. Shanna Beth McGee is a voice and acting coach at Case Western Reserve University. She has been trying to tell Ness's story and the story of Kingsbury Run for years through immersive theater. Immersive theater is like being put into a movie as actors get you involved in the story they're telling and take you to actual locations. Like a haunted house with a purpose, and sometimes the viewers are given tasks or chores. So far, she and her collaborators have produced a show that's a sort of prequel to the Kingsbury Run story, Shadow of the Run, Wanderlust, about a young girl that wants to leave her small town for Cleveland. But McGee plans to one day tell Ness's story. He's a tragic figure, McGee said in an interview. A tragic figure that many in Cleveland haven't forgotten. McGee said when she visited Ness's grave in Lakeview Cemetery, on top of the stone was a bullet casing and a picture of a police dog with some of the dog's fur taped onto it. She said there are people in law enforcement visiting his grave. It's affecting Cleveland police to this day, McGee said. There's something about this that is haunting them, too. The death of Amber Hagerman. One person, one idea. The fall of 1982 saw one of the greatest medical mysteries of the modern era. A psychopath laced a bunch of Tylenol capsules with potassium cyanide and killed multiple residents in the Chicago area. Of course, at the time, no one realized that the Tylenol had been spiked. All anyone knew is that people were taking an extra-strength Tylenol for mundane things like sore throats and headaches and winding up dead. The perpetrator of the Tylenol poisonings remains unknown to this day. However, there was a drawn-out red herring in the form of a guy who wrote a ransom letter to Johnson & Johnson, the makers of Tylenol, demanding $1 million to stop the poisonings. Turned out that guy lived in New York, and while he was convicted of extortion, He wasn't the Tylenol killer. After law enforcement made the connection between the deaths and the Tylenol, there was a massive recall of tens of millions of bottles of the medication. Not only that, but the events cost Johnson & Johnson millions of dollars in lost sales, as faith in their product went through the floor. In an effort to relieve themselves of the headache their own product couldn't fix, Johnson & Johnson set to work reinventing the standard for medication safety. They started using that ultra-sealed foil that takes a nail and a hammer to get through, and other tamper-proof features to make it clear if the bottles had been messed with. In other words, preventative measures were taken to ensure that something like that wouldn't happen again. Because sometimes something good can come out of something tragic. In the case of the disappearance of Amber Hagerman, a new system for finding missing children was created. But that change came at a very steep price. All stories of abducted children are terrifying. It's a fear that at various times has been blown out of proportion and utilized to cultivate fear against an other. Think of the stranger danger moral panic that started in the 1960s and was at its peak in the 1980s and 90s. It rose as integration between the races rose, as both parents started working more, and as society was experiencing dramatic shifts. But the thing that wasn't rising was child abductions, and in retrospect we now realize that most children are harmed by people they already know. We have no idea if Amber was kidnapped by someone close to or familiar with her, or if it was in fact a true stranger danger situation. But all the details of her kidnapping make the case one that could have been held up as an example for years by proponents of stranger danger. 9-year-old Amber Hagerman, her 5-year-old brother Ricky, and their mother, Donna Whitson, were visiting the kids' grandparents in Arlington, Texas in January of 1996. Donna had separated from her husband, Richard Hagerman, who himself had a much older daughter. Glenda and Jimmy Whitson were happy to have their daughter and her kids stay with them. It was a close family by all accounts. Donna and the kids were in a documentary that was set to air in a few days. The WFAA TV documentary was about people who were trying to get off welfare. Amber was a blue-eyed Girl Scout who loved I Love Lucy and vanilla ice cream. She had dark brown hair that she wore in a ponytail, and heavy bangs straight across her forehead. Her ears were pierced, her front teeth a little large when she smiled. On January 19th, Amber and Ricky wanted to ride their bikes. It was a reasonable enough request. They were told to stay on their block, not go too far. But Amber wanted to go beyond the 1-block perimeter, so the kids made their way to the parking lot of an abandoned Winn-Dixie 2 blocks away. Ricky didn't want to disobey his mom, so he pedaled back home where his mom turned him around and said to go get his sister. Amber was wearing pink jeans and a gray shirt with colored handprints on it from when she went to Camp Hart. Her hair was pulled back with a black and white ribbon. All it took was 8 minutes. Then she was gone. Jim Kevill was a 78-year-old retired machinist who saw the kids playing in the parking lot. He became the only adult witness in the case. Kevill said he saw a man driving a late-model black pickup truck near the kids. The man, who Kevill said was either white or Hispanic, got out of the truck. "I saw this pickup. He pulled up, jumped out, and grabbed her," Kevill told reporters. "When I heard her scream, I knew something was wrong." Kevill said that by the time he realized the little girl was being abducted, it was too late. He called the police. When Ricky got back to the parking lot, he couldn't find his sister and raced back home to tell his mom and grandparents that Amber wasn't there anymore. Amber's grandfather, Jim, went to the parking lot as police were arriving, but all that was left was Amber's bike. Amber's case would eventually become famous, if only because now it's hard to find a person who doesn't know what an Amber Alert is. But initially, it was just a local story. As the days went on, however, and law enforcement dedicated more and more resources to finding this young girl, the press started to pick up on the story, with articles appearing in newspapers across Texas, the Midwest, and even in the New York Times. Early theories revolved around an incident from Amber's father's past. His granddaughter was abducted from the hospital 4 years before Amber disappeared. A woman claimed to be a hospital photographer, and under that guise managed to sneak baby Felicia out of the Fort Worth hospital. Less than a day later, the baby was returned and the woman eventually was sent to a psychiatric care facility. Law enforcement quickly dispelled any potential connection between the two cases, but still, it's hard to imagine having not one but two young girls in your immediate family abducted. Unfortunately, the two abductions theory was the only thing anyone could come up with in the immediate aftermath of Amber's disappearance. Local police, as well as the FBI, were on the case, but there weren't any hard leads. The only thing they knew was the sighting of a man in a black pickup truck. That's not a lot to go on in a city of almost 300,000 people. Within days, law enforcement and some businesses offered up a $15,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest. This produced hundreds of tips. In one day, police received around 200 phone calls. The Arlington Police Department also immediately created a task force to look for Amber. For those first few days, we spent all of our extra time looking. Detective Ben Lopez, who was a member of the task force, told NBC News on the 20-year anniversary of Amber's disappearance. It was like if you weren't on another call, you were actively looking for her. We were looking everywhere in the city. All the efforts went nowhere. Amber's parents did everything they could, especially her mother, Donna. Donna never seemed to turn down a chance to be interviewed or be on television. Not because she was seeking fame, but because that was the only way to get the word out. In the pre-internet days, the only way to spread the message about a missing child, besides flyers and knocking on doors, was through the media. Her pleas were heartbreaking. "Please, I beg you, don't hurt my little girl," she said on Monday, January 15th. The Chicago Tribune, the Paris News, Paris, Texas, Elko Daily Free Press, Elko, Nevada, and more printed that heartbreaking quote. The next day, the Associated Press revealed that officers were canvassing nearby neighborhoods, knocking on doors, following up on known sex offenders, and looking into anyone they could find who owned a black pickup truck. "I just want to get out there and do something. I want to get out there on the street and holler for her," Donna said in the article. "I know that's not going to do anything, but I just want her back." That was also the day that Donna saw Jim Kevill, who became the last known person to see Amber alive. Jim reportedly choked back tears when he met Donna and said, "I couldn't do anything." To which Donna responded, "You did great. You did great." The article closed with a final plea. "Just drop her off. Let her walk home by herself," Donna said. "Just don't hurt my baby." Days feel like years when you're waiting for any news on your missing child. And while the media coverage of Amber's disappearance wasn't fantastical and over the top or even invasive, like other cases of missing women and children, it was constant. The articles were usually on the short side, maybe 500 words or so, but each one offered some new small insight. You can look through newspaper archives and, day by day, see a slow trickle of small bits of almost new information, new pleas to the universe, pictures of family members looking increasingly tired and devastated. On January 17th, an Associated Press article stated that both Donna and her estranged husband, Richard, had taken and passed lie detector tests. But by then, officers had already started to scale back the ground searches. Instead, they were concentrating on a list of potential suspects. "A lot of them aren't feasible, and we've eliminated many after we've talked to them," said police spokesperson Dee Anderson. The more surprising piece of this article explained that the family had made national and even supernatural appeals for help. Apparently, Richard's sister had called a psychic, who went over the scene of the abduction, but nothing came of it. Amber was missing for almost a week. Then, as randomly and quickly as she was taken, Amber was found. On Wednesday, January 17th, a small child's body was discovered. The body was spotted by a man walking his dog near an apartment complex. She was nude and had been left in a drainage ditch. Police wouldn't confirm immediately if the small child with the dark hair was Amber, but the writing appeared to be on the wall. The ditch was about 4 miles from the empty Winn-Dixie grocery store where she'd been taken. A man named Jerry Wurst told reporters that he was on his second-floor balcony when he heard yells of, "There's a body in the creek." Police asked Wurst to go to the body and make sure no one touched it or moved it before they arrived. At this point, there were 30 federal agents on the case. On Friday, January 19th, 1996, Arlington police officers announced that the body of a young girl that was found was Amber Hagerman. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office said it was a homicide, and that Amber's cause of death was cut wounds to the throat, according to spokesperson Anderson. Later, law enforcement would reveal that Amber had also been sexually assaulted in the 2 long days she spent with her captor. Amber's family was devastated, and initially told reporters that they didn't believe the little girl was Amber. Richard told the swarm of reporters outside their house, "She's still alive." But soon afterward, Donna had to identify her daughter's body, and any hope that it wasn't her daughter was shattered. Donna's immediate reaction to the press was vengeance. "They either need to be locked up for life or be killed," Donna told reporters on that Friday. "She was our baby. It's hard for us right now." Who wouldn't have that reaction? The description by reporter Melissa Williams of Amber's wake at Arlington Funeral Home sounds like a peaceful nightmare for a parent. Amber's heavily embalmed body lay in a blue casket, surrounded by pink floral sprays. She was clad in a pink satin dress, clutching a teddy bear, as dozens of mourners filed past during a 6-hour viewing. Unlike other famous unsolved crimes, there are no real people of interest left in the investigation. In fact, there were never any hard, viable suspects. This wasn't a situation where the predator got away. It was a case of we never knew where to look to begin with. A lot of it had to do with the unfortunate way Amber's body was left. She was nude in a creek, and there had been a string of strong thunderstorms that had gone through the Dallas-Fort Worth area in the days leading up to the discovery of Amber's body. Let's start with the lack of clothes. Aside from being a sign of sexual assault, the lack of clothing took away valuable evidence from the scene. Usually when a body is processed by forensic experts, they take the clothes and can try to get valuable evidence from them, things like transfer evidence from their perpetrator, maybe his or her DNA, fibers that would have given any idea where she was kept, or any number of other bits of information could have been found on Amber's clothes. The other most valuable place for evidence in a murder is the corpse itself. There could have been DNA under Amber's fingernails or other places on her body. Amber's body was not only in water, it was in a ditch or creek, depending on how you look at it. Either way, the water was flowing and taking with it any potential evidence. So all law enforcement was left with was a body covered in bruises and marks and a slit throat. The locations themselves were also not helpful. The kidnapper grabbed Amber off her bike, in and out, and he was gone. There was really nothing for him to leave behind. If this was a bad made-for-television movie, Amber would have managed to tear off a piece of his shirt or grab his hair, and leave that behind for the resourceful police officer to find and put together in a grand aha moment. But there was no aha moment. It might as well have been a ghost that took Amber. The only evidence was what Jim Kevill said he saw: a black pickup truck and a white, possibly Hispanic, man. In 1999, the task force that had been created to solve Amber's abduction and then murder was closed down. However, the case remains active, and law enforcement said in 2016 that they had received thousands of tips related to Amber in the 20 years since the initial investigation. According to the Associated Press, the streets of Amber's grandparents' neighborhood were unusually quiet after she was abducted. The streets are always full of kids playing. They aren't now. A neighbor named Bruce Siebert, whose daughter was in Girl Scouts with Amber, reportedly told journalist Janine Zuniga, "This is their time to sell cookies. I can't go out and let them do that." Now, I'm sure that Mr. Siebert probably told the reporter a lot of sincere and heartfelt things about how concerned he was for Amber. And the reporter on deadline decided to go with the cookies comment. Still, that's not a great look for Siebert's. But what it does show is how much this impacted the area. Arlington certainly wasn't a small city, but these were people who lived in their own community within the larger city. They were on the outskirts, thinking they were protected by the neighborhood. Then a little girl is snatched up without a trace. It's shattering. It's what feeds the idea of stranger danger and other methods of isolationism. It was highly unlikely that any of their children were going to be kidnapped. There was no indication of a serial predator on the loose. It certainly wasn't suddenly more likely that their children were at greater risk for being taken after Amber was abducted. But like a virus, the threat had seeped into their community, and now everyone was on high alert. That sudden feeling of a threat exposed wasn't limited to Arlington or to Texas. The editor of the Paducah Sun, a publication out of Paducah, Kentucky, penned an opinion piece about the situation after Amber's body was found. Jim Paxton wrote, "The crime itself is almost unimaginable. Those who compile statistics on such things are quick to say these events are not exactly an epidemic, but they are happening with enough frequency in enough diverse places to compel many parents to forbid their children the basic freedoms most enjoyed just a generation ago." Paxton goes on to say that as soon as he heard about Amber's disappearance, he told his wife, "You know how this will end. The guy will rape her, kill her, and throw her body away as if it were so much litter." Putting aside the fact that nobody has ever said "as if it were so much litter" in casual conversation, Paxton was making extreme, violent assumptions without knowing all the facts. He happened to be mostly right, which then bolstered his ego enough to write, "It happened, unfortunately." When that was confirmed, it prompted yet another conversation in our household about how things used to be, and how they would never be as good for our children. We talked about how we as parents feel we cannot even let the kids ride their tricycles in the front yard without one of us standing near them. About how if we lose sight of them for even a few seconds in the mall, our hearts begin to pound. About how 2 years ago a stranger nearly succeeded in dragging a screaming young girl out of a Paducah discount store on Christmas Eve, fleeing only when a teenage clerk saw fit to intervene. That man is still out there. How did America come to this? Here's the thing. By 1996, when Amber disappeared, America was already on a sharp, violent crime decline. The violent crime numbers in the U.S. had peaked in the early 1990s. Hence, all the politicians, Republicans and Democrats alike, taking their firm, tough-on-crime stances, which they would all later regret when they realized that it costs more to mass incarcerate people than it does to try and rehabilitate them. Using numbers collected by the FBI, Pew Research Center found that the violent crime rate fell 49% between 1993 and 2017. Using Bureau of Justice statistics data, Pew Research Center found that the violent crime rate fell 74% in that same time period. The difference stems from FBI numbers coming from police reports, while the Bureau of Justice asked Americans aged 12 and up whether they were victims of crime, reported or not, which also just goes to show how borderline impossible it is to get a good grasp on things like crime rates. Different agencies use different metrics. People don't always report crimes. In fact, for certain crimes, it's more likely that they won't report it. When it comes to child abductions, as Mr. Paxson was so crass and yet concerned about, the numbers have always been lower than the major cases on the news would lead you to believe. In 2018, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children helped police and families with more than 25,000 cases of missing children. Of those, less than 1% were stranger abductions. 92% were endangered runaways. One study published by the U.S. Department of Justice found that in a given year, the number of stereotypical kidnappings is around 115. The broad information that a vast majority of kidnappings are done by acquaintances or family members applies both now and when Amber was taken. But then, as in now, people are reluctant to believe the science. David Finkelhor, the director at the time of the Crimes Against Children Research Center at the University of New Hampshire, and a researcher for the National Incidence Studies of Missing, Abducted, Runaway, and Thrown-Away Children, wrote an opinion piece in the Washington Post in 2013. It was called 5 Myths About Missing Children. Those myths were as follows. 1. Most missing children have been abducted by strangers. 2. More and more children are going missing. 3. The internet has made kidnapping easier. 4. Prevention lies in teaching children to avoid strangers. 5. The main goal should be to reunite children with their families. Now, you may recall how long Finkelhor's job description was. If anyone is qualified to talk about missing and abducted children, he's absolutely a Tier 1 candidate. Some commenters to the article got what he was saying, like Casey Bob, who responded, "There are missing children. There is also the missing children racket, playing on the fear of parents for personal or financial gain. My thanks to Mr. Finkelhor for giving readers the context and helping us all tell the difference." But a lot of people reiterated what our friend Mr. Siebert opined back in 1996, that when they were kids, they were free to roam with nothing but a dime in their pocket to make a phone call if they needed a ride home. People like Quick Girl, who wrote, "This research article is a load of trash. Child abductions are higher than ever before. Because a child is taken by a family member makes it no less an abduction. Internet chat rooms have enabled child exploitations and abductions, and there is currently many missing young women between the ages of 12 and 24. Child sex trade is rampant, and no child volunteers to be a sex slave. My source for this information is the thousands of missing children websites." Stranger abductions do happen, and when they do, they are horrific and tragic. But they don't happen to the extent that the internet might lead people to believe. Like with Johnson & Johnson's reaction to the Tylenol poisoning case, these are broad, sweeping reactions to unique situations. But like with the Tylenol case, something proactive and helpful came out of it. Deanna Simone didn't have a college degree. She was a massage therapist and a mother, though her kids were mostly grown. Her life was pleasant and quiet. She lived about 20 miles away from Arlington in Fort Worth, though she would be the first to tell you that nothing in Texas is far away. Then one day in mid-January, she turned on the news and couldn't look away. When you watch a child opening her Christmas presents and riding her bike and smiling and laughing, and you're into her home with her, at least, and I think most people, make a connection that you wouldn't make if you heard on the news a child was taken. Simone told me in an interview. The child she saw was Amber Hagerman. The media was showing home videos, and Simone broke down. Simone had two qualities that made her the person who would transform how the United States deals with missing children. She's deeply empathetic, and she firmly believes that one person can make a difference. Simone wanted to do something. She couldn't turn off the television. She became obsessed despite her friends and family telling her to let it go. Then Simone remembered an incident she saw while overseas. A woman lost her child in a crowded shopping area. The mom started to unravel and panic. Then a woman came out of the crowd and took charge. She asked the mother, "What are you screaming? What are you making so much noise about?" Simone said. After the mother explained that her daughter had wandered off, the woman said, "Oh, well, sit, have coffee. Somebody will bring her in a minute." Then there was emotion in the crowd. People told those next to them about the little girl, who told more people, and Deanna watched as the information about the missing child spread throughout the shopping area, and eventually someone saw the girl and returned her. "I knew I would never forget that," Simone said. And 10 years later, a little girl is kidnapped off her bicycle in broad daylight, and I thought, damn it. Damn it. What do we have to do to where I could look at a screaming mother and say, "Sit, have coffee, somebody will bring her in a minute"? Community. The answer was community. Everyone gets involved. Simone's first idea was a voluntary cell phone system, where people could call each other in the case of a missing child. Then she talked about her idea with a client, Reverend Tom Stoker. He suggested the radio, and it took off from there. In retrospect, the Amber Alert seemed so obvious. We could alert people for severe weather, why not for missing children? Both are time-sensitive events, where the largest number of people knowing about it could improve the outcome. But this was a radical idea. The kind of idea that could only come together if the right people got involved. Luckily for Simone, they did. Simone started reaching out to local radio stations. She started with KDMX in Dallas-Fort Worth. Midday host Kim Ashley answered. Deanna explained her idea of a community-wide alert for missing children. Ashley connected Deanna to the station manager, Jennifer Graham. Graham was excited about the idea and asked Deanna to put the idea in writing so she could present it to all the station managers at their next meeting. Little by little, it all started to come together. Media outlets teamed up with law enforcement. The FCC gave its blessing after 9 months of hard work, and Dallas-Fort Worth became the first city to issue an Amber Alert. In October of 1996, 27 radio stations joined forces to issue that first alert. At the time, it was called Amber's Plan. Stations would air a bulletin when law enforcement confirmed that a child had been abducted. The plan had the blessing of the Hagermans. I think it's something that every city in the United States needs, getting a quick response set up, Richard Hagerman said in an Associated Press article. This is our kids. This is our life. Although things got off to a relatively smooth start, the Amber Alert almost ended before it could really do any good. The first 2 cases that used the Amber Alert came up empty-handed. The stations and law enforcement were ready to call it quits, but decided to try one more time. Simone said on that try, the Amber Alert helped bring home a kidnapped infant within 45 minutes. Simone said she always knew that the plan was going to work. I always believed from the beginning that once you tap into the heart of people, once you tap into the goodness of human beings, that it's going to catch on, Simone said. The Amber Alert system began to spread, slowly at first, with only 4 states adopting the plan by the end of 2001. Then something changed. In 2002, the White House decided to explore the Amber Alert. It held the first ever White House conference on missing, exploited, and runaway children. They apparently thought Amber Alerts were a worthy tool to explore in its newfound focus on children's well-being. President George W. Bush asked then U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft to appoint a national Amber Alert coordinator. In 2003, Congress adopted and Bush signed the PROTECT Act, aimed at preventing child abuse and increasing law enforcement's ability to handle violent crimes against children. Among other things, the act codified the role of the Amber Alert coordinator. That first coordinator, Deborah J. Daniels, Assistant Attorney General, Department of Justice, was in charge of overseeing the development of an Amber network, basically helping states to take the alerts nationwide. The new coordinator and her staff also put together guidelines for states and communities to make sure that Amber Alerts were effective and not abused. Those included confirmation from police that an abduction had taken place, belief of imminent danger for the child, and the qualification that the child had to be 17 years old or younger. By early 2005, Hawaii became the 50th state to adopt a statewide Amber Alert plan and system. As the years went on, the system evolved to include wireless devices like cell phones. This isn't to say that the system hasn't had its naysayers. According to the Department of Justice Amber Alert website, as of April 2019, 957 children have been recovered due to the system. But a 2007 study by Assistant Professor of Criminal Justice Timothy Griffin at University of Nevada, Reno, contends the system is largely ineffective. Whenever I give a talk about the Amber Alert system, I feel like the bad guy, Griffin told the Pacific Standard. We all want it to work, but wanting doesn't make it so. I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but I don't think we're getting a whole lot from Amber Alerts. According to Griffin's research, a small amount of the Amber Alert cases that are tracked were kidnappings by a stranger or minor acquaintance, about 20%, which we knew, but he said that the high amount of parent/babysitter/unstable ex-boyfriend or girlfriend kidnappings means there's a higher likelihood that those cases will be resolved. Griffin said the alert did help a bit in those cases. If a parent or a babysitter or an unstable ex-boyfriend is rattled by an Amber Alert into letting a child go, that's good, Griffin said in the Pacific Standard article. Negative law enforcement attention does make some people walk the line. However, Griffin also said that the positives were outweighed by the negatives. He said the alerts took away police resources, can escalate situations, and that thinking Amber Alerts are deterrents requires people to believe that people who take children are rational and thinking ahead. Amber Alerts, by design, generate an enormous amount of public attention to a category of crime that is extremely rare, Griffin said. In a sense, they are crime control theater for our society. They enable public officials to make it look like they are solving a problem which, in reality, probably can't be solved. Still, 957 children isn't nothing, and there are plenty of parents out there who have had their children returned to them who believe it's because of the Amber Alerts. Maybe, more than anything else, it gives parents a feeling that something is being done, that the situation isn't completely hopeless, because people everywhere know that their kid is missing. Deanna, who received no recognition for her efforts until 2002, said she just wanted to help save one kid. If the system has done that, isn't it worth it? For Amber's mom, now Donna Williams, the alert is something that she's proud of. She knows the system doesn't always work, that sometimes law enforcement doesn't even use it properly, but although there's been no movement to get rid of Amber Alerts, she's terrified of it going away. It's a legacy that she has in place of her daughter, which, at the end of the day, is almost better than nothing at all. The Golden State Killer. Prolific coward. Cold cases are a challenge, a mystery that we have no way of knowing the answer to. Except there's always that lingering feeling that maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to solve it. That next time we open the box filled with photographs, statements, and reports, we'll see something in a way that no one else has, or new evidence will appear like a gift from some cosmic power. We want to believe that nothing is certain or unsolvable. We want to find the light in the darkness. Usually we don't, and cold cases, particularly old ones, remain unsolved. But every once in a while, through a combination of luck and extreme tenacity, the cosmic powers do send a gift. The case of the Golden State Killer, aka East Area Rapist, aka East Terror Rapist, aka the original Night Stalker, aka all-around terrible human being, an inexhaustible rapist, burglar, and murderer, is monumental. It started in June of 1976, and the tally of horror is more than 50 rape victims and at least 13 murders. He was more prolific than the Zodiac and many other serial killers and serial rapists. But unlike all the other cases in this book, an arrest has been made, and Joseph James DeAngelo has admitted his guilt. On June 29, 2020, in the middle of a global pandemic, DeAngelo put on a protective face shield and pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder and kidnapping, after admitting to every rape and murder he was accused of. He had not been charged with the rapes because the California statute of limitations had already run out. In exchange for his plea, DeAngelo will spend the rest of his life in prison. I think it's fair to say that in this case, the gift the cosmos sent was not so much luck, but Michelle McNamara and a collection of determined, relentless members of law enforcement. Thanks to the ingenious use of ancestry websites, advancements in DNA, and hours of double-checking their timeline, police got him. And now, for the first time in decades, dozens of victims can hopefully sleep easier, knowing that the monster that plagued their nightmares will wither away and die in a cage. The story starts not with the Golden State Killer, but with the Visalia ransacker. The Visalia ransacker is credited with more than 85 burglaries and at least one murder. In 1974, Visalia police began to realize that they had a serial prowler on their hands. The burglar liked to sneak into homes, going into bedrooms and making a mess, especially throwing around women's underwear. He would usually steal small things like jewelry, guns, and piggy banks. The Visalia ransacker was described as being about 5'10", 180 pounds, and sporting medium-length brown hair. Basically, he looked like every other white guy of the 1970s. He usually wore a ski mask. He also had a neat trick for making sure he would hear someone enter the home while he was throwing their underwear about and stealing their valuables. He would stack dishes and other objects in the doorways, which would make a ruckus if moved. That way, he could hear if someone showed up and get out of the house. On September 11, 1975, the ransacker escalated to murder. According to the Visalia Times-Delta, Claude Snelling was a College of the Sequoias professor who stopped the ransacker from kidnapping his daughter and lost his life in the process. A ballistics test showed that the gun used against Snelling was the same as a gun stolen from a previous ransacker burglary. That murder caused police to really get serious about the ransacker. A few months after Snelling's murder, law enforcement had ramped up its efforts to try and catch the perpetrator. They came close to apprehending the ransacker as he fled a crime scene, but in the process, Visalia officer Bill McGowan was shot at. The bullet shattered his flashlight, and some pieces hit his eye, injuring him. Then, the ransacker seemed to disappear. Emphasis on the word seemed, because the ransacker didn't disappear. Law enforcement say he just moved, got a new nickname, and upped the ante on the terrible things he was willing to do. The ransacker had already escalated from only stealing and rooting around people's homes to attempted kidnapping and murder. It could have been considered a big jump, except he'd invaded so many homes before it happened that, at that point, the progression was almost natural. After the Visalia ransacker ghosted that community in California, a new terror showed up in the subdivisions around Mather Air Force Base, an area close to Sacramento. From here on out is where it gets hard to track this killer and rapist. He starts to be called different things depending on the community he is terrorizing, which is another part of the problem. He moved around a lot, but he started in the Sacramento area. In the 1970s, Sacramento was relatively small, with about 250,000 residents. Before the home invasions and rapes started, it was the cliché peaceful community. Kids rode their bikes without supervision. It had that Leave It to Beaver feeling, both in the city and the suburbs surrounding Sacramento. The first known attack by what authorities would initially call the East Area Rapist, and then later the Golden State Killer, was on June 18, 1976, in Rancho Cordova. This is the point where, for the sake of consistency, we will now refer to our predator as the killer, because at the time, D'Angelo was far away from the minds of law enforcement. In 2013, Michelle McNamara was a crime writer for Los Angeles Magazine. The author would go on to write the seminal book on the crimes of the killer, I'll Be Gone in the Dark. Well before the book came out, Michelle wrote a series of excerpts called In the Footsteps of a Killer. In one, she explains that the killer's attack of a young woman was the start of a template for his dozens of rapes to follow. The woman's identity has been kept secret, so we will refer to her as Victim 1. The 23-year-old victim woke to a man in a navy blue t-shirt and white ski mask standing in her bedroom doorway. He wore no pants and was erect. She thought she was dreaming until he leaped onto her bed. "If you make one move or sound, I'll stick this knife in you," he whispered, pressing the blade into her right temple. Later, after he'd tied her up with electrical cord from her hairdryer and raped her, she waited until she was certain he was gone and backed up to the telephone, pressing 0. Victim 1's rape didn't make national news. The fly-in reporters didn't converge on the community to get all the details of this tragedy in a small town. At first, law enforcement assumed it was a one-off. There was no initial reason to think that there was any connection to the burglaries and murder that had happened in Visalia. The big picture story read like a very frightening but singular event. Then you look at the details of the case. The first victim said that there was something weird about the mask the killer wore. She described it as a ski mask, but she said it was white, with a seam down the middle and very tight against his face. Then there's the fact that when Victim 1 woke up to see the killer, he was standing there, erect, with no pants on. Then he put baby oil on his penis before raping her. That's a very specific way of approaching a rape. It's incredibly pre-planned and, more than anything, requires patience. He waited until she woke up. He never took off his gloves. Someone, likely the killer trying to figure out her schedule, kept calling and hanging up in the weeks before the attack. A later witness to a different attack would call the killer's methods totally unhurried. But at the time of Victim 1's assault, the police had nothing to compare it to. It wouldn't take long before there was a plethora of other attacks for comparison. Then there were more rapes in Rancho Cordova and around Sacramento. A year later, there were so many rapes and sexual assaults in the suburbs that followed a similar pattern that police gave him a name, the East Area Rapist. In May of 1977, the known tally was past 20. He was now attacking entire families, telling the parents he would cut off the ears of their children if the woman in the home didn't submit to his rape. According to an impressive multi-part series on the Golden State Killer by the LA Times' Paige St. John, the killer took advantage of that Leave It to Beaver feeling in the suburbs. He weaponized their sense of security and used it to his own benefit. But according to St. John, he also took advantage of their lack of community. People who saw a random person in a neighbor's yard just closed their blinds. There were few streetlights, no 911 service to take emergency calls, and few homes had security alarms, St. John wrote. With no more than a mask and gloves, he confounded detectives struggling to turn up identifying evidence. But it wasn't until around the end of 1977 that word would get out about this serial predator on the loose. Rape was a nasty word in the public discourse at the time, a crime that was publicized even less than it is now. There were, by St. John's estimate, at least 4 active serial rapists trolling around at the same time as the killer. One had 42 victims and was hardly a blip on the media radar. Rapists benefited from a short statute of limitations and sentences as brief as a year in jail. Nobody liked to talk about these types of crimes. St. John wrote, "More than once, an officer or criminal profiler described the East Area Rapist as gentlemanly, and a television newscaster told viewers the East Area Rapist's victims were unharmed, except for being repeatedly raped." I mean, what? I've heard of bank robbers described as gentlemanly, but a man who repeatedly raped women in their home, sometimes forcing their husbands to watch? In what universe can you call any part of that gentlemanly? That was the culture at the time. Combine that with law enforcement asking the media not to publish a lot of information about the killer, and the public at large barely registered that there was a problem in Sacramento. Then, word of a so-called East Area Rapist got out at a community meeting, and this is where the phrase, "shit hit the fan," would work nicely. Residents packed a high school cafeteria in November 1977 to hear from police about the hunt for the rapist. In some cases, as many as 1,500 people crowded into community halls for meetings just to learn something about the terror in their suburbs. The official message was to lock up, get a gun, get a dog. To women, defend yourself, said St. John. Hardware stores sold out of alarms, guns, and locks. Friends swapped horrific hypotheses of what the killer might make his victims do. Police presence had increased. People tried to rig up their own home alarms, like tying tambourines to doors and windows. No one felt safe. Residents said that they wanted to know what was going on in their backyards, but a lot of them didn't need the police to tell them what was happening. The combination of idyllic with isolationist that permeated Sacramento resulted in one teenage girl seeing a man in her neighbor's backyard. Instead of calling the police, she closed the drapes, and her neighbor was raped that night. It wouldn't have been hard for the Sacramento area residents to realize the problem even without the media, but that would have required going outside their own bubbles. The killer also started a sick cat-and-mouse game, not with the media or law enforcement like so many other serial offenders, but with the public in general. When a man at a crime prevention meeting chastised the men in the community for not protecting their wives, he and his wife became case number 21. The killer started attacking couples after police said he only went after women and girls who were home alone. He was alert and clearly embedded in the community, but still nobody could find him. Sacramento law enforcement tried everything to catch the man who was raping and terrorizing people with abandon. They tried hypnosis of victims to see if they could get more details about what the attacker looked like, sounded like, anything that could point them in a possible direction. They knew he was white, young, likely late teens or early 20s, with an athletic build. He wasn't large, maybe medium build, and at around 5'9", he wasn't the type that one would normally expect to impose such fear and submission. What he lacked in physicality, he made up for in preparation and planning. He liked things to be just so before he would begin raping his bound and blindfolded prey. Apparently, he often messed around with lighting, like when he would drape a towel over a muted television. He never hurt children, unless you count the trauma of being home while your mother is being raped and abused. He loved to torment his victims psychologically, like when he would press a knife against their bare skin just enough to draw blood, or would snip scissors by their ears, threatening to cut off appendages. While police knew so much about his particulars, they still lacked any real suspect. Law enforcement got one break in February of 1977, but they wouldn't be able to make use of it for decades. A recurring theme in this case is time. The length of time the killer was able to continue to terrorize people, and the time it took for technology and law enforcement to get to a place where he could be caught. They got lucky when a woman tried to fight the killer for his gun. The two got close enough during the struggle that the killer's blood wound up in her hair. The best they could test it for at the time was blood type, which was different from the victim's, so they knew it must have come from the killer. The sample was packaged up and set aside. In February of 1978, the killer was believed to have escalated again. While his rapes had been prolific, he hadn't killed anyone since Snelling, back when he was known as the Visalia ransacker. As with the Snelling murder, the shooting of Brian and Katie Maggiore wasn't planned. It was more out of a perceived necessity. As the Maggiores were out on their walk in Rancho Cordova, they saw a man in the backyard of someone's home. They confronted the man, and when things turned violent, they ran through a broken fence to a neighbor's yard. They didn't make it far. The couple, both in their early 20s, were shot and died at the hospital. That same year, some members of law enforcement were seeing a connection between the Visalia ransacker and the killer prowling around the suburbs of Sacramento. 2 Visalia police officers were quoted in a newspaper as saying that the 2 nicknames belonged to the same man. This caused quite the problem between Visalia police and the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office spokesman Bill Miller called the Visalia police unprofessional and irresponsible, while Visalia Police Chief Raymond Forsyth said he wanted to keep lines of communication open between the 2 departments. It wasn't just a couple of random police officers who thought the 2 groups of cases might be connected. Sergeant John Vaughn, who was in charge of the Snelling homicide and the ransacker cases, was convinced both departments were looking for the same man. At the time, Vaughn was never able to convince the Sacramento County Sheriff to join forces with Visalia. However, Vaughn would eventually get to say that his theory was right. It would just take decades before he could feel any sense of vindication. As the Visalia police were trying to convince Sacramento County that they should be on the same team, the killer had decided to move on, likely because he was afraid or had lost his nerve for some reason. In July of 1979, the killer went to a home in Danville. In the bedroom of a man and woman, the man woke up to see the killer standing by the bed, putting on a ski mask. The man jumped up and got in his face. They locked eyes and the man yelled, "What the fuck are you doing here?" The killer froze. He was being yelled at and didn't move or make a sound until he started to step back. The couple didn't want to risk anything. They ran out of the house before they could learn anything more about the intruder. It's possible the killer got spooked by articles like "Neighbors Arming After Rapist Attack." That piece in the San Francisco Examiner was published the month prior, after the killer crawled through the window of a different home in the Danville neighborhood. He tied up the husband and raped the wife, while their 2 daughters slept nearby. At that point, law enforcement believed he had committed dozens and dozens of similar assaults in the East Sacramento and Contra Costa areas. Similar to what happened in 1977, now people in Danville were running to their local locksmiths for fresh security, especially deadbolt locks. One area locksmith said, "Business has tripled since he struck last week." But what may have alarmed the killer most was a quote at the end of the piece, attributed to Danville locksmith Rich Carnamola. "People are sleeping with guns under their pillows." The killer did what I have come to call pull a Zodiac. This is where prolific, skilled, and seemingly impossible to catch predators disappear after a close call. If you're a rebel listening to these chapters at random, go you, but spoilers ahead. If you're listening chronologically, you'll recall that the Zodiac stopped his work after he shot a cab driver and was almost caught by police responding to the scene. In that case, the Zodiac, as far as we know, never killed anyone again. However, he did keep pestering the media for a bit about how great he was, because he had the ego and confidence of a mediocre white guy telling a Native American how it's okay to call a football team the Redskins. Like the Zodiac, the killer found himself in an unknown situation. He might have thought he'd come too close to being caught. He was challenged, and he froze. The killer was, like the Zodiac, someone who did not want to be caught, someone who cherished his freedom above all else. So, like the Zodiac, he disappeared. At least from Sacramento. Unfortunately, unlike the Zodiac, the killer had only moved on to a different hunting ground. He went about 6 hours south, to Goleta, California. Goleta was another sleepy community. It wasn't perfect, but people didn't consider it unsafe. It was a small area, only about 2 square miles, in Santa Barbara County. Rich people vacationed there. Kids ran around barefoot there. In other words, it was the perfect spot for the killer to come in and ruin. The killer's first stop was another misstep, and it's one that would change him going forward. One that would turn him from full-time rapist and only occasional murderer into full-time rapist-murderer. It was October 1st, 1979. The killer attempted his usual routine. He had the woman tie up the man. Then he tied up the woman and began to rummage through the house looking for trinkets and whatever else he felt like taking with him. But this time, the woman felt what can only be described as that "I'm going to lift this car off my baby" adrenaline spike, because she managed to get out of her restraints and run out of the house. While the killer was distracted with that, her boyfriend managed to break free from his restraints and get out of the house as well. After that, the killer stopped leaving victims behind. On December 30th, 1979, friends went to the home of osteopathic surgeon Dr. Robert Offerman. They found him and his girlfriend, Deborah Alexandria Manning, dead inside. Law enforcement believed that the killer bound and raped Manning, but Offerman was able to escape the twine he was bound with. There were gunshots. Offerman was shot 3 times, Manning once in the back of her head. At some point during all this, police think the killer made himself at home and had some of Offerman's Christmas dinner leftovers. Unlike other times when the killer only killed those who challenged him, this time, he also killed a victim who was already tied up and unable to escape. After the 2 Goleta incidents, he cooled down for a while. He'd likely gone to the area hoping for some sort of perverted fresh start that he didn't get. Instead, the Goleta attacks amounted to a failure and an almost failure. After that, he left the citizens alone, at least for a short period of time. Then, in March 1980, he popped up again, this time in Ventura, California, about an hour's drive from Goleta. A 12-year-old boy biked to his dad's house. When he got there, he found his father and stepmother dead under the covers of their bed. Prosecutors initially thought they had someone to blame for the murder of Lyman and Charlene Smith. A minister had told police that a former business partner of Lyman's was the culprit. Unfortunately for law enforcement, during the preliminary hearing it came out that the minister was a whack job who liked to get involved in investigations and was prone to lying in order to get cozy with police. The business partner was released for lack of evidence. The string of murders that the killer would commit in Goleta, Ventura, Dana Point, and Irvine would earn him the moniker the original Night Stalker. But eventually all the cases would be linked back to the same man who was the East Area rapist, who was the same man as the Visalia ransacker. But strides were made in some of those cases. The murders of the so-called original Night Stalker ended in 1986, after 3 couples and 2 single women were killed. In 1997, the Orange County Sheriff's Department put together a cold case unit due to a sudden increase in leads in their cold cases. An intrepid criminalist at the Orange County Crime Lab, Mary Hong, had already linked the DNA found in 3 cases together. Then, in 1998, investigator Larry Poole got the Lyman and Charlene Smith case from the Ventura PD and had Hong test the semen retrieved in that case. The DNA profile matched the 3 other cases to that. That was how things went. Slowly but surely, with a renewed interest in the case in the 90s and 2000s, law enforcement started to put the pieces together. They started to see the similarities across jurisdictions. They started to figure out who this man, who had wreaked havoc in California suburbs for decades, really was. On June 15, 2016, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward and national campaign to help identify the East Area rapist/Golden State Killer, a violent serial burglar, rapist, and murderer who terrorized multiple communities in California throughout the 1970s and 1980s. Along with the reward, there was a national campaign that included a use of digital media, digital billboards, audio broadcasts on podcasts and radio PSAs, and more. At that point, they believed the suspect was 60 to 75 years old, white, around 5'10" tall, with blonde or light brown hair. They predicted he was either interested in or had training in military or police techniques. People who know this subject may not believe him capable of such crimes. He may not have exhibited violent tendencies or have a criminal history, a press release from the FBI read. It took a couple more years, and in the end, it wasn't Facebook or Twitter that helped catch the killer, but it was the wide availability of technology that at one time seemed almost sci-fi to law enforcement. Time was never on the side of the victims, but it was the one thing that was needed in order to catch a suspect in the case. In the 1970s, law enforcement just wasn't advanced enough. The science wasn't ready. They didn't have the tools. Then, slowly, as the years passed, the pieces started to fall into place to create the trap that would catch Joseph James DeAngelo. The late Michelle McNamara saw all of this coming. It's become impossible to talk about the Golden State Killer case without referring to Michelle McNamara. In a lot of ways, she's responsible for the case being solved, although her book, I'll Be Gone in the Dark, didn't directly result in Joseph James DeAngelo's arrest. Instead, McNamara brought fresh eyes and insight to the case. More importantly, she was a persistent voice who kept the case in the consciousness of law enforcement and later brought the case renewed interest by the public at large. Published in February of 2018, her book had sold about 150,000 copies by the end of April and resulted in an increase in tips to law enforcement. McNamara was like a prophet of justice. She spent the last years of her life relentlessly pursuing the case, trying to figure out who the killer was as she also worked on her book. McNamara died before her book was published, and before D'Angelo was arrested for the crimes. While she may not have known the identity of the killer before her untimely death in 2016, she knew exactly how he would be caught. The race was yours to win. You were the observer in power, never observed. An initial setback came on September 10, 1984, in a lab at Leicester University, when geneticist Alec Jeffreys developed the first DNA profile. Another came in 1989, when Tim Berners-Lee wrote a proposal for the World Wide Web. People who weren't even aware of you or your crimes began devising algorithms that could help find you. In 1998, Larry Page and Sergey Brin incorporated their company, Google. Boxes with your police reports were hauled out, scanned, digitized, and shared. The world hummed with connectivity and speed. Smartphones, optical character recognition technology, customizable interactive maps, familial DNA. She was right. It was the DNA that ultimately brought law enforcement a suspect they could charge. In mid-April 2018, at around 6 p.m., the police waited outside the home of the man they suspected was the killer, Joseph James D'Angelo. They turned his old tactics against him. They'd learned all they could about him. They knew he was an ex-cop, about 73 years old. They knew where he lived in the Sacramento suburb of Citrus Heights, California. He was just a short drive from where the rapes had started. They knew he'd been married, that he had a daughter, that he lived with his daughter and granddaughter. Cold case investigator Paul Holes had been trying to solve the now long-cold East Area rapist rapes and murders for decades. In the months ahead of D'Angelo's arrest, there was a short list of creeps who seemed possible. Holes had a feeling about D'Angelo, though. In an interview with the Mercury News, Holes said a few weeks before police arrested D'Angelo, he went to D'Angelo's home and sat in his car watching. To be really melodramatic about it, the hunter had become the hunted. McNamara wasn't the only one who thought familial DNA was the key to cracking this thing. That East Area Rapist Task Force, made up of Holes, a DNA expert and investigator, local law enforcement, and the FBI, had been working through a list of suspects. Police had been comparing DNA samples gathered at various crime scenes to the police database of DNA and looking for potential matches or people who had similar enough DNA that they were related to the killer. DNA databases for police are limited. In most cases, they're made up of people who have been arrested and put in the system. Police can also get DNA from suspects who give consent, or when they do the television trick where they offer you a beverage and then swab the container after for DNA. Side story. A prosecutor I know says police once had a guy in custody who thought they were going to get his DNA through the old swab the cup method, so he ate the styrofoam cup he'd been drinking from. He was guilty. The searches of law enforcement databases turned up nothing, but that turned out not to be the only tool law enforcement had to work with. There happened to be a boom of thousands of people just handing over swabs of their DNA to strangers. Why? They wanted to know their ancestry. In the case of D'Angelo, it was the open-source genealogy website GEDmatch. GEDmatch doesn't have a very sophisticated website. The main page asks you to register, and registration just requires a name, email, and password. If you do that, you then need to accept their terms of service. Basically, GEDmatch's superpower is that it lets you upload your DNA segment paperwork, and then it will search through a bunch of other ancestry databases for you, like Ancestry DNA, MyHeritage DNA, 23andMe, and others. There are free options, but if you want to go deep into your family tree, you can pay for more access. Unlike other sites where you send them an actual tube of your saliva, GEDmatch has you personally upload the data file of your DNA, which is how law enforcement was able to use it. They didn't have to send out sperm samples from a crime scene, which the companies would not have appreciated, nor would they have accepted. Instead, they just had to send the information their scientist had already completed in-house. At the time police were looking for the killer, there weren't any restrictions on GEDmatch that prevented law enforcement from simply uploading the DNA maps they had on hand from the previous crime scenes and seeing who was related to the serial rapist and murderer they were trying to find. So they simply created an account, uploaded the DNA information, and then followed up on all the people who came back as relatives. It's now time for a science lesson from someone who became an English major and a lawyer to avoid having to take science classes. Almost as soon as word got out that D'Angelo had been arrested based on a genetics website, questions arose and alarms were sounded about the ethics of such a move. Of course, nobody was going to come out and say that police never should have done that to catch this particular guy. However, people did start to feel hinky about police using it in the future without the knowledge of people who turned over their DNA to the internet. In an article for The Atlantic, genetic genealogist Margaret Press called the use of ancestry sites by police very controversial and said, "It's going to be debated for a very long time in law and forensics and genealogy and everywhere you can imagine." The firestorm of questions and the controversy it created within the genealogist and geneticists community aside, police are confident that the person who raped, murdered, and terrorized the suburbs of California for decades was Joseph James D'Angelo. The DNA itself wasn't from particularly close relatives. Instead, the DNA recovered from the crime scenes was initially traced to the killer's great-great-great-grandparents, who hadn't been around since the early 1800s. Holes and his team then created a very sophisticated version of those family trees your kid always tells you he or she has to get done the night before it's due. According to the Washington Post, the team created 25 family trees with thousands of relatives until they got to the present day. One of those branches pointed to the 72-year-old retiree living in Citrus Heights, D'Angelo. It wasn't just the DNA. Far from it. While Holz's spidey senses had been tingling, they still had to look into the guy's background to determine if he was worth expending resources to finally get their hands on a sample of D'Angelo's actual DNA. The timeline of D'Angelo's life puts him close to the communities of the killer at the same times the rapes and murders took place. Here's how it lines up. D'Angelo was a police officer when the Visalia ransacker burglaries began. He'd started working at the Exeter Police Department in 1973, and 1974 is when police began tracking the ransacker. Exeter is less than a 20-minute drive from Visalia. Around the same time the ransacker decided to mosey on out of Visalia for more perverse pastures, D'Angelo had also moved on from the Exeter Police Department. He moved to the Sacramento area, where he had grown up, and he became a police officer in Auburn, about half an hour north of Rancho Cordova, where police say he committed his first home invasion and rape as the East Area rapist. Former co-workers of D'Angelo remember him as nothing special, just another guy working his patrols. That is, until he himself was arrested for the first time. In August of 1979, D'Angelo was fired from the Auburn Police Department. Sacramento County had charged him with shoplifting. Employees of a Citrus Heights drugstore said they saw him try to steal a can of dog repellent and a hammer. D'Angelo appealed the decision. In a sort of weird sign of he was right in front of us the whole time, the firing and appeal was briefly covered in local newspapers. D'Angelo even had a trial for the shoplifting charge. A witness testified that there was a struggle between employees and D'Angelo, resulting in D'Angelo being tied to a chair and in an emotional state when sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene. He was later found guilty of the shoplifting charges, and he dropped his appeal of his firing in short succession. Let's pause for a second. If D'Angelo was the killer, this trial is going on just a few weeks after he let 2 victims get away. Remember, during his first attack in Goleta on October 1st, 1979, the victims managed to get away while he was rummaging around their home. Now he's being painted in front of a jury of his peers as emotionally unstable and a bad thief. That's not a great look. And if it was D'Angelo, it further explains why his attacks after October 1st became more violent and often deadly. He was sick of losing. So it would make sense that on December 30th, 1979, he killed not only someone who challenged him, but also the helpless and tied-up woman. The shoplifting incident and firing from the force weren't the only reasons D'Angelo ever made the local newspapers. He was a veteran of the Vietnam War, and he served in the Navy as a damage controlman second class on the warship USS Canberra. He made it into the Men in Service section of Auburn Journal out of Auburn, California. The short clipping, which looked similar to an obituary, was published on June 1st, 1967. It said D'Angelo was expected to arrive in San Diego, along with the ship, after it had been in service on the gun line off North Vietnam. The article included a picture of D'Angelo. He looks almost wholesome in the white sailor's uniform with the long tie around his neck. But, and this could be bias of what he's accused of playing a role here, his chiseled features and tight-set lips look sinister, like he's going to crack his jawbone setting it so tight. After his firing from the Auburn Police Department, D'Angelo set aside his law enforcement career. In 1973, he married a woman named Sharon Huddle. He was 27, she was 20. Huddle was a lawyer and eventually helped found the National Coalition Against Surrogacy. He'd been engaged to another woman before Huddle. Because popular culture is what it is, uncaring, belligerent, and quick to judge from time to time. Bonnie Jean Caldwell was blamed and tormented when word got out that she had once been engaged to the Golden State Killer while he was still living in Auburn. Headlines came out like, "Break up with Bonnie may have fueled Golden State Killer," and "Golden State Killer was driven by hatred of ex-fiancé." Tabloids and legitimate outlets pointed out that one victim recalled the killer crying, "I hate you, Bonnie," during one of the sexual assaults. But we don't know his mind. While it would certainly put a tidy little bow on his motivations, these things are so much more complicated than a single breakup. He split up with wife Huddle in the 1990s, but he didn't turn back to his life of crime. While criminal profilers often talk about an inciting event that can trigger violence, that's not the whole reason. It's not like he was Charlie Brown and then one day Lucy pulled the football away and suddenly he murdered Snoopy and the rest of the Peanuts gang. Whether or not his anger at Caldwell for breaking up with him was the inciting incident or not, it doesn't really matter. Because if it wasn't her, it would have been something else. He was brewing for years. Eventually, he was going to boil over. Holz's hunch about D'Angelo panned out in a way that, if it wasn't true, you couldn't get people to buy it. Officers who had been tracking D'Angelo picked up an item that he threw away, and that item contained his DNA. Now, law enforcement says that DNA, when tested against the genetic material left at the killer's crime scenes, was a match. When police arrested D'Angelo, he was living with his daughter and granddaughter. In the years after he quit the raping and murdering business, he'd worked at a distribution center for the Save Mart grocery store. There are conflicting accounts of what type of person D'Angelo was. Plenty of people remember him as perfectly average, the type you would never expect to be capable of decades' worth of rapes, burglaries, and murders. Then there are others, like his neighbors when he lived in Citrus Heights with his daughters and Huddle, who claim Huddle and D'Angelo would shout at each other, yelling and cursing so loud the neighbors could hear it. When he got older, some say D'Angelo was a nice old grandpa, but that he liked to say fuck a lot. The reality is probably a mix of all these personalities. If D'Angelo is the killer, he succeeded in not being caught for decades because he could be one person to some and another person to others. For those he wanted to control with fear, he potentially showed his true self, like with Caldwell. She said that after they broke up, he stood outside her window with a gun. She just wanted to be rid of him. For others, he just seemed normal. I don't hold it against him. There's something wrong with him. A woman known on the FBI's website as the first survivor of East Area Rapist said that after recounting the night she was raped and robbed. She said that years after the attack in the 1970s, but before D'Angelo was arrested. The woman explained how the rape changed her, how she'll wake up in the middle of the night and be upset and not know why until she realizes it's the anniversary of the attack, how she doesn't go into crowds, she stays on the outskirts. I know it's not good to pull hate from your heart and all that, she said. And when she thought about the fate she wished on her attacker, the first victim said, "I don't want him to be dead, because I think that would be the easy way out for him. She'd rather he be tried and convicted and spend the rest of his life in prison." For other people, like Ron Harrington, the brother of Keith Harrington, who was murdered along with his wife Patty in August of 1980, the death penalty is all that makes sense. "This is the most gruesome case that has ever existed," Harrington told reporters in April of 2019, after prosecutors announced that they would seek the death penalty. "If there is ever a death penalty case, it is the Golden State Killer." In the end, D'Angelo wasn't given the death penalty. Instead, he admitted what he did, and in exchange got life without parole. The scene of his August 2020 sentencing in a Sacramento State University ballroom, so that people who came could follow COVID-19 social distancing protocols, was surreal. Victim after victim came forward and said their piece to D'Angelo before he was carted away to prison. Debbie Domingo McMullen, the daughter of Sherry Domingo, who was murdered along with her boyfriend Gregory Sanchez in 1981, called D'Angelo a pathetic excuse of a man who will now finally be held accountable for his actions. While McMullen said she would rather see D'Angelo shivering, blindfolded, naked, and exposed, she was willing to settle for caged, shackled, humiliated, according to the New York Times. One woman, who was 7 years old when D'Angelo bound and raped her mother, said he was proof monsters were real. He was called subhuman, told to rot in hell, and flipped off as family members of victims and survivors of his attacks came forward and tried to cleanse years of trauma by unleashing their rage on his blank, unmoving face. When all the victims had finished, D'Angelo, wearing orange prison scrubs, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a white fabric mask, stood up and spoke. What he said really doesn't matter. They were hollow, empty words. Fake apologies won't make up for the very real, lasting damage he has caused. Justice looks different to everyone. Whether the death penalty, life in prison, or some form of daily medieval torture would have been better suited for him depends on who you ask. But his victims and their families got a glimmer of justice in August of 2020 that most of them probably thought they would never get. The chance to say, fuck you. People like Michelle McNamara. The thing about McNamara is that she wasn't a hanger-on to a case that everyone was already talking about. She picked up a forgotten cold case more than a decade after the last crime. Her writing about the case raised its profile, not just to the public, but to law enforcement as well. McNamara shows the power of what one person on a mission can do. When I was working on the Amber Hagerman chapter, I spoke with Deanna Simone, the woman who came up with the idea of the Amber Alert system after 9-year-old Amber Hagerman was ripped from her bicycle and never seen again. Simone told me, "The assumption of powerlessness is automatic, and that is one of our biggest tragedies." It doesn't have to be that way. True, there are some cases that for various reasons, time, lack of evidence, lack of witnesses, etc., will never be solved. But there are others out there, sitting in boxes, waiting to be reopened, waiting for someone to care.